morning, all of you. We will be starting in few minutes. We are waiting for our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Thank you. मैंने यहाँ पे कर दी। नीचे रुक जाना।
गाते हैं चलो नीरे सा नि दा सा नि दा पा मा पा दा पा मा गा कुछ भी लगा पूरे रहो स्ट्रगटाई पूरे रहो स्ट्रगटाई अंतरा भी नहीं कढ़िया अच्छा नी गा रे आई गाती रहती रोटेशन
A very good morning, all of you. In the words of Fred Rogers, I quote, "We live in a world in which we need to share responsibility. It is easy to say, it's not my child, not my community, not my world, not my problem. Then there are those who see the need and respond. I consider those people my hero. With a hope that we belong to the group of people that sees the need and respond, I, Sibranjit Kaur, PhD Inspire Fellow from Eternal University, extends a very warm welcome to all of you for the International Conference on the theme Business and Society Interface, Contemporary Management, Practices, Issues of India Incorporation, Global and Indian Dimensions. This conference is being jointly organized by Akal College of Economics, Commerce and Management, Eternal University, Akal University Talwandi Sabo, and Corporate Resource Center of Eternal University. Before we start off with the session, let us seek the blessings of Almighty. The happiness and growth of any human being is contingent upon the soul and mind communicating in harmony. All the secrets of success in this are accessible to anyone within Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and it is because its content are musical, as music being the universal language of the soul. The sacred scripture of Guru Granth Sahib Ji is composed in 31 classical ragas. Kirtan performed with traditional Indian string instrument dates back to the very origin of Sikhism. Students of BA and MBA from the Department of Music, Eternal University, also follows the same tradition. Before starting, we now proceed with the introduction of these Asian string instruments, for which I would like to invite Ms. Damanpreet Kaur on stage.
वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह. Honorable Chief Guests and distinguished guests, we the students of Department of Music, Eternal University, are going to present before you a Shabad. Before we start, I would like to introduce the instruments which are being used in the Shabad. The first instrument is Rabab, the shadow of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. The Rabab of Guru Nanak Dev Ji followed him as his shadow for more than 27 years on his travels around the world, played by his beloved companion Bhai Mardana Ji. Dear all, please note that this was the start of Sikh tradition of singing Shabad Kirtan with string instruments. The next is Sarod. The Sarod is modern ancient Rabab and most popular and prominent in Indian classical music. Sitar. Sitar has been in use since many years as it is the most popular melodious instrument in North Indian classical music. The instrument is derived from the ancient veena, which was modified by Mughal court musicians. The next is Taus. From the heart of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. The Taus is the blessing of the 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji. As the master of Persian language, he named this glorious instrument Taus, which means peacock in Persian. This was an instrument designed and played by the great Guru himself. The next is Dilruba, the soulful heart stealer. Like the Taus, Dilruba was blessed by the 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji. It is another instrument that he designed and created. Tar Shehnai. This instrument is just like a Dilruba, but has a sound box attached with it, which makes it sound like a Shehnai. This instrument is very popular in West Bengal. The next is Saranda. The Saranda is created and also played by the 5th Sikh Guru, Guru Arjan Dev Ji. He instructed his followers to practice and share the singing of secret Shabad with this instrument to elevate the soul. Sarangi, 100 colors of the soul. Sarangi is derived from sarang, indicating its adaptability to many styles of vocal music. Its flexible tunability and its ability to produce a large palette of tonal color. Violin. It is the most prominent instrument in Western classical tradition, but now adapted by Indian artists and now widely played in South and North Indian music. Tabla. Last but not the least, we have tabla on this side. It is the sound of tabla that makes the music move, and music is vacuum without the beats of tabla, which is rhythm. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh.
In the honor of Shabad, I humbly request all of you to please stand and cover your head. And also please refrain from clapping after the Shabad.
वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह।
Thank you.
कौन ले कौन पले कौन ले अवले अल्लाह नूर पाया कुदरत के सब बंदे अवले अल्लाह नूर पाया कुदरत के सब बंदे कुदरत के सब बंदे कुदरत के सब बंदे वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह।
Please take your seats. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness of might, similarly, blessing brings in our life prosperity and happiness. To make this morning a blessed one, let's invoke Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. For seeking the choicest blessings for the same, I would like to invite our chief guest, Honorable Mr. Subash Chandra Garg, our keynote speaker, Mr. Anup K. Mudgal, Dr. R.S. Sodhi, our guest of honor, Mr. Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya, our special guest, Mr. Verma, our esteemed guest, Mr. Puran Chand Pandey, Dr. Satyajit Majumdar, Mr. H.S. Chima. I also humbly request our Honorable Vice Chancellor and President Kalgidhar Trust, Babaji, Dr. Devendra Singh Ji, our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor A.S. Aluwalia, our Honorable former Vice Chancellor, Professor H.S. Dhaliwal, respected Dr. Nim Kaur, Dean Advisor Health and Education, to please join us for the lighting of lamp. I also request our Dean Academic Affairs, Dr. T.S. Benipal, Dr. S.K. Chauhan, to please join the dignitaries for lighting of lamp. Thank you, everyone. The amalgamation of good business practices for seeking answers to the critical issues and upholding the social responsibility is the need for better and brighter future. With these words, I once again formally welcome all of you. Reverend late Baba Iqbal Singh Ji, Padam Shri, former Chancellor, Eternal University, and our guiding force behind this activity. Our chief guest for today's inaugural event, Honorable Mr. Subash Chandra Garg, Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Sujay Chaudhary, Director, Planning Business Development, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, in absentia. Our other keynote speakers, Mr. Anup K. Mudgal, Retired Ambassador, Indian Foreign Service, Dr. R.S. Sodhi, Present Advisor, Reliance Retail Limited, President, Indian Dairy Association. Our guest of honor, Mr. Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya, former Director Projects, NTPC Limited, New Delhi. Our esteemed guest, Mr. H.S. Chima, Chairman, Chima Boilers Limited. Our special guest, Mr. Verma, Chairman, CMD, Spray Engineering Devices Limited, Mohali. Honorable Vice Chancellor and President Kalgidhar Trust, Babaji Dr. Devendra Singh Ji. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Eternal University, Professor A.S. Aluwalia. Honorable former Vice Chancellor, Eternal University, and now Trustee, Kalgidhar Trust, Professor H.S. Dhaliwal. Our respected deans of various constant colleges of Eternal University, Dr. Nim Kaur, Dean, Advisor, Health and Education, Dr. T.S. Benipal, Dean, Academic Affairs, Dr. S.K. Chauhan, College of Economics, Commerce and Management, Dr. Purvi Lunial, Dean, Akal College of Arts and Social Sciences, Dr. Yogita Thakur, Dean, Student Welfare, respected principals, Dr. Mahmooda Raghu, Akal College of Nursing, Dr. Reno Bhatia, Akal College of Education, our Director UCRC, Professor S.C. Ghosh, and convener of this conference, all academic and non-academic resource person from Akal Academy, Akal University, and Kalgidhar Trust. I would like to welcome and appreciate our principal sponsors, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, New Delhi, associate sponsors, State Bank of India, Power Finance Corporation Limited, other sponsors, Indian University Partner TERI, International University Partner IPP University, Sustainability Consultant Partner, the Climate Reality Project, India and South Asia, Sustainability Academic Partner, Global Foundation for Advancement of Environment and Human Wellness, Knowledge Partner, Golden Signature Research and Consulting, Knowledge Partner, Commonwealth Thought Leaders Forum, Business School Partner, NTPC School of Business, Conference NGO Partner, BCF Foundation, Media and Business Magazine Partner, Corporate Tycoons, Social Science Research Partner, Social Responsibility Research Network, Industry Partners, Spray Engineering, Industry Partners, Chima Boilers, Management Consulting Partner, Diversity ACE Business Consulting, Consortium of Business Mentors and Advisor, Industry Association Partner, Punjab Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Technology Partner, Cyber Salute, Global Development Partner, Peace Economy, Indian Economic Council, Social Inclusion Partner, CARE, Social Economic Consulting Partner, Institute for Pioneering Insightful Research Private Limited, CSR Partner, International Center for Socially Responsible Businesses, Delhi. Respected dignitaries, all the resource persons, distinguished delegates from industry and academia, esteemed guests, faculty members of Eternal University, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students of University of both Eternal University and Akal University. We have gathered here for the inaugural session of the two-day international conference on the theme Business and Society Interface, Contemporary Management Practices, Issues of India Incorporation, Global and Indian Dimensions. Before we formally start today's proceeding, we would like to welcome our dignitaries with floral presentation, for which I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Eternal University and President Kalgidhar Trust, Babaji, Dr. Devendra Singh Ji, to please welcome our Chief Guest, Mr. Subash Chandra Garg. Thank you so much, sir. Now, may I request our Honorable former Vice Chancellor, Professor H.S. Dhaliwal, to please honor our Honorable Vice Chancellor and President Kalgidhar Trust, Babaji Dr. Devendra Singh Ji. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor A.S. Ahluwalia, to present a bouquet in absentia to our keynote speaker, Dr. Sujoy Chaudhary. It is to be received by Professor S.C. Ghosh. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now, may I request once again to our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor A.S. Ahluwalia, to honor our keynote speaker, Mr. Anup K. Mudgal, retired Ambassador, Indian Foreign Service. Thank you, sir. I humbly request our Honorable Vice Chancellor and President Kalgidhar Trust, Babaji Dr. Devendra Singh Ji, to kindly honor our keynote speaker, Dr. R.S. Sodhi. Thank you so much, sir. May I request our Honorable former Vice Chancellor, Professor H.S. Dhaliwal, to please honor our guest of honor, Mr. Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request Professor S.C. Ghosh, Director, UCRC and convener of this conference, to welcome our respected Dr. Nim Kaur, Dean, Advisor in Health, Eternal University. Thank you, sir. Now, I request our respected Dean Academic Affairs, Dr. T.S. Benepal, to welcome our invitee speaker, Mr. Aditya Pundir in absentia. He will be joining us via online mode, but Mr. Professor Tushar Mahajan will be taking his bouquet on his behalf. Thank you, sir. Now I request respected Dr. S.K. Chauhan, Dean, Akal College of Economics, Commerce and Management, to welcome Mr. Puran Chand Pandey. Thank you, sir. I would like to request Professor Tushar Mahajan to welcome Mr. H.S. Chima, our special guest. Thank you, sir. I would like to request respected Dr. Nim Kaur, Dean Advisor, Health and Education, Eternal University, to please welcome Mr. Vive Verma. Thank you, ma'am. We would like to extend a warm welcome to Ms. Purnima Chauhan. I would like to request Dr. Nim Kaur, Dean Advisor in Health and Education, Eternal University, to please welcome her. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Now, I request our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Eternal University, Professor A.S. Ahluwalia, to please formally welcome our dignitaries, guests and delegates through his welcome address.
वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह. This is a privilege and pleasure to honor very important guests this morning, and because they have come to attend a two-day international conference which is basically on business and society interface, and they are going to discuss both at the global level and Indian level, the dimensions which are there in both levels. Honorable Chief Guest this morning, Dr. Subash Chandra, Garg ji, Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India. Our very Honorable Baba Dr. Dender Singh ji, Honorable Chancellor of Eternal University and Akal University and President Kalgita Trust, Badu Sahib, Dr. H.S. Dhaliwal, former Vice Chancellor, Eternal University, Dr. Nim Kaur ji, Advisor, Health and Dean of Eternal University, as also Trustee of Kalgita Trust, Badu Sahib. Our keynote speakers in Dr. Chaudhary, Dr. Mudgal, Dr. R.S. Sodhi, and there are some of our special guests like Mr. Verma ji, Chairman MD of Spray Engineering Devices Mohali, an innovative motivator and an industrialist researcher, and also a versatile donor, especially for our university. As also Sardar Harjinder Singh Chima ji, Chairman Chima Boilers. He is also an innovator and many a times have lectured in this university, motivating our students and helping them in a way of placements. Then there are some important guests like Dr. Bhattacharya, Dr. Pandey, and I would wish that all these who are sitting here, the students and other delegates, they will be really delighted when they listen to their important ideas and talks in due course of this conference. I'm also thankful to all those, welcome to all those delegates who are joining online and could not be present here. I also welcome our very dear Dr. S.C. Ghosh, Director UCRC, who is convener of the conference and I should say soul of the conference right now. He is after this for the last many days doing a lot of arrangements for all the delegates that they should feel at home when they reach here. Then trustees of Kalgita Trust, distinguished personalities, invited speakers, experts and guests gracing this conference by their presence, as also others who could not make it to the campus, but definitely would be with us to discuss the theme of the conference through their online lectures. I am also indebted to our and welcome all our deans, directors, principals, faculty members, staff, our sponsors, research scholars, dear students, press journalists, as also staff and Professor Pant, especially from Akal University, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all. See, I welcome you all to this beautiful, green, serene campus of Eternal University, Badu Sahib. We appreciate your exceptional efforts in reaching out to this divine place to be with us for deliberating on the theme for society and for the country, which is getting so significant in every sphere of our life and research endeavors. I must acknowledge the blessings of our founders, the most honored Sant Atar Singh ji, whom Pandit Madan Mohan Walviya ji requested to lay the foundation stone of Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. As also his disciple Sant Baba Teja Singh ji from Harvard, who studied at Harvard and Columbia, whom Malviya ji appointed the first principal of Training College, Banaras Hindu University. And Brahmgyani Honorable Baba Iqbal Singh ji, former Director Agriculture, Himachal Pradesh, former President of Kalgita Trust and Chancellor of Eternal University, whom Government of India honored with Padam Shri about 2 years back for his exceptional contribution to social services in the field of value-based education, particularly in rural areas. Presently, this trust and all the educational institutions are growing under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Babaji Dr. Devinder Singh ji and very spirited team of trustees, as also because we have two universities, Eternal University and Akal University, and with 129 Akal academies too in the spectrum of this Kalgita Trust. The only girls' university in this region of the country to promote world peace through spiritual and scientific education, as has been envisioned by the worthy founders and their associates and successors. I am fully aware that we may not be able enough to provide you all the facilities you have been enjoying at your back home, but we as a dedicated family of faculty, staff and students would do our best for your comfortable stay, a good meal, as also other amenities as far as possible in this smoke-free, pollution-free, healthy campus of Badu Sahib. Our dear delegates and colleagues, we are on the verge of making strides in various disciplines and looking forward to their judicious and sustainable utilization. The climate change fear has been coming true, and we have to make effort to save our deteriorating ecosystem as well, and depleting resources for future generation by turning into global citizens for sustainable economy. The UN Declaration Transforming Our World, that is 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development, that also calls for universal action plans for people, planet, peace, partnership, and prosperity. The wisdom of traditional practices, community-based indigenous knowledge, and their amalgamation with modern technologies can prove to be a boon for a sustainable economy. The university has different disciplines to cater to a number of subject areas, including economics, commerce, management, education, nursing, agriculture, computer engineering and technology, humanities, languages, physical sciences, and as also the divine music, which is very special, because you have all enjoyed it, and you can imagine when you have to just match your instrument with a single singer, it takes time, and so many singer students sitting together with so many other instruments and matching with each other so well that that's really appreciable. the kind of training they get at this place. I'm sure you must have felt by now or will realize in a day or two the special and unique aura of this campus. They're booming and feeling as if one is on a pilgrimage which is both academic as well as spiritual. Please take out some time to visit Gurdwara Sahib, agriculture farms, IB school and other facilities on the campus to more about the campus. This idea of organizing this conference by our University Corporate Research Center has been praiseworthy. Everyone is eager to listen to new ideas, healthy discussions, and fruitful outcome in the form of recommendations toward the conclusion of this conference. I'm sure that a roadmap would be drawn on the basis of discussions to be sincerely followed, thus unraveling the secrets of a healthy, environmentally robust economy, and to work diligently for achieving the goals whichever are set forth during this conversation of 2 days. I welcome all our sponsors, Indian Oil, SBI, SCD, and all other sponsors whom Simran has already named for their financial support and for their other support to see that this event happens in the best possible way. So I leave the stage for further program, and it is my pleasure to welcome you once again on my behalf and on behalf of everyone from Eternal University, Akal University, and Badu Sahib. Thank you very much. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you so much, sir, for the warm welcome and acknowledgements. Your words urging the efforts to work more for a sustainable world and also giving a glimpse of our beautiful campus with your words. Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Babaji Dr. Devendra Singh Ji, our Honorable Vice Chancellor and President Kalgidhar Trust, to please address this august gathering with its words of wisdom.
His Holiness, Honorable Baba Iqbal Singh Ji, whose presence we feel in every speck of this beautiful campus, the Valley of Divine Peace. Shri Subash Chandra Ji, Shri Ujjwal Kamti Bhattacharya Ji, Shri R.S. Sodhi Ji, Shri Anup Kumar Mudgal, Shri H.S. Chima, Mr. Vivek Verma, Mr. Pandey, Dr. Dhaliwal, other distinguished guests, dignitaries, academicians, and above all, our hopes of humanity, my dear children. On behalf of the Kalgidhar Trust and the Eternal University, I extend you all a very warm welcome to this campus, which we fondly call as the Valley of Divine Peace. Those of you who have come here for the first time must be wondering, why has this campus been created at such a remote location? Well, the history dates back to about 120 years ago, when our founding father, Sant Atar Singh Ji Maharaj, that's the first picture there, he had envisioned in 1904 that a place existed in the Himalayas from where children with spiritualized, value-based education would move out into the world and spread the message of divine peace of Guru Nanak. This was envisioned 120 years ago. although he had never been to a formal school himself, but his vision was so clear, he realized at that time that the coming century would be a century of science. And if we do not inculcate humane values, spiritual values in scientists, they would come out with inventions, creations which could destroy the world many times over. We saw that happen at the end of the Second World War, first at Hiroshima and then Nagasaki. Huge destruction happened, lakhs of lives were lost. So he proposed a unique model of education whose foundation was spirituality, adhyatam. And on this edifice of spirituality, conventional education was to be provided. And in the remote part of Punjab, the backward district of Sangrur, Malwa at that time, he started a school for girls in 1904. Such was his vision. Then a school for boys, then a college. When he was erecting those buildings, saints who would visit him at that time would say, "Sanji, aap ji ne ye kya kiya? बच्चों के पढ़ने के भवन बड़े बनाए, गुरु घर छोटा बनाया." Sanji would just smile and tell them, इन भवनों से बच्चे निकलेंगे जो गुरु घर जाया करेंगे. So that is the ethos of this institution, which was the mission statement which was enunciated by him in 1904, which states, to establish permanent peace in the world by providing spiritualized education. That is our motto, that is our guiding light. His disciple, Sant Teja Singh Ji, the middle picture there, he was, on the contrary, highly educated. He had done his masters in English from the Punjab University, the erstwhile Punjab University, which extended from Balochistan till Delhi, in 1896 and stood first in the MA examination. Then he did LLB from Punjab University. Then he joined the British Indian Civil Services at that time as a salt commissioner in 1904, but was disillusioned with the job, and in 1906 he resigned from there to come in seva of Sant Atar Singh Ji, his mentor, his master. Sanji Maharaj sent him abroad and asked him to learn the technique of providing quality education, and at the same time to apprise the Westerners of the spiritual values that are essential for establishing peace in the world. So with this mission, he first went to the Cambridge University in England, then he went to Columbia University, and then he spent a lot of time in Canada helping the Indians there and securing for them permanent residency rights. Finally, before he had to return from his foreign sojourn, he joined the Harvard University and secured the master's degree from Harvard University in 1912. Before he had to return home, I'll just share a small anecdote with you. It struck him to meet the richest man in the US. He was just about 34, 35 at that time. And he came to know that the richest man at that time was Mr. Henry Ford of Ford Motors. So he sought an appointment with him. The secretary replied that he could meet him after 3 months. He then again requested him that he was to return back to India next month. Then the secretary asked him that if he didn't mind sitting with him in his car and traveling from one office to the other, which was 10 minutes away, he could give him an appointment the next week. So son Teja Singh ji, he met Mr. Henry Ford, who received him very warmly. Sanji asked him 4 questions, which, ladies and gentlemen, I would request that we all ponder on those 4 questions. The first question was, just imagine the scenario, he was just about 34, 35, flowing beard, a turban, and Mr. Ford would never have seen a Sikh before. Mr. Ford would be about 60, 65, richest man in the world. The first question was, how much money do you earn every day? Mr. Ford replied, I don't know, but I earn lots and lots of money every day. The second question was, how much money do you have in the bank? He said, I don't know, but I have huge amount of money in many banks. The third question was, how much more money do you want to earn? And he said, I want to earn lots and lots of money. In fact, I want to earn all the money that is there in the world. Such is man's greed. The fourth question which Sanji asked him, we need to ponder on that every day of our lives. He asked him, are you happy? Are you at peace? Suddenly, Mr. Ford sat upright and said, no, I am not happy. I am not at peace. In fact, I am so stressed that I can't even sleep properly at night. Then he asked him, you seem to be a spiritual man. Tell me, how can I be at peace? And Sanji replied humbly, you share your wealth with the neediest and you will be at peace. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be pondering on this thought of industry-society interface. And I would request you all to please keep this in mind. The concept of sharing, caring, and giving. With full reverence to Shri Shri Ravi Shankar ji, who teaches us the art of living, I would request you all that the real art of living is the art of giving. If we can master this art of giving, it will be a passport to permanent happiness for us and for the rest of the world. I had been to the Bloomberg School of Public Health, Johns Hopkins University, about 2 decades ago. And our host, Dr. Manmohan Singh Atwal, who was an alumnus of that institution, the first and the founder, vice chancellor of this university, he took us to one of his renowned professors who was, I think his name was Dr. Baker, who was 90 years old. And while discussing, he just came out with a beautiful thought. He said that half the world does not have even 2 square meals a day, especially the southern and the eastern half, whereas the northern and western half have so much in excess that they dump more food into the sea than they eat. Then he offered a simple solution. He said that if we can teach these ones who have plenty to share their food with the ones who don't, problem of hunger would be solved. We need to ponder on that, ladies and gentlemen. We all know very well that 1% of the richest in the world own more than 50% of the wealth. 10% or 15% of the richest, they own 85% of the wealth, and the remaining 90% who are languishing, the wretched, the neediest, the hungry, the bottom 90% own just 10% of the wealth. Such is the gross inequity That is the cause of all misery. That is the cause of all poverty. That is the cause of all threat to peace. We need to ponder on this in this conference. Sant Teja Singh Ji, on his return in 1956, 50 years after the prophecy, he discovered this valley of divine peace as the land which Sant Ji had envisioned in 1906. At that time, the nearest roadhead was Solan or Nahan, 3 days walk or on a ride on a mule. In 1959, he performed Akhand Path Sahib, that is the recitation of our holy scriptures, at this land. And when he performed Ardas, beseeching the Almighty, he wept like a small child, beseeching the Almighty that when would that day come when children with spiritualized education would spread the message of peace in the world. After the Ardas, Sangat asked him कि महाराज आपने ये क्या वचन कर दिए, यहाँ तो कोई सड़क नहीं है, कोई बिजली नहीं है, कोई रहने की जगह नहीं है, कौन यहाँ पे आएगा? He said, सड़क बन जाएगी. This was 1959. बिजली भी आ जाएगी, रहने की जगह भी बन जाएगी. So that whatever we see now here, that is unfolding of that vision, of that message of 1959. His disciple, Sant Baba Iqbal Singh Ji, the third picture there, he retired as Director Himachal Pradesh in 1986 and then went on in right earnest to realize the dreams of his mentors, of his founding fathers, Sant Atar Singh Ji and Sant Teja Singh Ji. With 5 children, in 1986 he started a small school here, the Akal Academy. And today that small nucleus has blossomed into a chain of 129 rural schools in North India in 5 states: Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh and Himachal Pradesh. In addition, for providing value-based education, higher education, 2 universities have been established. The present one in which we are sitting here, Eternal University, exclusively for girls, and the Akal University at Talwandi Sabo. The objective is very clear: to provide values to children at a very young age. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 issues on which we have concurrence by most people of the world, most intellectuals, almost all developmental economists, that the greatest leveler in the world is education. But we have seen that only worldly education equips us for amassing wealth and materials. We become greedy. So we need something more in our education system, and that is the values. And these values have to be ingrained at a very early age. Initially, I thought that up to 8 to 10 years was the time when we could do that, but now almost all psychologists universally agree that what a child has to become becomes over by the age of 5 years. So at that early age, we have to inculcate values. And the greatest value that we have to inculcate is the value of love. We see so much hula bola about providing early years education. Having been in this field, dealing with toddlers for so many years, we are of the firm belief that the only lesson we need to give to our toddlers is the message of love. The only skill that we need to impart in our early year teachers is that they should be able to extend unmitigated love to our children, so that as they grow up, They are in peace themselves. They are happy children who would work hard to spread that happiness among the peoples of the world. So this is what this trust is doing all about. In our 129 schools and 2 universities, we have almost 70,000 children who are an effort is being made to provide them value-based education. Values of love, values of kindness, compassion, contentment, and above all, forgiveness. This is one value which we need to impart in our children. They should have the capacity to share, to care, to give, and then finally to learn to forgive. Only then this world becomes a peaceful and a happy planet. Ladies and gentlemen, with these few words, I once again welcome you all to this valley of divine peace and hope that your stay here, your brief sojourn here is a happy one. I know that we shall not be able to meet your material needs here, the comforts that are available in the metropolitan cities, but I am sure that we shall amply compensate by the love, affection, and regard that we shall have for you. Welcome to this valley of divine peace. Thank you very much for sparing your time to be with us today. Thank you, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking us through the rich history of this spiritual place and our great founding forefathers, Sant Baba Atar Singh Ji, Sant Baba Teja Singh Ji, and Sant Baba Iqbal Singh Ji. And also for your encouraging words laced with years of experience. It is always a pleasure listening to you. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I hand over the stage to Ms. Nivedita for further proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Simran. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Eternal University, Baru Sahib, I, Nivedita Bharadwaj, Assistant Professor with the Department of English and Communication Studies, extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you to this esteemed conference. Today marks the commencement of an event that promises to be both enlightening and invigorating as we gather here to exchange ideas, foster connections, and chart the course for future success. In the dynamic landscape of academia, conferences such as this serve as invaluable platforms for collaboration, innovation, and growth. It is here that minds converge, perspectives collide, and solutions emerge. Over the course of the next 2 days, we have the opportunity to engage in insightful discussions, gain invaluable insights from industry experts, and forge meaningful relationships that have the potential to shape the trajectory of our respective endeavors. As we embark on this journey together, let us embrace the spirit of camaraderie and cooperation. Let us approach each session with an open mind, eager to learn from one another and explore new possibilities. I would now like to extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed guest, Mr. Aditya Pundir, Director of India and Southern Asia Climate Reality Project, who will address the audience via online mode and highlight the essential features of this conference, setting its tone and providing us with its critical significance. So please.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. A very warm welcome to all the guests and the dignitaries who are today present in the Eternal University. And we are extremely thankful as a Climate Reality Project to be part of this conference. And I think Baba Devendra Singh Ji has already, I think, given a very, very good start to this conference, where he has, I think, given us a master class in sustainable development goals. He has really told us about actually what should be the bottom line, what we should be looking for when we end this conference today. This conference, as you all know, talks about the businesses and the society, how they are going to go with each other. And as you know, no business can survive in isolation. All the business is based on society. When we are trying to fulfill some needs of the society, we start a business, we form a business which is successful. And business requires a lot of, it's very much dependent upon the environment which the business exists. In case the environment changes, the business changes. Because you look at how the businesses, as Babaji talked about, Mr. Henry Ford, he was the one who started the century being the richest man, but we all know who is today the richest man, Mr. Elon Musk and Mr. Bill Gates and all these people. So every 20, 30 years, the cycle changes, the environment changes, and the business leaders change, wealth gets transferred. So this is how the business operates. Now coming to the environment, so it becomes very important, and the process the business should follow based on the environment. And if you see, the environment has really been changing, was quite stable for some time, but in the last few years, it has really changed. To begin with, in 2020, we had a pandemic which changed everything, all the business. We came out of this challenge and suddenly we were having a Ukraine war on our heads. So again, a major disturbance, and now we have Middle East, which is in turmoil. So we are moving towards more and more uncertainty in the last few years. And this has disrupted all the channels. Like you can say, it has disrupted our finance flows. It has made the food more expensive because the Red Sea today is now banned. No exports or business or food, anything can travel through that strait. So Asia and North America and Europe are now connected through Africa. So these changes are very sudden and businesses will have to adapt to it. Coming to this, another aspect which I'd like to emphasize more is some long-term changes which are coming. As you all esteemed guests are aware that we are going to be 10 billion people by the end of this century, or even by 2050, a lot of people say we would be about 10 billion people. So we will need more food. We will need more. And now we also have social media. We have free flow of information. An event happening one place, people know the second place immediately what happened. So with such fast flow of information and artificial intelligence now also thrown into the mix, we have a very different world where people are demanding more. There's a need for equity. There's a need for justice. There's a need for, as Babaji rightly said, distribution of the resources among the people who are needy. It is not necessary to be just a billionaire or to be a multi-millionaire or a billionaire, but it is also very important for this distribution of wealth to happen so that everybody lives happily. Otherwise, we are looking at a world which will not only be fractured, which will also be a very dangerous world to live in. I think the best example is what you are seeing today happening in Middle East or Ukraine or all these places in terms of wars, and what you see in our own country in terms of people struggling with the basics. And all this is long-term changes of population and changes which we are seeing in technology, etc., are being now compounded by climate change. Climate change is defined by many philosophers, scientists, world leaders as probably the most difficult and the most defining challenge of the century. Well, the challenge you can imagine is so important that all the people of the world who don't agree on anything in 2015, they came across when they were signing the Sustainable Development Goals for the world's development, they were also signing a Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement said that for the future of the mankind, to save the way we live, we must stop the global rise of temperature to 2 degrees by the end of the century. And then they said, no, it should be 1.5 degrees. That is what we would ideally like to have in case we want the things to stay at this way. But what has happened? If you look at it, the temperature is already 1.1, and the scientists are saying that probably in the next 5 to 6 years, we will be seeing the breaching of this 1.5 degrees at least for a couple of times, for a couple of days or months. So we are in dire situation today as far as the climate change is concerned. And I will again tell you why this conference is so important and why the interfacing of the society and the industry is very crucial here. Is that again, if you look at What are the scientists suggesting? What is the global scientific community saying? They are saying we must reduce our emissions by 45% by 2030 and zero by 2050. That is the target the scientific community of the world has given us. Look at the report card. The emissions grew last year. Only time they fell 4% was when the COVID happened and the world stopped. So do you really think it is practical to talk about 2030, 45% emission reduction? So this is the challenge I would like to bring to the illustrious audience today present to discuss, that this is going to be a major disruptor in the business processes, how the society and the businesses interact. I'll tell you why also, because for the simple reason, if you are expecting a 45%, I assume even not 45%, even if you reduce by 30% or 25%, there's going to be a major policy change coming from the governments of the world. We can already see it in India. We have seen it in America. They have already they have these laws passed. Europe is getting more and more strict with its laws in terms of how the businesses can be conducted and how the people can export to Europe. So the taxes are coming. So we are looking at this now. At present, a lot of carrots are being given to the businesses. People are saying, do this, you'll get this incentive, you'll get that incentive. But believe me, it's going to change very soon. You will have a lot of stick coming. A lot of businesses will be told to follow a line or shut up. So in this situation, what do? The successful businesses are always a step ahead. They always know how to manage the situation and become profitable for the shareholders, for the community. And now it's very important, as Babaji rightly said, community. What are you doing in CSR? What are you doing for the gender? What are you doing for the equity? How are you distributing your resources? All these things become extremely crucial in the coming times, and the businesses will be answerable for this. Already, as you know, in India, we have 2% CSR you have to spend. But then, now I'm expecting more and more laws to be coming, and you must be aware in 2023, the government of India has already come out with 2 laws. The first law was the carbon credits will be established in June, the law came. And the second, another law which is coming for bigger environmental good is about the credits, like the carbon credits which you can take, the carbon certificates, as I would say, the more technical term, certificates which you can take, which is in a draft stage. So you see the policy is moving, things are moving. So now it is very important to move in this direction. And believe me, it is not that it's a hypothetical thing. Already the big ones in the world are moving. I'm familiar with Tata's moving forward. I'm familiar with Mahindra's. I've seen the strategy of ITC. I've seen Adani's, Reliance. Everybody is now working on a plan by which they can reach net zero in the coming, by 2050, I'm quite sure they should be able to reach, but even 2030, some ambitious plans are there. And if you all, I think everybody loves an iPhone in today's world. And last year, if you see, when the iPhone was launched, the iPhone 15, for the 2-hour launch session of the Apple, the world's richest company in the world, spent more than an hour explaining how their product is going to be sustainable and what their sustainability strategy is going to be till 2030 and how they will be carbon neutral by that time. So same is with Google, same is you see what Microsoft is doing, same is all the international big companies are trying to do. So the movement has started. The movement has started. It will be a big industry disruptor. We will have to rethink the way we do our processes. We will have to rethink how we are going to interact with the society. So these are questions which need an answer. And I think it's a very appropriate time that we are all meeting in Eternal University today to discuss this issue. I'm so thankful for the organizers to give me this opportunity to talk to you. I wanted to be there and spend some time with the people who have come. A couple of my friends are there whom I just saw and heard of. So I would have loved to be there, but unfortunately due to some circumstances came that I just could not travel. So I'm very thankful that I've been allowed to talk to everyone. So I request, as Babaji also said, and I think in the beginning we said, I have visited the campus last year. And I was very impressed by the Eternal University, the efforts they have done. They have a wonderful waste management. They have a kitchen which is extremely, you can say, efficient in resource management. They have farms, so I think I would suggest that a lot of things are there, which I would suggest the delegates should visit also and physically see how this has been done. So I'm thankful once again for giving me these opportunities to speak. And with that, I just wish you a good luck in for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for not only introducing our theme, but also igniting the spark in our distinguished attendees. We now have a short video of Kalgidhar Trust that I would request the technical team to kindly play. I apologize for the delay, but I think here is the video.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Attar Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. To translate Sant Attar Singh Ji's vision into reality, his Harvard-educated devotee Sant Teja Singh Ji in 1956 revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals and welfare centers in rural India. The Akal Academy has evolved into a network of 129 Akal Academies, where around 60,000 students are being imparted quality education. The society emphasizes on imparting moral and value-based education, blending it with modern scientific knowledge. The society is focused on rural areas, where it is difficult to find quality educational institutes. Moreover, parents can hardly support the education of their wards. So, it is the society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal Academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB School at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the National Capital Region, Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher education, Eternal University, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health. is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls, especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Kalgidhar Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi and Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer a bachelor with honors in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Kalgidhar Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharo, this society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Kalgidhar Society depend. In the year 1906,
we are extremely privileged to have in our midst Mr. Anup K. Mudgal, retired ambassador and former IFS, Government of India. And I would like to extend another invitation to Professor Ghosh to introduce our esteemed guest.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great privilege that I have been given this responsibility to introduce a person of the stature of Mr. Anup K. Mudgal, Ambassador Indian Foreign Service. Mr. Mudgal, a member of the Indian Foreign Service, retired in May 2016 as India's High Commissioner to Mauritius. As part of his diplomatic career spanning over 32 years, the service thrice at the headquarters of the Ministry of External Affairs in handling relations with India's neighborhood, Asian region, Russian Federation and some countries of Central and Eastern Europe, as well as issues related to human resource development. In his 8 assignments abroad, Ambassador Mudgal served in different capacities at various Indian missions abroad. Significant assignments were Brussels, Belgium, as consular in charge of the India-EU trade policy matters and cooperation in the field of S&T, S&T means science and technology, energy, transport and environment, Council General, Munich, Germany, Vienna, Austria as member, deputy permanent representative dealing with IAEA, UNODC, UNIDO, UNESCO and UNICTRL. CDs Belgrade, Yugoslavia, during internal war leading to disintegration of Yugoslavia into 3 other countries. Mexico, as consular dealing with political matters and matters assessed to the NAFTA region. For our students, those who are may not be aware of what is this terminologies, NAFTA and all these things, मैं request करता हूँ कि आप Gmail में, Google में जाके इसको पढ़ लीजिएगा, तो it will enhance your knowledge. High Commissioner to Mauritius before retirement. Post-retirement, also he has a very active life, engaged into several voluntary assignments from time to time, important ones being, is a very long list, so I'm just sorting it out here. Most important one is the member FICCI Task Force on Blue Economy. Many of my students maybe, may not be, thoda dekh lijiyega what is meant by blue economy. And FICCI is Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and one of the most powerful leading industrial association in this country, even including South Asia. Former members steering committee on blue economy under PM Economic Advisory Council, Chayada working group on security, strategic dimensions and international assignments. He is also written many other, edited many other books, etc. And born in May 1956, Anup Mudgal did most of his education in Delhi. He holds master and MPhil degrees in plant sciences from University of Delhi. He speaks Hindi, English, Spanish. Previously, he also briefly worked with the Science and Engineering Research Council, DST, Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi, and as a member of the Indian National. May I now take this honor to call upon Mr. Anup K. Mudgal for his keynote speech, please.
Professor Ghosh has definitely exaggerated my background and capabilities. Distinguished guests, scholars, experts, and most importantly, the students. I was talking to some students before this program started, and I found most of them are undergrad students. Yes? So, going by Professor Ghosh's introduction, if I go into those details, it will become terribly complicated and boring, right? So let me see if I could share some thoughts with you, which are simple to understand and fit into somewhere down the line with the concept of the conference. You know, I regularly go to universities and even to schools and talk to young students, including from villages and other rural areas. And when I talk to students and I ask them, tell me, what do you want? Because the important part today is society, right? And the most important part of society are the students, the youngsters, the youth. So we must know what exactly they want. What is their expectation from the society? And you know what do they tell me? We want good life. Yes? Now many of them do not even exactly know what is good life. But they say, we want good life. And some students already have good life. Yes? And when I ask them, what do you want? They say, we want better life. Yes? So the crux of society is that we all want good life. Yes? But the issue is, how do we define good life? What is good life? In fact, just you heard in the introduction part, good life can be defined in many ways. Yes? Now, good life in this Divine Valley has a different definition. But good life in the commercial capital, Bombay, has a different meaning. So good life has a different meaning for different people. But still at the end of the day, good life means, do you have means for a comfortable life? You know, even to learn the spirituality in life, you still need means for survival, the basic means. Now we call them the material life, right? And then the other side is the spiritual life. But then these two are very closely integrated. Without the one, the other is not possible. Yes? Now for good life, when I ask students, young students like you, they will say, I want good education. I want good health care. I want a good house. Somebody will say, I want a good car. Yes? Somebody will want the most advanced computer or the cell phone. But we may agree or we may not agree, but a very large majority believes this is a good life. Yes? Which means good life is heavily dependent on material resources, right? And to afford those material resources, you must have the capacity to afford and to purchase. How do you get there? Which means basically what we're talking about is that carrying prosperity to people. Can we take sufficient purchasing power to people so that they are able to get their good life? Now, how do you carry this capacity to people? By growth. Now, we always say, unless there is a cake, how would you divide? So there has to be a cake. You want a larger piece on the cake has to be larger. So the cake has to be bigger, yes? And that, in very simple terms, I'm sure my senior colleague will explain to you how we get to bake that cake and how we get to enlarge the size of that cake. That is basically the economy. How much money we have in the kitty, and then how we distribute that money so that it goes to these young students and everybody in the society for affording a life which they call good life. Yes? Now we can always put limits on their definition of good life, but they have a definition. Yes? Now for growth, economic growth. Now we have a vision in India, we say we want to become a developed country by 2047. Yes? Now there are again many definitions, what is a developed country? But the simplest is that, all right, if you have something like, say, $12,000 to $13,000 per capita income, probably we will be able to label you as a developed country. Where are we now? Something about $2,600. Which means we have to cover this distance till 2047. And the time is limited, right? Similarly, the world is aiming to double its economy in, say, next 20 years. Now, what is the economy? What is the size of this kitty now? If I look at globally, because sustainability is global in context and not necessarily, though we deal with it in compartments, but the impact is global. Now, what is the size of the global economy? Again, in simple terms, because I know I'm dealing with young students. Today, the world is sitting on something about $105 trillion. Right? I don't know whether it makes sense to you or not, because there are so many zeros. So even we people have difficulty understanding what it really means. But in simple terms, the world is sitting at something about $105 trillion, right? Now in next 20 years or 22 years, we want to double it, which means we want to bring another $105 trillion in, say, next 20 years. Now just please close your eyes and ask yourself, for generating the current $105 trillion, what have we done to the world? Yes, because we need resources, and these resources come from the larger environment. Yes? So in digging those resources, we have literally messed up everything. Yes? We have messed up the land, the water, air, mountains, everything, right? Now, if we want to add another $105 trillion in next 20 years, can you imagine what we can do to the environment? Now, if we mess up the environment at the same rate as we have done in the past, then additional $105 trillion are not going to make our life good. If we are seeking good life, we must understand that this good life has to come not at the expense of nature. Because we are talking about sustainability, so I kind of shifted my conversation to sustainability. By all means, we need $105 trillion in the next 20 years. But we must cut down the resource intensity of growth. Right? You already heard about the possibility of climate change. And people are saying climate change is an existential threat to mankind and to life on Earth. Now, are we ready to take that risk of existential threat and not care for the environment? What shall we do? What shall we do? You see, to reduce the growth, the resource intensity of growth, there are certain pathways available to us. Right? What are those pathways? Now, one is the technology efficiency, which will reduce the resource intensity of growth. Already over the years, technology has helped us achieve the same goals with smaller amount of resources. In fact, somebody was talking about a cell phone. Now look at this cell phone. Cell phone is like a computer, in fact. And the capacity of this computer, which is in my pocket, when I was a student, that capacity used to occupy 3 floors of a building in University of Delhi. Now can you imagine? From 3 floors with a capacity less than the capacity of my cell phone. Now can you imagine what technology can do for reducing the resource intensity of production? Now we are talking about circular economy. Now if you look at circular economy, it says the wastage at one stage will become the resource for the next stage, and everything will be put back into a circle so that nothing at the end of the day is a wastage. Now you will ask me, can I give you an example of circular economy? In fact, the Mother Earth is the single largest example of circular economy, where nothing is wasted. Look at anything. It goes into circles and come back. Goes into circle and come back. We disturb it. It is the human intervention which disturbs the nature's circular economy. Which means what? Please don't disturb the nature. Let it do its circulation. Yes? And if possible, your own means of consumption can also be built into a circular phase. Minimize the dead-end wastage, which means the linear economy needs to convert into circular economy. Yes? And then, as Professor Ghosh mentioned, I deal with something called blue economy. It looks very complicated, but it's not so complicated. Blue economy is any economic assets or activity that we could do with or under water. It could be oceans, it could be rivers, it could be lakes, it could be anything, right? That is blue economy. Now, most of the experts will say, they will tell me, they'll say, Mr. Mudgal, you can do as much technology efficiency for material efficiency, or you can do as much circular as you want, but still we will not be able to achieve our aim of doubling the economy in next 20 years without additional resources. Now, but where will these resources come from? Now, this is where they talk about oceans, blue economy. Now, you know, ocean occupies almost what, 70% of the earth? But how much of ocean we have explored? Only about 5%. Yes? Now people think, what about the 95% which we do not know? We get from ocean food, we get from ocean energy, it helps us in transportation, it helps us in tourism and recreation, it gives you pharmaceuticals and medicines. It can do a lot of stuff, but this is only 5%. You see, the current assets of the ocean are estimated at something about $24 trillion. But in my view, this is an underestimation. It's much more than that. Now, if with 5% understanding of the ocean, if we can put the assets value at $24 trillion, what about the remaining 95? Which means if we expand our engagement with the ocean, then of course we can get more material for our growth and good life that you are seeking, yes? But then when we talk to the ocean replies, it says, please for God's sake, with 5% understanding of ocean, you have already messed up the oceans. Yes? I'm sure you've heard about plastic pollution in oceans, the ocean acidification, the loss of biodiversity, and so many other things. Now what do we tell the ocean? That we want more even if you get messed up more? Now that is where the existential threat becomes more important to pay attention to. Because, now I said climate change or global warming is being projected as an existential threat. And we are talking about carbon capture and storage, we are talking about reducing the emissions, we are talking about solar energy, we are talking about wind energy and everything. Now, if the greenhouse gas emissions are core to the global warming, 33% of the carbon emissions are absorbed by the ocean. Single largest carbon dioxide sink are the oceans. And they can do more. But if we mess up with their health, then they will come back with vengeance. There is a phenomena, you don't have to understand that, it's called El Nino. I'm sure you must have heard the word El Nino in last 2 years because it hurts agriculture, it brings drought in India. And the Indian farmer was very worried about El Nino, right? What happens in El Nino? El Nino happens in Pacific Ocean, far away. But the temperature, average temperature goes up by 0.25 degrees. When the temperature rises by 0.25 degrees, we say El Nino has started. The last report I read was that when El Nino set in, the ocean gave out something about 3 billion tons of carbon. Now, instead of absorbing the carbon dioxide, if the temperature rises, the ocean will give out carbon dioxide. Now, can you imagine the benefit of sustainability and the double whammy of being unsustainable? Now, that is where, you know, youngsters, these universities, such training will come very handy. Please start thinking of those answers now, because otherwise it will be too late. Because I deal with something called the underwater domain awareness. Now, if ocean is so important in sustainability, then we must understand whatever happens to the ocean, where it happens. It happens underwater. Overwater is only the symptom. The disease is underwater. And underwater is a complicated thing. Yes? And I'm an old man now. Yes? We have lived a life. The future belongs to you. You have to be careful that we do not continue messing up the environment and then you are not able to achieve your goal of good life, or those who have good life, the objective of better life. I can go on, right? It's a matter, I can talk for hours, but I think there is a limit of time on my conversation with you. Maybe sometime in future, if there's an occasion, I would love to come back and continue this story. But you remember this story. It's your life, and that is where the society matters. You see, you have to understand the greed and need. Yes? There is no end to greed. Yes? Even we people who talk about sustainability are not able to control our greed. So greed is very, very human trait. And that is what happens when you come to power of taking decisions, right? We all learn about Gandhiji's talisman, but when we come to power, we forget it. Yes? So when Gandhiji talks about need versus greed and he says, when you take a decision, can you think of the poorest man? Would your decision help the poorest man? If the answer is yes, take that decision. If the answer is no, please go back to the drawing board, review your decision. Yes? But do we do it? Because the greed overtakes us. But you youngsters, remember, it's your life. My greed should not mess up your life. Yes? And that is where the society. You are the society. You are the society. You have to control the greed of the generation which is going out, but will leave behind a mess for you to handle. Yes? That is what sustainable development is all about. Unless your minds get agitated about sustainability and your future, we will always be greedy. Isn't it, Subash? Greed has no end. Yes? But the earth's resources, they are not endless. We have something called the Earth's Overshoot Day. Earth has a capacity to regenerate its resources, right? And if we go by Earth's regeneration capacity, which is called the carrying capacity, then every year we exhaust the Earth's capacity in the month of August. 5 months every year, we dig into the future capacity of Earth, and that future belongs to you. Be careful next time a class tells you about growth. Tell them we are not seeking pure quantitative growth. We are seeking qualitative growth. And that is where universities and centers like this, Eternal University, please, we have to inculcate. We have to understand the quality part of life. You talk to any businessman and say, it will take pride in capacity expansion. For God's sake. Capacity expansion is a primitive way of looking at development. If we want progress, we have to come out of this mindset of capacity expansion to demonstrate your success. It is the efficient capacity utilization. Right? So I cautioned myself a few minutes ago that I must stop, but I expanded. I must stop here. But if you want, I'll definitely come back and talk to you about sustainability and sustainable life and your future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful address. It has definitely generated the curiosity upon which we shall deliberate later on. It is our honor to have our next guest speaker, Dr. R.S. Sodhi, presently Advisor, Reliance Retail Limited, President, Indian Dairy Association, and Chairman, Nifton Board, present here as a dignitary. And I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Tushar Mahajan, Head, Management Department, MBA Business Analytics, to elucidate upon the distinguished guest's background.
A very warm good morning to all. We are fortunate to have an eminent personality like Dr. R.S. Sodhi in this international conference as a keynote speaker. Dr. Rupinder Singh Sodhi is the president of Indian Dairy Association, IDA, which is established in the year 1948 and is an apex body of dairy industry professionals, planners, milk producers, research scientists, and academicians. The members are from cooperatives, corporate bodies, multinational companies, private, government, and public sector enterprises. IDA takes part in advocacy with government bodies in planning process and promotes the dairy development programs and the policies of the state and central governments. Dr. Sodhi was the managing director of Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation Limited, known as AMUL, from 2010 to 2023, which is the India's largest food products organization with annual group turnover of more than rupees 71,000 crores during the year 2022-23. Dr. Sodhi has 40 years of rich experience in leading and developing cooperative sector within Indian dairy industry, having served dairy farmers in several capacities. He was responsible for creating the current structure of the AMUL, enabling the organization to maintain and enhance its leadership status within Indian dairy industry. AMUL procures 28 million liters of milk per day from more than 18,600 village dairy cooperative societies. The received milk is processed at 97 dairy plants across India. Dr. Sodhi is the board member of International Dairy Federation, IDF. He is also the chairperson of National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, NIFTEM. Dr. Sodhi has also been appointed as independent director on the board of one of the biggest poultry organizations of India, IB Group, ABIS Exports Private Limited. Dr. Sodhi is also independent director on the board of Escorts Kobuta Limited, New Delhi. Dr. Sodhi is also providing his advisory services to Reliance Retail Limited. For more than 3 decades, Dr. Sodhi has worked under direct guidance and mentorship of father of white revolution, Dr. Verghese Kurian, and has ensured that the values cherished by Dr. Kurian, such as integrity, dedication, courage, honesty, commitment to farmers and to consumers, remained deeply ingrained in the culture of the organization. Dr. Sodhi has obtained his bachelor's degree in agri-engineering from CTAE, Udaipur, India, and he is the first batch alumnus from Institute of Rural Management, Anand, Irma. May I now invite Dr. Sodhi for his keynote address. Please, sir.
वाहेगुरु जी का खालसा वाहेगुरु जी की फतेह सत श्री अकाल गुड मॉर्निंग ऑनरेबल बाबा डॉक्टर देवेंद्र सिंह जी चीफ गेस्ट श्री सुभाष चंद्र गर्ग जी all the dignitaries of the dais, all the distinguished guests, students and all the faculty members. I feel very privileged and blessed today on my first visit to the Valley of Divine Peace. So thank you, Dr. Subash Chandra ji, for giving Ghosh ji this opportunity. Sometime back when Dr. Subash Chandra Ghosh ji invited me कि सोडी साहब आपको ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में आना है तो my first reaction was कि आप एक दूध वाले को बुला के क्या करोगे but when he sent me the topic of the conference, that business and societal interface or business for the societal benefits or the business with the social objectives, so I thought I have got a lot to share because throughout my life, last 41 years, I have worked in a business which is today India's biggest food business, 72,000 crore. But it is definitely for the last 78 working on the social objectives, not deviated an inch from the social objectives for it was established 78 years back. So I'm going to share that to achieve societal benefit or social objective, you have to adopt all the business tools and business strategies. And if you want to create any ageless business, a business which can grow day after day, if it is based on the societal benefit or social objectives, it will definitely grow. Baki jo my business is in food or doodh, so I can't share many things. Well, as far as the food or milk or dairy is concerned, it is a very, very complex. The reason is simple because everybody can relate to this business. सबसे पहले farmers हैं, like in case of 90 million milk, what they want is very dependable livelihood. Other side, consumers को क्या चाहिए 1.4 billion, they need affordable nutrition, tasty nutrition. बीच में आ जाती है government and policy makers. What they want, food security, they want employment. And the fourth, the business, the entrepreneur, the business corporation, उनको क्या चाहिए? Naturally, they want some returns, some remuneration, some profits to run this business. So this food business is such a complex that it has to meet the objectives of all these four. But I'm very lucky that in India, the food, not only dairy, is able to meet the objectives of all these four major stakeholders. And also I'm going to share with you that how the growth of a brand has not changed the destiny of a company, but also has changed the destiny of the category, that is the food or the milk, and also destiny of our rural farmers. Well, food today is the biggest industry, boliye, category, boliye, anything. I mean, today if you see, food is around 50 lakh crore per annum. There's no other industry as such big. And growing at the rate of 7 to 8%. And the way we are growing another by 2030, it will be around 150 lakh crore. Dekhiye, I'm going to share a lot of data. Mudgal sahab ne ek hi data share kiya, 103 trillion. So please keep that in mind. So, fortunately for any educated or students or businessman student or agriculture student, because mostly are here, out of the 50 lakh crore, organized food is only 12-13%, 7 lakh crore. And out of that only 50% is dairy, baki 50% में पूरा food आ जाता है. This 7 lakh crore is going to grow to 25 lakh crore in next 7 to 8 years. It's going at a double-digit growth. One is the consumption, one is shift from unorganized to organized. So that is the opportunity in organized food business. अब जब food की बात करते हैं उसमें बहुत कुछ आ जाता है. Now I'll talk little bit food में production कैसे बढ़ रहा है और consumption कैसे, जो 1.4 billion में जा रहा है. So you can see which are the areas which are growing. If you see last 50 years, पहले green revolution आया, white revolution आया, अभी blue revolution आया. Last 50 years, the cereal, paddy, wheat वगैरह का production 2.8 times, तकरीबन 3 गुना बढ़ गया. Okay, our population has increased 2.5 times. Our cereal का production तकरीबन 2.83 times. Fruits and vegetables has multiplied 5.5 times, double than the cereals. Milk 10 times, 4 times more than the cereals. Cereals increased because of green revolution, milk because of white revolution. Green revolution was, I can say, is more a borrowed
competence from Mexico. White revolution is Indian self-conceptualized, self-implemented, our own, I can say, competence. Very few people talk, not received much of the input. Poultry, last 50 years, how much has it grown? 23 times, last 50 years. Fish or aqua, 12 times. So this is where the food production is growing, so you can understand it. I think recently you must have seen the NSSO, Government of India, released the monthly household consumption of food, average, and monthly per capita expense, how much we make. On an average, generally, urban household is spending around 6,700 per person, and rural is 3,700. Out of that, around 45 to 46% is only on food. That is the importance of food. And food में भी अगर आप देखें, which category as Indian is spending maximum? It's the milk. Average Indian is spending in the urban sector 466 rupees per person per month. In a rural is around 330. It's more than the cereals, fruits, meat, fuel, education, medical, conveyance, rent, any electronics, and much more than. Or total food mentioned in 46. So you can understand how the whole Indian consumption story is going. Because Mudgal साहब ने आपको बताया कि the cake 46% is going to be food. The way we are going, and food is nothing. Future of the food is what? We are very lucky in India. If anybody wants, what is the future of food in India? What is the market? Market is 1.4 billion stomachs, which will be 1.65 billion in another 25 years. And with more money in the pocket. So more and more spending going to be in food. So this is about the opportunity for anybody in a whole food supply chain, rather production, aggregating, processing, marketing, engineering, anywhere, that is the other. So, but since I am from the दूध वाला तो थोड़ा भी dairy की बात करें, अमूल की बात करें, a lot of, you see, dairy out of that 50 lakh crore is around 14 lakh crore. 10 lakh crore आता है दूध, 3 लाख का करीब feed, cattle feed होती है, 1 lakh crore is the value of dung, गोबर जिसका उसकी value है. You may not be knowing, India is world largest producer of milk. We produce 231 million metric ton. About 50 years back, we were a milk deficit country. We were importing from all over the world. But every 25 years, our milk production multiplies 3 times. Okay, in the last 50 years, our per capita availability has multiplied 4 times, from 110 gram per person to today 460 gram. So the way we are growing, another 25 years we will be producing 628. Today we are producing 24% of the world milk production is in India. Can you imagine? 24, if you go by the milk solids, because around 45% is buffalo milk, जिसमें double fat होता है गाय से. So milk solid wise, we are around 29% of the world. And the way we are growing, we will be producing 45% of the world going to be the India. That is the opportunity, that is what. And you know why? What is the reason? Why dairy industry has grown? Why we become #1 from milk deficit? Only because of this objective, which you have mentioned. Business with the social objective. Whole industry worked on that. One side farmers happy to encourage to produce more because they were getting very stable and remunerative price. The other side consumers were buying and consuming more because they were getting very tasty food at affordable prices. So both sides continue to grow. Now coming to the opportunity, like I mentioned, 628 million metric ton, we have multiplied 3 times. In dairy industry only, I expect another 7 years investment of 1.6 lakh crore, which will create 72 lakhs jobs only in dairy, organized dairy, because the organized dairy is going to become double in next 7 years, from 12 crore per liter handling to 24. So that is the creation in the rural India, because there are very few jobs available in the rural India where landless or marginal farmers or people having not much resources can get into. And what dairy has achieved the competence white revolution, the credit goes to the Amul. I'm very lucky that I joined this organization around 42 years back. 41 years I worked in only the company where I worked. I remember in 1982 when I joined, Amul's turnover was only 121 crore. And when I left last year, it is 72,000 crore. And India's biggest FMCG or food company. And overall, if you see, I don't know how many of you know about cooperative system. If you don't know, like Dr. Ghosh mentioned, please go through. When you are talking about this subject, business with society interface, the best business model available is the cooperative structure of business. Cooperatives, a private limited company or listed company, is a business structure difference. The difference in the structure only. Cooperatives are owned by the suppliers or the buyer. They form a business entity where they try to either market or buy the common face. So, Amul today, one side, you know who are the owners of Amul? 72,000 crore, which is biggest, 3.6 million farmers of Gujarat. Not a single share is held by any government or private entrepreneur. Reason for Amul's success is basically the foundation by value system business model. What was the basic model in which business philosophy which last 72 years is running? Value for many and value for money. Value for many means providing stable and remunerative price to the 3.6 million farmers family whose livelihood depended on Amul. And the other side, providing very tasty, nutritious product at value for money. So both are happy, so business is growing, and we are strict to that business philosophy. The other reason for success in business, people talk to us, what is the reason why Amul is growing day by day? The one reason, if I have to say, is consistency. Consistency in business structure or business philosophy, which I mentioned to you. Consistency in quality and product recipes. What butter you eat is same what 65 years back. Never Amul has gone for the change in recipe or change in quality to reduce the cost of production. Consistency in communication. Dekhiye, branding, marketing. Lot of people tell me that how to build brand, how to do marketing. Let me tell you, Babaji, I give most of the time a must. If you want to learn marketing or branding, please see what Guru Gobind Singh Ji done when he formed the Sikh. He could understand what the branding importance is. You see, when he formed a Sikh with a turban and the hair, that is the identity given. That is the brand identity. Or bole sonyal, sat sri akal, but that is the jingle or branding or what is the positioning given to the Sikh. So, in Amul, if you say, what is brand is, my mentor, Dr. Varghese Korean, with him I have opportunity to work for 31 years. He used to tell me, you should not create loyalty or faith in a brand by advertising, spending, this, that. What you need to create in a brand is the blind faith. And blind faith like religion, where followers don't question. If I am a Sikh, I don't question why I wear pagdi, I don't cut my hair. Same if you have blind faith in Amul, a housewife will walk into a store, she'll never look left or right, she'll pick the butter because she knows this brand has never cheated. This brand is very reasonable. This brand is going to deliver much more than I'm going to spend. So this is the reason for Amul's success. There are many things which I wanted to talk, but since my time is over, so I'll just briefly tell that there are definitely a lot of challenges, food or dairy industry. The one biggest challenge all over the world is next generation is not interested to continue in growing of food. Everybody sitting here or anywhere else wants to get into the food chain after food is produced. Nobody wants to get into it. How to see the next generation gets into the sustainability is the word in every conference is talked. I have a lot to say in sustainability, emissions. Only thing is, two things, I'll summarize in two things. Sustainability starts when stomachs are full. So please see. And second is, when you're talking in emission, you have to differentiate between emission for luxury and emission for livelihood. And you understood, latest in Abu Dhabi, the WTO conference, most of the Asian countries and African countries said this sustainability is being used as a tariff barrier by the developed countries. And now I remembered my mentor, Dr. Varghese, used to tell me in the 90s, when WTO was formed, this WTO is nothing but a tool invented by the developed countries to suppress the growth of developing or poor countries. So, my dear students sitting here, I can only tell you, have faith in India. 1.4 billion young people, one of the fastest growing economy of the market, so consumption is going to be there. Very, very stable policy and political leadership. And if you do business with social objectives or societal benefit, you are not going to get your livelihood or profits. You are going to get lots and lots of blessings from the millions of people. Sat Sri Akal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sodhi, for that motivating and impactful address. I'm sure it has left an indelible mark on everyone present here. I now have the honor and privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya, who has recently retired as Director Project NTPC, to address the gathering. And for this, I request Professor S.C. Ghosh to kindly introduce our esteemed guest.
We have another legendary corporate personality from one of the topmost public sector company in India called NTPC, जिसका turnover शायद 1.5 लाख से ऊपर है शायद, so 1.5 लाख करोड़, sorry 1.5 लाख नहीं 1.5 लाख करोड़ से ऊपर है. And I really admire him for his commitment, and to be very frank with you, जब मैं NTPC गया सेक्टर 24 में, I could see his down to earth nature में एकदम आश्चर्य लगा कि इतने senior position में, that in the board of NTPC, he's a truly really a jovial person from the corporate world. Sri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya is an electrical engineering graduate from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and postgraduate in management from MDI Gurgaon, one of the most premier management institute in the country, initiated by IFCI. Besides many technical training from time to time, he has attended training in leadership development in Singapore, completed short-term course on strategic management from Harvard Business School in USA. He joined NTPC in the year 1984 as 9th batch of engineering executive trainees. He started his career in greenfield project construction in 2,600 megawatt Korba STPP, followed by 2100 megawatt Farakka STPP, working in the area of project management, power plant operation and maintenance, renovation, modernization, environment management, technical services, fuel management, etc. at 1600 megawatt Farakka STP. In the year 1996, he moved to Talcher Thermal Power Station, 460 megawatt on an old and underperforming assets taken from by NTPC from Odisha State Electricity Board. He, along with his team, created history in turning around this station, which went to become a top performing station in India for thereafter till as recent in 2021. As Director Project of NTPC, he was directly responsible for entire portfolio of project management. And company like NTPC, उनका project management का क्या दायरा होता है, वो आप अभी समझ नहीं पाएंगे कितना विशाल दायरा है इसका. But throughout the India, not only in India, but South Asia, even Asia, Asia Pacific, भी इतना बड़ा project management department नहीं होगा. For the entire project of project management, contracts and material management, engineering divisions, project execution, R&D, dispute resolution, digitization and infrastructure, IT and international business development activities as functional director of these major verticals of NTPC. Apart from being a member of NTPC board, he was also the chairman at Pratoru Vidyut Upadan Nigam Limited, NGCL, joint venture between NTPC and GE and NBPPL. After a steering career spanning 40 years across the power and energy sector, encompassing conventional fossil-based hydro, renewable energies and energy transition, energizing emerging transitions technologies including SMR, FBRE, कुछ technical terms हैं जो आप बाद में पढ़ लीजिएगा अपने आप. Projects as director of projects on NTPC board. He has now started the second innings of his professional life and is working in the area of energy security, cost optimization, just transition and digital working. He is an advisor to NTPC and also on the various reputed bodies and institutions formed to usher in the new green and bright future. And last sentence, what I could see from my last visit and having spent one hour with him, that his concern for his colleagues, subordinates is phenomenal. That is called HR. उन्होंने मुझे रिक्वेस्ट भी किया था कि मेरे इस एक बंदे को ठीक करना है, इसको थोड़ा कैरियर प्लानिंग में एडवाइस करो. आप that is the kind of concern he has for his subordinates. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Ghosh sir. You had been too generous to me while introducing. And I was feeling a bit taken aback because in front of this galaxy of Indian best minds here, getting introduced like this was not only an honor, it was slighting myself within myself. Namaskar, Namaste, good morning, Shat Shri Akal. The dignitaries, generally we start with dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Now here I am the only person on the dais, so I will say dignitaries off the dais, and the fellow students here in this hall who have already gone through a length and breadth of the basics of the topic today and for discourse day after tomorrow and thereafter. But they have also gone through a very sterling lecture expanding from the blue economy to Dudwala. And each and everything they have told are worth remembering. I am sure it is being recorded, Gosha. I am sure it is being recorded because such lectures you generally don't listen. And it can be kept and it can be given to the students, and I will also like to be one of them to keep it in my memory and listen to myself. Now one thing is very clear, that I am neither a dudwala nor a chaiwala. So don't mistake me. But I am here standing in front of you, having done a bit of my things for progress of this country, which probably goes to helping the humanity, because I come from a mother industry of electricity. While doing that, I have also worked on the horizontal diversification areas, as was being told. I have set up 3 fertilizer projects also. Our erstwhile finance secretary, Mr. Garg, when he was boss, he must be knowing that NTPC along with Indian Oil and Coal India created a joint venture to set up 3 million ton urea production capacity. And that is the best of the companies that we have, the best quality products we have, the least power consuming, which is measured in terms of GCAL. So from that background and working on the environmental aspects, which was directly under my vertical, being the director technical of the company along with the director projects, I had my own concerns and thoughts. While Mr. Mudgal has very rightly told that the world GDP today is around $105 trillion, and we need to grow it because the growth of GDP is definitely commensurate to the human development, and we have to feed so many stomachs and the future also. He has also talked about the good living and the requirement of that, the connect with the blue economy, and what the ocean can come back with a vengeance. That's a very scary thing, which is connected to the global warming. But there are silver shines always, like there is El Nino, there are La Nina also, which counter balances sometimes. But nonetheless, the issue of connecting the business with the society, which Mr. Sodhi has told very emphatically, I'll start from there. If we look at the business, it first thing comes to my mind, what is business all about? Business only a conglomerate of people, maybe single or multiple, those who are from the industrial organization, economics background, they will be knowing better, which creates value. So business is what we say about the democracy, is of the people, by the people, and supposed to be for the people. And the third one is important here, and that's the whole context here. A business cannot be without by the people, and business is for the people because it has to sell its products and make money. The question is whether it is really for the people in terms of its sustainable development and growth. All these things are important. Mr. Sodhi has also told something very important, which we keep on facing, being one of the polluting industries by nature. He told sustainability talks start when the stomach is full. Very pertinent, and don't think it as a joke. This is very important, and at the same time I will say that it should be like that, because unless the hunger and the basics are taken care of, the human mind doesn't go to other areas to look back or look internally, to think of, find a new way of doing the same thing. And that's all about the fundamental reason that human being and the civilization is growing with a different shape and different size every day. Sustainability, if you say, that 17 SDG goals of UN, which are going for assessment in 2030. But in my mind, sustainability is only one thing: creating better tomorrow today. That is what I personally believe, and my slogan about sustainability is creating better tomorrow today. Now, how do you do that? And how do you do that brings us from the very basic of business to society and the connect. If I produce power, I need land. And Mr. Neeraj is sitting, who is the head of NTPC's R&R and CSR. He will explain in further detail this afternoon and tomorrow with more data. You need land, you need water, and you need air also, because we use oxygen for burning. And these are all public goods. We know the basic economic terms. Now land I need to take because I have to set up an industry. So I have to take it from some people who are owning it. Now the question is, if I don't take the land, I cannot set up a power industry or any kind of industry, being the fertilizer industry or anything that I have been into. And if the land is not available, the industry doesn't take place. So there has to be a justified and reasonable way under the law of a particular country, then how much land and at what price you can take, and what do you do for the unfortunate people who are being evicted from that particular land for the purpose of the improvement of the society in general. It may not directly impact him fully, and still they are supposed to give it. We in NTPC from the very beginning have been very careful to these particular things. We started with the World Bank standards and World Bank R&R standards, but over the years from 75 to 90, within this 15-year span, we improved upon that R&R standards in a different way, and we made our own policy. So much so that in 91, when the World Bank head came, he made substantial comments which are in the history, and I did not repeat it. He commended the company that you are one of the best in the world that I have seen, and etc., etc. I remember in Himachal Pradesh when he came for the first time, I was quite young at that time, doing the diversification of the company from typical coal to hydro. Near Bilaspur there is a project known as Coal Dam on Satluj. It was identified by Himachal Electricity Board, but we wanted to take it over because it was not being developed. The three things that we were asked about: the land, the price of it, and what is our R&R policy. The then Himachal government under Professor Dhumal, one of the visionaries that we remember him as, he told this has to be a Himachal Pradesh R&R. I'll not allow anything less than that. We told, okay, we'll always follow it. But then we gave our policy to them. And within 7 days the tone changed. They told, no, your policy will be applicable. Because our policy, Neeraj will remember it, our policy was far, far superior than what the government of Himachal policy was there. In fact, our policy of R&R has been superior to all the states in the country, and we have adopted that, despite having an option to going by a lesser policy. So this company has always been careful about what we do, not only in terms of land. We need water for generation of power. Any activity, industrial activity requires water. And water is a very precious thing. If I keep on consuming unchecked, or I can keep on guzzling water, I'll be doing injustice to my fellow citizens, because it can be otherwise used, be it for drinking purpose or other industry, and I should not only hegemonize it. So what we have set for ourselves is continuously reduce our water footprint, that is specific water consumption. The Indian standard, earlier there was no standard on this, but Environmental Ministry came out with the standard, and they talked to us and many industries, and they made a system of 3 liters per unit of electricity generation as the standard. And I have no hesitation to say that all NTPC power stations are working with much lesser than that. In fact, now we are going away from the water-cooled system to reduce the water footprint further, and we have gone for air-cooled condenser. And we have already commissioned one in North Karanpura, another in Patratu is in the offing, and we are expanding in UP also for that, where we will be requiring much less. And the water footprint will come down from standard 3 laid down by government to maybe 1.3 or even below. And this after meeting all the standards that we have. This is so far as the water induction is concerned. But we have also said for ourselves that we will not leave any polluted water for the either rivers or nearby places. So we have declared ourselves as a ZLD company, Zero Liquid Discharge Company. And by doing that, we have maintained that due to our activities, not a single drop of polluted water goes to either the neighborhood, that is a society, or to the river for the society at large. Unfortunately, we don't distribute power. We only generate and transmit it. Earlier, we used to transmit also. Now, power grid was created out of NTPC. We substantially generate. So, we cannot take the pleasure of saying that we can also supply power to the nearby villages. Sir is sitting here, he knows the rules and the problems. We have faced it. But we are continuously reducing the cost of generation. You must be knowing the input cost of generation every day is going up. Be it the basic thing of salary of people, or the cost of coal, or its transportation, or cost of... We also generate gas-based power station. We also generate hydropower station. And we have now been in a big way now into solar, and we have been into wind power also. Everywhere the cost of generation keeps increasing because of the input cost. Not only because of the inflation, because of many other aspects. But we are trying to reduce the cost of our product continuously and keep it at the affordable level so the society can benefit from our activity as business. Now, going a bit away from NTPC, if I look the business and society interface generally, as I said, business by the people, of the people. So in my mind, there is no question of interface. These are interwoven. So if the activities are interwoven, why the concept of interface and why this hullabu about all these things? Because the third one, as I said, for the people, whether it takes place or not. Mr. Mudgal has already told about Gandhiji. I don't want to quote him verbatim. In simple English, I tell that he said that Mother Earth has enough for everybody's need, but not for even a single man's greed. I think that's what he said. So this is the problem of greed. Be it Mr. Hitler in Europe, or be it a single businessman, here I don't want to name anybody. The greed is the basic problem which is creating the bad name and problem for the society in general. But you believe me that greed is also probably, in my mind, others may not agree, this is one of the basic instinct, insatiability of human being, probably that drives the human society towards growth. If we all become very contented with very small thing, that I have enough, I don't need anything, and I am contented, probably the human society and the development, the way it is today, will not take place so rapidly and so fast. We had computers, yes, 3-story building. I was also using the Fortran in the regional computer center. It was not 3-story, it was a large building. And today's mobile is one example, otherwise the laptops are there, which are 1,000,000 times powerful than the original computer that was raised by Charles Babbage. They are not only cheaper, they are faster, and they consume less resources. But this has come out of sheer the desire of human being to do more. And to do more, it is not out of philanthropy by everybody. It is out of, as Mr. Ford had been telling, I think Vice Chancellors have already told that, I want more. Ye dil mange more. In fact, the slogan is also Ye dil mange more. Good or bad, some kind of insatiable, some kind of desire will also be probably required. But there comes the question of governance, and that's why the entire industry paradigm, the business paradigm is changing over last centuries and especially in last 50 years. Cadbury Committee, you may be knowing, many of you, brought out the corporate governance concept. From there came the concept of supervisory board. Germany is already having 2-tier boards. Came the question of economic value add, not only your PAT, how then industrially measured, and the latest concept of triple bottom line. A company should be known not by the PAT, that is the money it makes, that's the bottom line, typically was known as, like NTPC is a 70,000 crore profit-making company. Triple bottom line is PPP, people, planet, profit. So profit is also considered and acknowledged as one of the factors. But to keep that profit within a check and balance is the major and important factor. And while doing any kind of industry or any kind of economic activity, even if I don't set up an industry, the sheer fact that I eat and I breathe, I do some harm to the globe. And it has been already told that Mother Earth has a carrying capacity. We all know the environment engineering. There is a carrying capacity. So long it remains within that carrying capacity, it recirculates, it becomes a circular economy. We wanted to make it faster, so it became linear. That's the unfortunate part of it. We have to bend it to make it circular. But so far as the business interface, there are other concepts other than the pollution is concerned. I'll just touch upon and don't take much of your time. The inclusivity. The inclusivity in terms of gender equality, the caste, creed, color. America is seized with all these things, especially color. In India, probably don't discriminate. But definitely gender inequality is there all over the world, the glass ceiling as it is called. So we need to go for more. In NTPC, we have taken the Girls Empowerment Mission, and very successfully we have touched the lives of 7,400 girls so far, Niraj, if I am correct. And this mission is just only 3-year-old, and it's continuing, it will continue to do. I am happy to announce it that we don't limit our activities to typical mandated, legally mandated CSR budget of 2% of your net average profit of last 3 years. That's a law. We do much more, and we don't drum about it. We have also created foundation. NTPC's business school is one of the, outcome of that. We have a huge R&D setup. And last year, although as per the mandate I was supposed to spend around 200 crore, I as director approved more than 800 crore and went to the board and told I have done this. Because we are going for a lot of futuristic things which reduce not only pollution, which reduce the cost, which makes it these things. The days are changing. In energy transition also days are changing. From coal and gas, people are going away to renewables. But I tell you, that whatever new form comes, some kind of pollution or some kind of destruction of the society is inevitable. Only how softer it became and how sustainable it is, that is what we have to see. The latest wonder fuel is hydrogen. I was hearing Mr. Chima and others were discussing about the hydrogen. Yes, hydrogen is the latest wonder fuel, and we are all looking at it. But I can caution you, that 1 kg of hydrogen, for production of it, as it is today through electrolysis, requires 14 kg of water. So if you want to create million tons of hydrogen, you will be consuming millions and millions of tons of water in a water deficient country like India. Not a good idea. We have to think of it. Today the hydrogen production cost is mostly dependent on the input electricity cost, we all know. Typical electrolysis takes around 55 units of electricity for 1 kg of hydrogen. So if you want to reduce the cost of electricity, you have to reduce the cost of input electricity. But there is a theoretical limit based on the enthalpy that you cannot go below 39. You cannot produce 1 kg of hydrogen going below 39 units of electricity. That is the theory of physics as per the enthalpy, the way we produce electricity. So there is a limit up to which I can optimize also. Then the cost of hydrogen, producing it, transporting it. Hydrogen is the lightest gas, it's a very treacherous gas, it's a very corrosive gas. It has 3 times the calorific value as compared to natural gas, that's the only advantage of it. And once you burn it, it produces water, which is harmless in every way. But after production, containing it into an encasement and transporting is very difficult. If you want to have a sizable and usable amount of hydrogen, you have to pressurize it to no less than 300 bar. And that's not a very easy thing because hydrogen cannot be compressed with all types of compressors. And the better will be if we can put it to 700 bar. But in world there is no metallurgy which can allow it to 700 bar. So I have to transport hydrogen in a lighter and lesser dense form, which makes it very costly to distribute hydrogen. If my cost of production today is around $3.50 per kg or $4, at the dispensing unit as we are thinking today, it will become almost $12. Not sustainable. But we are working on it. And as we say, and as I believe, that instead of this interface, it's business of the people, by the people. And if we take the attitude of for the people like we have taken in NTPC and Government of India is very clear of it, then we can collectively go to the new paradigm, reduce, reuse, and recycle in every sense of it. That's the sustainable way, and I wish this forum all the best. Thank you.
Sir, I want to extend my sincere gratitude for your outstanding address. Your insights, expertise and passion has truly captivated our audience. I would now like to call upon Dr. Divjot Kaur to pave the way for our next esteemed guest speaker, Mr. H.S. Chima, Chairman, Chima Boilers Limited. Ma'am.
Mr. H.S. Chima ji is the Chairman of Chima Boilers Limited. Okay, sir. Okay. Sir, you did your engineering from Naval College of Engineering, Pune. You were decorated soldier with commendations from Admiral S.N. Kohli during 1971 war, former chairman CII Mohali Zone, professor of practice and senate member at IIT Ropar. Sir, you are also advisor at Foundation for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development, IIM Kashipur, LPU Jalandhar, Chandigarh University and Chandigarh Group of Colleges. Adjunct faculty at Shulni University, Solan and Beyond College of Engineering and Technology, Gurdaspur. Sir, you are also Academic Council Board Member, Eternal University, Badu Sahib, Baba Farid Group of Institutions and many more. Sir, I request you to please join us on the stage and grace us with your insightful words.
थैंक यू मैम। वाहेगुरु जी का खालसा, वाहेगुरु जी की फतेह। मैं अपनी बात हिंदी में करूंगा क्योंकि करनी तो पंजाबी में थी लेकिन थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट पड़ेगा तो हिंदी ठीक रहेगा। ऐसा मेरा चैप्टर थोड़ा सा अलग है, मेरा सब्जेक्ट भी अलग है लेकिन इससे रिलेटेड है। मैंने ना 10,000 से बिजनेस स्टार्ट करी है और हम 7,000 मिलियन पे हैं। 400 इंजीनियर हमारे पास काम करते हैं और 30 एकड़ में हमारी फैक्ट्री है और देश के लिए हम काफ़ी ज़्यादा काम करते हैं। मैंने अभी चक्रवर्ती साहब से भी शेयर किया है, सोडी साहब से किया है, अभी आपके साथ भी करूँगा। तो मेरा ये क्या है कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप भी एक अच्छा कैरियर है। जो यंग जनरेशन है वो इसको सोचे कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप जो है जॉब से अच्छा कैरियर है। उसके लिए मैं आपके साथ यहाँ पर हूँ। इसमें क्या होता है कि जैसे अब 140 करोड़ की पॉपुलेशन है उसमें जो है 65% आप लोग हैं, जो कि 28 साल से कम है, वो 90 करोड़ बनते हैं। तो 90 करोड़ को जॉब मिलना बड़ा मुश्किल है। पहली जनरेशन को मिल गया, प्रोफेसर बन गए, है ना, लेकिन आप लोगों के लिए मुश्किल है जॉब मिलना। तो आप एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को कैरियर लोगे तो वो अच्छा चलेगा, बेटर वो कोर्स रहेगा। दूसरी बात है, गुरबाणी च लिखा है 84 लाख जून है। तो 84 लाख जून में से एक भगवान का क्रिएशन, इंसान ही एक ऐसी जून है, एक ऐसी क्रिएशन है भगवान की कि अगर वो सोच ले मैंने चांद पे जाना है तो चांद पे भी जा सकता है और चला गया। दूसरी कोई भी क्रिएशन भगवान की 84 लाख जून में से बनाई हुई ना वो सोच सकती है ना कर सकती है। तो आप लोग ये विश्वास करो कि आप लोग बेस्ट क्रिएशन ऑफ गॉड हो और आप जो चीज सोचोगे वही करनी पॉसिबल है, वहीं तक ही पहुंच जाओगे। सिर्फ सोच की बात है, उससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं है। इससे क्या कि एक और इसकी आप लोग इस मामले में लक्की हो कि आफ्टर कोविड सारी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग चाइना से हटके फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस जो है वर्ल्ड की वो इंडिया है। तो सारी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडिया में आनी है, तो स्कोप बहुत ज़्यादा है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए। छोटे छोटे काम के बिजनेस के भी बहुत ज़्यादा स्कोप है। अगर आपकी जनरेशन ने काम नहीं किया तो ये मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सारी इंडोनेशिया और वियतनाम में चली जाएगी। पर गॉड जो वर्ड है वो चाहता है कि हम इंडिया से ही काम करें। ये भी एक तो ये आपके लिए प्लस पॉइंट है। और अभी इसके लिए क्या होता है कि आप लोग ना थोड़े इनोवेटिव काम करने पड़ते हैं। अब जैसे आपने IOCL NTPC वाले यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, IOCL पानीपत में हम लोग पराली से एथेनॉल बना रहे हैं। 4 किलो पानी से 1 लीटर एथेनॉल बनती है और वो 100 रुपये किलो पेट्रोल मिक्स होकर बिकती है। और उसकी मोदी साहब ने इनॉग्रेशन करी हुई है ना। तो ये भी इसके लिए आपको इनोवेटिव होने चाहिए, नए नए आइडिया सोचने हैं, वो उसी से सक्सेस मिलती है। मैं अभी बात ही कर रहा था चक्रवर्ती साहब से कि अभी हम लोगों ने हाइड्रोजन फायरिंग का बॉयलर बनाया है। हम लोग उसको हाइड्रोजन को क्रिएट करते हैं और बर्न करते हैं, स्टोरेज करते नहीं। जो ये प्रॉब्लम बता रहे थे उसका सोल्यूशन निकाल लिया है, स्टोरेज करना ही नहीं है। और पाइप का क्या, वो तो स्टेनलेस स्टील की लग जाती है, छोटी सी पाइप है, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं। तो जब ही डिमांड आती है अपने आप ही मदर नीड इज मदर ऑफ इन्वेंशन, इन्वेंशन अपने आप हो जाती है। तो आप लोगों ने इन्वेंशनें करनी है, आप लोगों ने सोचना है इसके ऊपर। एक मैं और सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर काम कर रहा हूं कि मैं फ्यूल सेल बना रहा हूं चीपर। नॉर्मल जो फ्यूल सेल है वो पैलेडियम के बनते हैं, पर हम लोग ग्रेफाइट्स के बना रहे हैं, वो मच मोर इकोनॉमिकल होंगे। और बसेस और ट्रक्स जो है उनमें बैटरी भी 10-20 किलोमीटर की लगानी पड़ेगी और कंटिन्यू चार्जिंग होती जाएगी हाइड्रोजन और ऑक्सीजन से। एक बात और है कि मेरी बात हो रही थी कल के अपना सोडी साहब से हो रही थी कि रिटायरमेंट हो जाती है 65 के बाद। 65 तक तो बड़ी मुश्किल से अकल ही आती है, तो उसमें आप रिटायरमेंट कर देते हो। अब मैं 75 का हूं और 10 पेटेंट मैंने अभी 5 साल में किए, पिछले 5 साल में। अगर मेरे को रिटायर कर दोगे तो मैं क्या करूंगा। अच्छा, एडवांटेज ये है 65 बाद के बाद एडवांटेज ये है कि आप लोग फेल होते ही नहीं, क्योंकि आपका एक्सपीरियंस इतना ज्यादा होता है, आपको पहले ही पता होता है कि ये चीज चलेगी या ये नहीं चलेगी। तो ये इसलिए एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बेटर कैरियर है, क्योंकि ता जिंदगी तक एंड तक आप एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप जो मर्जी करते जाओ, काम भी करते जाओ। थैंक यू वेरी मच, ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर योर कैरियर।
Thank you, sir. Your willingness to share your knowledge and experiences has undoubtedly enriched our event and inspired us all to strive for excellence. I would again request Dr. Divjot Kaur to kindly come upon the stage and induct our next special guest, Mr. Vive Verma, Chairman and Managing Director, Spray Engineering Limited.
Mr. Vivek Verma ji is the Managing Director, Spray Engineering Devices Limited, Mohali. Sir, you founded Spray Engineering Devices Limited in 1992. You are an agricultural engineering graduate. Your expertise is thermal engineering and heat recycling. Sir, you received Dr. Bansidhar Gold Medal in 2006, Silver Medal in 2013, Mangal Singh Gold Medal in 2017 and Silver Medal in 2018. Sir, you are also fellow member of different professional organizations. It's my pleasure to invite you, sir, to the stage and share your valuable insights with us. And of course, Ghosh sir specially told me to announce that Badu Sahib is like second family to Vivek sir. Please, sir.
मेरे सबसे पहले तो मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा अपने बादू साहब परिवार के सभी सदस्यों को कि मुझे हर बार आप मुझे इतने ऐसा मौका देते हैं कि मैं इतने इम्पोर्टेंट लोगों के सामने अपनी बात रख सकूं। और हमेशा जब भी मैं यहाँ आता हूँ तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं जैसे जो मेरा जो अनफिनिश्ड ज़्यादा पढ़ने का जो शौक़ था वो मुझे जो है ना वापस यूनिवर्सिटी का जो एनवायरनमेंट है वो बहुत ही अच्छा लगता है। तो मैं अब 58 साल का हूँ और अगर मैं पिछले 50 अब मैं 58 साल का हूँ तो पिछले 60 साल की जो दुनिया है उसको मैं कोरिलेट करता हूँ तो मैं देखता हूँ कि मेरे ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स जो 10वीं 12वीं पास थे उन्होंने कैसे गांव से निकल के, किसी के पास ज़मीनें नहीं थी, किसी के पास कोई कपड़े सिलता था तो कोई पोस्टमैन था, कैसे उन्होंने जो है अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाया। बड़े बड़े परिवार थे, 10-10 11-11 बच्चे थे, कैसे उन्होंने बच्चों को पढ़ाया और कैसे हमारे पेरेंट्स पढ़ लिख के गाँव से बाहर निकल आए, शहर में चले गए, इंडिया के बाहर चले गए, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में पढ़ के नासा पहुंच गए, पीएचडी कर ली उन लोगों ने, कैसे उन्होंने जो है पढ़ा और कैसे हमारी जो नानी दादी वो काम करती थी, मतलब ये बच्चों को पढ़ाने का काम, बच्चों को बड़ा करने का काम, और कैसे उन लोगों ने इतनी बड़ी बड़े परिवारों को संभाला और आगे बढ़ी। और आज जब मैं पहुंच रहा हूँ जिस युग में जहाँ पे कि घर में एक ही बच्चा है, 2 बच्चे हैं, उस जमाने में एक भाई बहन परेशान होता था, दूसरा भाई बहन आ जाता था, चाचा ताऊ नानी दादी बुआ सब होते थे, और कैसे अब जो है कुछ है ही नहीं, चाचा भी नहीं है, बुआ भी नहीं है, अकेला है फैमिली। तो दुनिया जो है, बिजनेस जो है वो बड़ा डिफरेंट हो गया है 60 सालों के अंदर। कहाँ 30 साल पहले तक हम लोग, जब मैं चंडीगढ़ आया, यूपी से मेरे फैमिली शिफ्ट हुई, मेरे फादर शिफ्ट हुए, उन्होंने नौकरी छोड़ के बिजनेस स्टार्ट करने की कोशिश करी चंडीगढ़ में आके, काफ़ी परेशान हुए, ऑलमोस्ट उन्होंने गिव अप ही कर दिया कि भाई मुझे वापस नौकरी करनी पड़ेगी लगता है। मैंने कहा कि नहीं, मैं बिजनेस ही करूँगा, मैं आपका साथ दूंगा, मुझे पढ़ाई पूरी कर लेने दो। पढ़ाई करते करते मैंने बिजनेस चालू किया, सीखा कैसे बिजनेस करना होता है। 100 रुपये से मैंने बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया अपना कॉलेज में पढ़ते हुए, देखा मैंने 1 साल काम करके। फिर मेरे को यूनिवर्सिटी ने कहा तुम बिजनेस नहीं कर सकते हो, तुम नौकरी कर सकते हो, बिजनेस करना नहीं अलाउड है। वापस मैंने पढ़ाई करी और अपने नए बिजनेस की तैयारी करी, इंजीनियरिंग का बिजनेस, जो मेरे फादर का प्रोफेशन था शुगर टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट। तो मैं बात जैसे सोडी साहब कह रहे थे कि अभी दूध वाला, पावर वाला, बिजली बॉयलर वाला, अभी मैं चीनी वाला हूँ तो मैं पैदा ही चीनी की मिल में हुआ। मेरे फादर शुगर टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट थे, 58 साल चीनी में गुजर गए। आज भी मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वही अच्छा है, उसी में रहना है। मगर ये दुनिया बहुत बदल रही है, दुनिया बहुत तेजी से बदल रही है। उस बदलती हुई दुनिया के साथ हमको भी बदलना है। जो गलतियां पिछले 100 सालों से हुई हैं उन गलतियों को भी सही करना है। ये भी समझना है कि दुनिया में इंसान कैसे जंगल से निकल के इतने खतरनाक जानवरों के बीच में रह के कैसे बाहर निकल आया, कैसे सबको उसने हराया और अपने लिए बेहतर जिंदगी बनाई। तो वो थी सोशल कनेक्टिविटी, आपस में बातचीत करना, एक दूसरे का ख्याल रखना। डेमोक्रेसी थी उस सिस्टम के अंदर, सब एक दूसरे का ध्यान रखते थे तभी बच पाए, नहीं तो कोई बचता नहीं। और अब हम जब उस सिस्टम से बाहर आ गए तो अब हम परिवार भी छोटे होते जा रहे हैं, तो अब हमें नए परिवार बनाने पड़ेंगे। वो है नई कंपनियां जो एक एक इंडिविजुअल, एक एक इंटरप्रेनर के चारों तरफ बनेगी। और नौकरी का कॉन्सेप्ट तो ऑलमोस्ट खत्म ही होता जा रहा है। हम तो आज अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में भी लोगों से कहते हैं कि भाई आप हमारे साथी हो, हमारे एम्प्लॉई नहीं, और आप ही के बल पे हम काम करते हैं। तो आप आज़ाद हो, सोचो, बड़ा सोचो। और हाँ, तनख्वाह तो मिलेगी, लेकिन तनख्वाह एक बहुत छोटा हिस्सा है आपके कंपनसेशन का, वो जेब खर्च है। ज़्यादा बड़ा हिस्सा आप हमारे पार्टनर भी हो, हमारे शेयर होल्डर भी हो। जैसे कि मैं एक कोऑपरेटिव शुगर फैक्ट्री के कैंपस में बड़ा हुआ और मैंने देखा कि कैसे फार्मर्स कोऑपरेटिव बनी। मगर मैंने हमेशा ये चीज़ महसूस करी कि एक इंजीनियर जो 3-3 दिन फैक्ट्री के अंदर काम करता है, फैक्ट्री को चलाता है, वो ना तो फार्मर है और ना ही वो वर्कर है, उसका कोई शेयर नहीं है। उसकी नौकरी, वो कोऑपरेटिव से बाहर निकला, वो उसका कुछ नहीं है। तो क्यों नहीं जो जिनके पास ज़मीनें नहीं हैं उनको भी तो कुछ हिस्सा मिलना चाहिए, उन्होंने भी तो कंट्रीब्यूट दिया है। तो सोसाइटी के सभी हिस्सों को पार्टनरशिप में जब तक इन्वॉल्व नहीं करेंगे तब तक जो है कोई दिल से काम नहीं करेगा। और केवल नौकरी के लिए कोई क्यों काम करे। तो ये शायद मैंने जब मैं 12-14 साल का होगा तो मैंने डिसाइड कर लिया कि मुझे नौकरी नहीं करनी और मुझे ऐसी कंपनीज भी नहीं बनानी जिसमें मेरे एम्प्लॉयज़ हों, मेरे तो सारे पार्टनर्स होंगे। और उसी तरीके से मैं आया इस छोटे से शहर में, जिस शहर में मैं उस टाइम छोटा ही था, चंडीगढ़ बहुत बड़ा शहर नहीं था, और कुछ भी करना था, बस पैसे कमाने थे, कुछ अच्छा काम करना था, ये सोच के आया। और जो एग्रीकल्चर इंजीनियरिंग मैंने पढ़ाई करी थी तो मैंने सोचा क्यों नहीं ये शुगर फैक्ट्री के अंदर इतना बायोमास इकट्ठा निकलता है। गन्ना तो एक पूरी क्रॉप का 1/3 हिस्सा है, 2/3 हिस्सा तो कुछ और है। ये कहाँ खत्म हो जाता है, इसमें इतनी वैल्यू है, उसको हम क्यों नहीं हम लोग क्रिएट करते, उससे कुछ वैल्यू क्यों नहीं बनाते। मैंने डेयरी इंडस्ट्री को एज एग्रीकल्चर इंजीनियर डेयरी इंडस्ट्री पढ़ी। मैंने देखा कि डेयरी के अंदर बहुत सारा फॉडर चाहिए, चीनी तो जानवर को नहीं चाहिए मगर उसको बहुत सारा सेल्यूलोज चाहिए। क्यों नहीं हम जो है कैटल जो शुगर केन वेस्ट है उससे सारे न्यूट्रिएंट्स, प्रोटीन और जो सेल्यूलोज है वो हम जानवर को दें। तो हम डेयरी और शुगर का कॉम्बिनेशन क्यों नहीं बना सकते। तो खैर, जब एक बार आप कॉलेज से बाहर आते हो तो आपको यही होता है कि किसी तरीके से पैसे कमाओ, किसी तरीके से अपने एम्प्लॉयज़ का ख्याल रखो, कंपनी को बड़ा करो, प्रॉफिट दिखाओ। और पैसे कुछ नहीं थे, थोड़े थोड़े पैसे इकट्ठा करके 25,000 रुपये से मैंने चंडीगढ़ में काम स्टार्ट किया 1993 में। और धीरे धीरे करके कंपनी आज जो है इस साल हम करीब 600 करोड़ रुपए का टर्नओवर करेंगे, अच्छी हमारी रेपुटेशन है। तो एक विजन हमने शुगर इंडस्ट्री के लिए तैयार करी है और जो कि बहुत हद तक एक्सेप्टेबल है। और पिछले दिनों में हमने जो है ना इस जो पूरा जो सिस्टम है वो है कि हमने अब एग्रीकल्चरल बायोमास को जलाना नहीं है। एग्रीकल्चर बायोमास यानी फूड चेन में जो फूड का हिस्सा है वो 1/3 है और 2/3 हिस्सा एग्रीकल्चर बायोमास का है। ज्यादा बड़ी वैल्यू वहां है और वो गांव में है, वो डिसेंट्रलाइज है। वहां पे लोगों के इन्वॉल्वमेंट के साथ हम बहुत अच्छी इंटरप्राइजेस क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट बना सकते हैं। तो कैसे हम लोग जो है राइट फ्रॉम कुकिंग ऑफ द फूड टू द प्रोसेसिंग ऑफ द मिल्क टू द प्रोसेसिंग ऑफ एवरी टाइप ऑफ पेपर और एवरी इंडस्ट्री कैसे आने वाले टाइम में इलेक्ट्रिकल हो जाएगी, बॉयलर्स खत्म हो जाएंगे, स्टीम का रिक्वायरमेंट खत्म हो जाएगा, biomass will be gasified and converted into a new product which is going to replace the petroleum, coal and gas-based materials. The whole society will move to a bio-based society and green society. और इंडिया एक इतना ब्यूटीफुल कंट्री है, इतने सारे लोग हैं, यंग लोग हैं, इंडिया के अंदर इतनी बड़ी कार्बन की डिमांड है, मगर हमारा इतनी अच्छी एग्रीकल्चर है कि इतना फूड पैदा होता है तो इतनी सारी कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड हमारे खेतों में एब्जॉर्ब होती है, और ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन जो हमें मिल रही है, इन दोनों को कंबाइन करके हम ऑलमोस्ट दुनिया का सभी किस्म का मटेरियल बना सकते हैं और खाना भी सस्ता प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं। देखिए, खाना कभी, फूड की चीज कभी महंगी नहीं हो सकती, फूड हैज टू बी अफोर्डेबल। इनफैक्ट दुनिया में हर प्रोडक्ट जो इंडस्ट्री बनाती है उसको सस्ता बनाना पड़ेगा। अगर चाइना ने आज दुनिया पे फूड हर प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर कब्जा किया हुआ है क्योंकि उन्होंने सस्ता बनाया, हमको भी अपना खाने की हर चीज को सस्ता बनाना है, एनर्जी को भी सस्ता बनाना है, लेकिन हमें अपनी पूरी वैल्यू चेन को एफिशिएंट बना के तभी हम वो ऐसा कर सकते हैं, तभी हम अपनी जो है ना सोसाइटी को खुश बना सकते हैं। लेकिन इस पूरे गेम में जो सोशल कनेक्टिविटी है, एम्प्लॉइज का एंगेजमेंट, मैन एंड वुमेन का पार्टिसिपेशन, बच्चों का पार्टिसिपेशन, फैमिली वैल्यूज, और फैमिली छोटी हो रही है इसलिए अब हमें अपने एम्प्लॉइज को अपने परिवार के सदस्य की तरह रखना पड़ेगा, वरना आने वाले दिनों में लोगों को एम्प्लॉइज ही नहीं मिलेंगे। तो एक छोटे सी मैं आपको इस जो अपनी कंपनी जो हम आजकल काम कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में एक छोटी सी मेरी 2 मिनट की मूवी है, वो मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूंगा। वो आप चलिए इसको हम फिर से आगे बढ़ाते हैं। देखिए, इस
In India, a country self-sufficient in food production, agriculture plays a significant role in our economy. However, there is a hidden potential within our farming practices, a surplus of biomass. Unfortunately, this valuable resource often goes untapped due to various challenges. In sugarcane processing, the sugar industry gets 35% juice-based biomass, that is, food biomass, leaving 65% as an unutilized non-food biomass, including tops, trashes, leaves, and roots. The total energy content of both food and non-food biomass of sugarcane is around 2000 kilowatts. The energy content in non-food biomass after extracting sugar is around 1350 kilowatts, which is equal to 0.8 barrels of crude oil, resulting in a loss of around $64 or rupees 5,400 per 100 kg of sugarcane produced. Biomass comprising carbon and nutrients is not just waste. It is a resource waiting to be utilized. Spray Engineering Devices recognizes this immense opportunity and focuses on optimizing the conversion of non-food biomass into valuable products. By utilizing advanced technology, SEDL achieves an impressive more than 80% conversion efficiency, ensuring that biomass is harnessed to its full potential. This breakthrough MVR-based low-temperature evaporation technology is fully automated and utilizes heat vapor and allows us to achieve 100% clean water recovery and 100% biomass saving, enabling various eco-friendly alternatives. SEDL's commitment to sustainability goes beyond efficiency. The company advocates for decentralized processing plants owned by cooperative group of farmers. This approach ensures that biomass can be efficiently processed and utilized within local communities, reducing costs and benefiting the environment. In Assam and Uttar Pradesh, small-scale plants have embraced SED's innovative jaggery production technology to utilize biomass and produce biofuel, fertilizers, nutrients, paper, biodegradable polymers, organic chemicals, ethanol, and other valuable products. In a landmark achievement, SED has orchestrated the inception of India's first boiler-free MVR-based distillery. This 175 KLPD grain-based distillery at Dalmia Bharat Sugar, Jawaharpur, is a testament to SEDL's comprehensive capabilities. Embracing a bio-based sustainable economy brings numerous benefits to various stakeholders of the society and unlocks the potential to replace fossil fuel-driven sectors, creating a sustainable and prosperous future. In India, a country self-sufficient in food production, agriculture plays a significant...
So one can see that India, as a food producer, the value of the food that we produce is also almost equal to the value of our carbon import, which is coal, petroleum and other materials. So this entire thing can be stopped, and without making an effort, because we are going to produce food. So we can become the cheapest food producer, and our farmer gets double income, because both food and non-food portion is actually giving them value. And you have a new raw material which is actually stopping completely. It makes us very green, I mean greenest country in the world, and also very big saving in terms of the foreign exchange. We become our own fossil fuel equivalent producer from the farms. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are incredibly grateful for your contribution and the valuable perspectives you brought to the table. We will definitely remain in touch with Spray Engineering Devices Limited to explore further mutual collaborations. I now humbly request Dr. Nim Kaur, Dean and Advisor, Health and Education, to kindly grace the stage and illuminate us with her words of wisdom. Ma'am, please.
Thank you very much. And we have had a wonderful, I think, morning listening to great thoughts. And it has been a challenge to really understand each thing and perceive. Though I could understand few things, that whatever we are doing from doodh to chini wala to pani wala, I think there is some scope within each one of us to do something different and creative. And when we do something different and creative, we are sure to succeed. So that's the lesson the youngsters have to take. So be a risk taker, learn from new ideas, and try doing something different. As for the philosophy of our founding saints, they said, Dunya ek parvar hai. Whereas in the corporate world, we say, Dunya ek bazaar hai. So just try to understand that faint line between the two worlds, and then, but take that risk of inventing, innovating, and optimizing your potential. Thank you very much, everyone, all the dignitaries. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's always enlightening to hear you. I now request Professor S.C. Ghosh to kindly come upon the stage to introduce our next eminent speaker and chief guest of the event, Mr. Subash Chandra Garg, Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India and Ex-Finance and Economic Affairs. I apologize for the delay. Thank you, Mr. Sir.
On behalf of Ghosh sir, today's chief guest, Mr. Subash Chandra Garg, ex-Finance and Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Subash Chandra Garg is currently an observer, author and speaker, a BCom and an LLB. He is a professionally qualified cost and management accountant and a company secretary. He ranked 4th All India in his maiden attempt and joined the IAS in 1983. Before he took voluntary retirement in 2019, Subash Chandra Garg served as Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Government of India from 12th July 2017 to 25th July 2019, Finance Secretary, Government of India, 8th March 2019 to 25th July 2019, and Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India, 25th July 2019 to 31st October 2019. He was also Executive Director, World Bank Group for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India and Sri Lanka from November 2014 to July 2017. Subash Chandra Garg authored his first book, The $10 Trillion Dream, The State of Indian Economy and Policy Reform Agenda, published by Penguin in February 2022. His second book, Subash Chandra Garg's Explanation and Commentary on Budget 2023-24, published by Commercial Law Publisher in April 2023, is the most authentic commentary on India's budgets. His third book, We Also Make Policy, a Secretary's candid account of economic policy making in Government and Ministry of Finance, is being published by Harper and Collin in September 2023. Subash Chandra Garg writes and comments on issues of economic, financial and fiscal policy, uniquely integrating the perspectives of policymakers, economists and businesses. Write op-eds twice a month for the Quint and Deccan Herald. His comments, blogs, write-ups are publicly available at linkedin.com/in/Subash Chandra Garg -2241682 and Twitter at @Subash Garg 1960. May I now invite Mr. Subash Chandra Garg, the chief guest, for his keynote address.
Very good afternoon. I think it's no longer morning, so it has been a very long session today. I hope you have some energy left to listen to me for some time. What I'll do is, in next 15 minutes or so, just to try to synthesize the big mission of this place, this beautiful place where we are sitting, the Eternal University, which intends to sort of impart value-based education to create a society, a peaceful society, and if I may add, a peaceful and happy society. That's your mission, so to say. And the theme of the conference which is the interface between the business and the society. So here on one side you have the mission of the society to create a peaceful and the happy society, and how the business integrates with that entire thing. Let me just remind you, the business and the society have actually grown together in humanity. It has been said here, it's the human beings only who have the ability to produce goods and services. No one else has the ability, no other 84 lakh yoni which was referred here, they can't produce food for themselves, they can't produce other goods for themselves. They can produce themselves. That is the only ability nature gives to them, reproduction, but they can't produce for themselves. The only race which can produce is the humans. Likewise, the animals or any other yoni has no ability to get together in the form of parivar you mentioned, or society as you mentioned, as the humans. And this is so happens that while the humans are also millions of years old now, they have learned to become producers and to organize themselves into society not very far back. It was about 10,000 to 12,000 years back that the humans learned to sort of do agriculture and rearing the animals, domesticating the animals. That was where the business started. When you started producing food for yourself or rear animals, then you started exchanging that all right, I'll produce this, somebody else will produce something else, and let us exchange. That market, bazaar which you referred, originated much later, in fact, because earlier the exchange was more or less bilateral kind of exchange. When you started doing agriculture, human beings started settling down somewhere, at some places, and that is where the society originated. Small bands and then villages, etc., and that is how they have grown together. Society, to my mind, is a little wider concept than the business. You do produce goods and services to which we consume, which is what the economy is all about, but at the same time society is much more. You live together, there is a culture, there is a religion, there is freedom, you interact, you play, sport, many other things happen as part of the society. Business is one of them. So let us take it that the business is a subset of society. And business also is intended to make the society happy and prosperous. It's not that there is a conflict between the business and the society, and if we can create actually a business which is serving the objective of the society to create a peaceful and happy society, then that society, that business will actually be taking you and us very far, otherwise not. Now, in this process of sort of starting our own production, by the way, the agriculture, when it was done, the nature has, it has been mentioned here, nature has a beautiful ability to sort of recycle everything and work in a manner that it remains pristine, it remains beautiful, it remains sustainable, unless the humans, as part of its societal or business affairs, start interfering and create something. The first brick for the unsustainability, so to say, in my judgment, was fired when we started doing agriculture. What does agriculture do? The agriculture also takes the land from the nature, modifies it, introduces certain foreign elements, so to say, put some chemicals, insecticides, etc., into the, modify the course of water, bring it as irrigation or something. It's not a bad thing, but that is the only way you can produce food. And that is what can sustain the humanity. In fact, by being so successful in producing food, we actually broke the law of the nature, which is that you have a sustainable level of population only. I don't know this, these children might not be aware. When we started the 20th century, there were only about 1.6 billion people in the world. And before that, some of you might have heard that in the 19th century, there was an economist called Malthus. And Malthus has predicted that the human population is increasing in geometrical progression, whereas the food can only increase arithmetical. So at some point in time, the humanity will run out of food and will become unsustainable. That is what will bring famine, that will bring so much of misery, and humanity will die. But it did not happen. In fact, it happened that the humanity could produce much more food. The mention was made today that we are self-sufficient, we are producing excess quantity of food. In fact, as far as the India's context is concerned, not long back in 1960s, before the place where we are sitting, Punjab, sort of brought about that green revolution to relieve us of the food of cereals problem. There was a time when India's Prime Minister used to say कि भाई एक ही टाइम खाना खा लीजिए क्योंकि सब तो लोग खा लें, कुछ तो खा लें. That was the state of affair. But by now, today, today we export $50 billion worth of agriculture produce. We import about 30 because we are still short in pulses and the edible oils. But on the whole, in agriculture, we are massively self-sufficient and surplus exporter. $20 billion is our sustainable export. So the point the first point which I want to establish is that the humans have the ability not only to produce food for themselves, but also produce enough for everyone to be taken care and then move on. So the way, first we solve the agricultural problem, so to say. Today we are 8 billion people plus, and the world, by the way, is not having any death out of hunger now. Forget about India, etc., where millions of people used to die in famines. Even anywhere else in Africa or anywhere else, no one dies of hunger today. The world is reasonably sufficient. Even if we project that the humanity will grow to about 10 billion people, there would be sufficient food for that. The food is no longer that kind of worry. But humans, a lot of mention was made about here the greed. The greed drives, I agree with you, the greed drives innovation. The greed also drives competitiveness. So greed is not necessarily an evil. It is, if we allow it to get into, and I'll come to that a little later, when world becomes unequal or some people corner resources, in that sense it might become a bad thing. But otherwise, greed or the ability to find solution for the problems is at the heart of the human innovation. So when we were able to produce reasonable amount of food itself, there was certain part of the world which were left behind. While India, China and others were doing well in production of food and we were prosperous, China had about 1/3 of the global GDP at that time. India had 1/4 of the GDP in 18th and the 19th century. The rest of the world, the Europeans or the Americans, they were living much behind us. Their lands were not suitable, the climate was not suitable, etc. And their drive to get equal or better than others actually brought the Industrial Revolution. That is, so you produce a lot of industrial goods using the materials, the minerals and other things in the system, using the fossil fuel, coal and others, and so be it. In last 200 years, that society, which was far behind in the agricultural age, is the prosperous society of the today. They are the most advanced countries, most prosperous, so-called developed countries also. And that has, in fact, together made the humanity much better than earlier. So, why do you think the average age of life has increased massively in the last 150 years? Even India, when we got independent, our average age of life was only about 33 years. Today we have average life of 72 years. Who do you think die of the diseases, the common diseases? Many people must have forgotten the smallpox and the diarrhea and many other things which used to claim thousands and lakhs of deaths earlier. Today no one occurs. So you live longer, you live healthier, you live happier. Why should somebody be sort of blaming the Industrial Revolution for that? In fact, Industrial Revolution brought this about. But what happens, we don't have enough of knowledge of all that we do. So while we were doing agriculture, we may not have caused environmental damage much more, but when we brought Industrial Revolution, we didn't know what is the consequence of using so much of coal, what is the consequence of using so much of petroleum products and other fossil fuels, and we started emitting lots of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in the environment. And that is what today, there is a lot of debate, discussions about sustainability. But if you were living in the first couple of decades of 20th century, forget about, or at the time of independence of India in 1947, no one was talking about sustainability. The first time the world got a little bit worried was in late 60s. And in 72, that Stockholm conference was the first one organized where people started talking about environmental protection. So when I was born in 1960, there was no concern about sustainability. But when you are born here, everybody is concerned about sustainability. But the best part, the beauty of the whole thing is that the human ingenuity is such a great ability. If you created a problem, you can also find a solution for that, right? So we understood now that using so much of fossil fuel is a problem. So let's find solution for the fossil fuel. If using chemicals in agriculture is a problem, you can find a solution for that as well. And that is what is coming out. In fact, to the children here, the students here, I would always urge that never be afraid and never look at the things in the negative sense. One should always look at things in a very positive sense and try to find the solutions for it. Fortunately, that is where I think I would come to. Our effort has created so much of solutions in solar energy. We see so many of the panels installed here. I saw so many of the heating panels also installed here. Wind, other solutions. You talked about biomass. How do you manage the biomass to be effectively using for meeting our energy needs? So some of your parents would probably be, or your mothers would be in your kitchens using smoking chulas to cook without knowing that smoke was causing problems for them. So the point is that you have solutions. And now that to my mind, if we were to talk about today's business and society, I think it offers us and we must be able to take those tougher decisions as well. Let us take one example. Today, there are a lot of people talk about in India that we have, NTPC is here, that we have no escape from coal. We must continue to use coal. We have been the least polluter in the world, and therefore we have a right to continue to cause a lot more pollution, right? Because you had caused pollution or carbon emission when you were doing it. But let us not forget, the guys who brought about the Industrial Revolution did not have the solar energy, did not have the wind energy, did not have the ability to process biomass. So when we have it, and especially now, maybe 10 years back or 15 years back, you could still argue that the solar is unaffordable. Solar electricity is unaffordable. Wind electricity is unaffordable. And therefore, if I use a costlier energy to make production of goods and services, I wouldn't be able to compete in the business. But today, you have solar, you have wind, which actually is cheaper than the coal. Then why the hell are we pushing the coal to that extent? I'm not in any case suggesting that the NTPC should not continue to do it. In fact, the solution to my mind is there. Let us try to be more and more efficient in using whatever coal facility we have. But we should not be citing this as our birthright to pollute, even when we have an alternative. So the businesses of today, in fact, in my judgment, should make take the big opportunity of today, which is, let's say in times to come, there would be a lot of opportunity for carbon sequestering. Because there's so much of carbon dioxide, but you need to get it out of that. One way is that you don't put more carbon dioxide into the system. The other one is that you take it out. What do our trees and the crops do? They sequester the carbon from the system. Can we make this as the big business for us? Can we develop the sequestering technologies? Can we take that business to the developed countries and do it? The other thing which is happening and to my mind which offers big opportunity for the businesses is that increasingly the technological development, a lot of mention was made about here of the cell phones and the kind of power it consumes. So a lot of technological developments are making energy intensity of businesses to be much smaller. Let us make that development. Going forward, I think those would be the kind of opportunity. And I'll say one more thing before I close. The societal and the business interface. You mentioned here a lot of things about the entrepreneurial energy. In fact, I have always believed, and I think this cannot be disputed, that the businesses also make very good service to the society. All that which every one of us consume, what do we do? Where does that goods and service we consume come from? It comes from the businesses. So the businesses render enormous amount of service to the people. They are very honorable part of the society. Somehow, in the socialist mindset, we had started treating the businessman as something very greedy or doing for themselves. No, they are actually doing enormous service to the society. But what is happening and that is one last point to my mind, the businesses have a tendency, and rightly so, because they are not in the business of producing goods and services to serve you. What drives them is also a profit element. And there's nothing wrong with it. But in the pursuit of profit, the technological improvements and the concentration of business leads to something which is where the inequality comes. So today, there is a lot of talk about the artificial intelligence, right? Earlier, for last 100 years in the industrial revolution age, there was a lot of automation of the, what did the automation do? Actually, automation replaced and enhanced the ability of our limbs, our hands, legs and others, and were able to do that kind of job which humans were doing earlier in a much more efficient and lesser costlier way. That's how. And certain things which our organs were not able to do, the machines, the robots and others were able to do it much more efficiently and precisely. That is how the automation in the milk industry, you spoke, milk was always produced by humans in their homes, fields, etc. But today, our milk industry globally is so modernized and so mechanized in processing but at the end of the process, you have a very sharply produced, very qualitatively produced, without any germs, others, treated milk and other products which otherwise were not probably possible to be done. So the automation brought about a lot of replacement of the humans as labor, and now the artificial intelligence is there to replace a lot of intellectual labor, so to say. Because that is what it is, what it will do. So should we see, how do you see this 8 billion people, 1.4 billion people in India? Is the future bad for our youngsters if there are no jobs in industry, if the automation has replaced the jobs in industry and the artificial intelligence might replace the jobs in services? So what will happen to our future generation and all? I would like you to remember two maxims, two truths, so to say. One is that it's only the humans who consume what you produce, right? And consumption is our welfare. The first part is that the consumption is our welfare. We should have food to eat. We should have other goods to use. We should have computers. We should have buildings to live in, safety and other things. So it's the consumption which is the primary need of the humans. So long as the machines or whatever is producing goods and services which are needed for human consumption, the consumption side of human welfare is assured. We will be able to consume enough. By the way, if you track the evolution, in the agricultural age, almost everybody used to work, right? But when the industrial age came, about 50% of the people went out of the work, right? And I can see it as the artificial intelligence, the digital world come, maybe another 30% people will go out of the work. There might be 20% people enough. A lot of people have seen agriculture in many countries, only 1 to 2% or at most the 5% can produce all the food which is required. India still it is not there, but we will also probably go there. So number one, it is the production or the availability of goods and services which is important for the human welfare from the point of view of the consumption. Now, the second truth is that lesser and lesser humans will be required to produce all that which is required for consumption. So how do you reconcile the second truth with the first truth? The solution is, as we go along, maybe some things we call universal basic incomes or the redistribution, and that is where the inequality and other issues are also. So while efficient production might require only a very large industrial unit to make the production, The government will then need to tax them, to tax their wealth. Social, Vice Chancellor Devendra Singh ji mentioned in the morning the value of giving and sharing. That is very important. I would entirely agree. But trust the human beings not to be so selfish that they will be able to share. You need governments to forcibly take away from many of them in the form of taxes. You tax income, you tax wealth, and then you redistribute. A combination of both a taxation and also the voluntary giving is what is going to be the future. Maybe the children who will need to face the situation that they may not have jobs. So, but how do you live well then? So I think this may be taken as opportunity that when you need not earn, why do you need a job? The job is for earning. And why do you need to earn? Because you need to buy something for consumption. So if the end thing is available even without the effort of doing job or earning, you should have a lot of spare time to entertain, to sport, to travel, to enjoy yourself. I just recall one incident when Columbus reached America in 15th century. He encountered people who were not having clothes on them, who had no agriculture to do, but they were very happy. They were having a lot of fun, frolicking, doing everything. So the lesson which was there is that it's not necessary to work to be happy or to take care of. Nature was producing so much for them, and then they were able to share and have. So let us create the society, and I think how the Eton University factors this into it, that we should prepare our children for times when they may not have, all of them may not have jobs, or maybe may not have 5 days or 7 days job in a week. So how do we share the work? How do we share the relatively abundant time available to us? How do we make ourselves? But all that I would end up by saying is that the future is brighter than what it was yesterday by doing very good integration of businesses and society and properly educating ourselves for the future. Education must always change. There is no constant education. I don't think anybody should feel bad that 100 years back our parents were not going to school or grandparents, or they were only going up to studying only up to 4 or 5. Agriculture age needed no education. It was the industrial age which required education, right? And tomorrow's education would also be very different kind of thing. And with that positive note, that be assured the future is brighter than yesterday. Thank you very much.
Souvenir. Sir, Alka ma'am. Thank you, sir. I wish to express my heartfelt appreciation for your exceptional and profound insights, expertise, and enthusiasm. May I please take this opportunity to request all the dignitaries of this event to kindly join me on the stage for the release of the souvenir and abstract book. Professor H.S. Dhaliwal, sir, Mr. Vivek Verma, sir, Babaji Dr. Devendra Singh ji, Dr. Nim Kaur ma'am, Chief Guest, Mr. Subash Chandra Garg, Mr. Anup Mudgal, Mr. H.S. Chima, Dr. R.S. Sodhi, Mr. Udal Bhattacharya, Dr. Ram Bhuj, Dr. Devesh Roy, Madam Alka Tomar, Mr. Puran Chand Pandey, Professor Dr. A.S. Ahluwalia, Dr. S.K. Chauhan, Dr. T.S. Benipal, Mr. Pramod Joshi, Mr. Satyajit Majumdar, Sir, the on... नहीं, felicitation start करते हैं।
Felicitation start.
I again extend my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to all of you. We'll begin with the felicitations now. It is my absolute honor and a humble request to Honorable Babaji Dr. Devinder Singh Ji, Vice Chancellor, Eternal University and President Kalgidhar Trust, and Honorable Dr. Nim Kaur, Dean Advisor, Health and Education, to kindly grace the stage. Alongside, I request our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Eternal University, Professor Dr. A.S. Ahluwalia, our Honorable Former Vice Chancellor, Eternal University, Badu Sahib, and now Trustee Kalgidhar Trust, Professor H.S. Dhaliwal, our respected Dean Academic Affairs, Dr. T.S. Benipal, and respected Dr. S.K. Chauhan, Dean Akal College of Economics, Commerce and Management, to join them on the stage. I request... Sir... Chief guest now? I request Honorable Babaji, Dr. Devinder Singh Ji and Dr. Neelam Kaur to honor our guest of honor, Mr. Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya, former Director Technical NTPC, for his distinguished services. Thank you, sir and ma'am. I again request you two to kindly honor our chief guest, Mr. Subash Chandra Garg, Secretary, Ministry of Power and Ex-Finance and Economic Affairs. I'm so sorry, sir. I apologize, sir. I express my sincere gratitude to you both, sir and ma'am. I now request our respected Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. A.S. Ahluwalia, to kindly honor our special guest, Mr. Verma, Chairman and Managing Director, Spray Engineering Devices Limited. I once again request all the dignitaries to kindly grace the stage for a group photograph. All the dignitaries, please.
All the dignitaries,
ma'am.
join us for the photo. Yes. All the delegates and dignitaries, all invitees.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on this inaugural session, I would like to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to each and every one of you for gracing us with your presence today. To our esteemed speakers, whose words have ignited inspiration and set the tone for the remainder of this conference, we are immensely grateful for your invaluable contributions. Your insights and expertise have provided us with a solid foundation upon which to build our discussions and deliberations in the days ahead. I would also like to extend our gratitude to all attendees for your active participation and enthusiastic engagement. Your presence here today is a testament to your commitment to the advancement of our shared goals and objectives. A special word of thanks is due to our sponsors and partners whose unwavering support has made this event possible. Your contributions have been instrumental in ensuring the success of this inaugural session, and we are truly appreciative of your continued collaboration. As we embark on the remainder of this conference, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, innovation and camaraderie that has been cultivated here today. Together, let us continue to strive towards our collective objectives and work towards a future filled with boundless opportunities. Once again, thank you all for your attendance and participation in this inaugural session. We look forward to the fruitful discussions and meaningful interactions that lie ahead. I now invite all of you to join us for a cup of tea. We will reconvene soon in the technical sessions. Lunch? So we have a session after that. The lunch was supposed to happen. We are running a little late. Lunch? Tea? Okay, sir.
Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Hi, I am Priyanka, research scholar in the Department of Physics, Eternal University. This university runs various courses in different streams with excellent teaching facilities.
I am Jaswinder Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations. This university campus fulfills all those expectations. It offers well-installed polyhouses, scientific labs, agriculture fields, and much more for student use.
और बात करें यहाँ पे हम पोली हाउस में, तो हमने यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई हुई है।
रिसेंटली हमारी इस यूनिवर्सिटी को ICR की ओर से मान्यता मिली है। इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे सेलेक्ट होते हैं वो अब किसी भी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम देकर दाखिला ले सकते हैं, जो कि अन्य किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये मान्यता अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है।
There are educational small schools for the B.Ed or education purpose, as also for the training of nursing, a charitable hospital on its campus itself, which caters to at least 100 of villages all around this place.
The main motto of Akal College of Nursing is to prepare and to train professionally competent nurses embedded with the spirit of providing quality care to the patient.
Aim and mission of our college is to make this college a Makkah of education of East by establishing permanent peace in this world.
Once when you visit this place, you will realize the aura, you will realize.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Attar Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. To translate Sant Attar Singh Ji's vision into reality, his Harvard-educated devotee Sant Teja Singh Ji in 1956 revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals and welfare centers in rural India. The society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB School at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the National Capital Region, Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher education, Eternal University, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health, is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls. Especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Kalgidhar Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi and Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer a bachelor with honors in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Kalgidhar Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharo, this society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Kalgidhar Society depends.
Away from the maddening crowd, there is a place known as Eternal University Badu Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Hi, I am Priyanka, research scholar in the Department of Physics, Eternal University. This university runs various courses in different streams with excellent teaching facilities.
I am Jaswinder Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations. This university campus fulfills all those expectations. It offers well-installed polyhouses, scientific labs, agriculture fields, and much more for student use.
और बात करें यहाँ पे हम पोली हाउस में, तो हमने यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई हुई है।
रिसेंटली हमारी इस यूनिवर्सिटी को ICR की ओर से मान्यता मिली है। इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे सेलेक्ट होते हैं वो अब किसी भी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम देकर दाखिला ले सकते हैं, जो कि अन्य किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये मान्यता अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है।
There are educational small schools for the B.Ed or education purpose, as also for the training of nursing, a charitable hospital on its campus itself, which caters to at least 100 of villages all around this place.
The main motto of Akal College of Nursing is to prepare and to train professionally competent nurses embedded with the spirit of providing quality care to the patient.
and mission of our college is to make this college a Makkah of education of East by establishing permanent peace in this world.
Once when you visit this place, you will realize the aura, you will realize.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. To translate Sant Singh Ji's vision into reality, his Harvard-educated devotee Sant Singh Ji in 1956 revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals and welfare centers in rural India. The Akal Academy has evolved into a network of 129 Akal Academies, where around 60,000 students are being imparted quality education. The society emphasizes on imparting moral and value-based education, blending it with modern scientific knowledge. The society is focused on rural areas where it is difficult to find quality educational institutes. Moreover, parents can hardly support the education of their wards. So, it is the society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal Academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB School at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the National Capital Region, Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher education, Eternal University, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health, is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls. Especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Kalgidhar Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi at Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer a bachelor with honours in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Kalgidhar Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharov, this society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Kalgidhar Society depends.
Away from the maddening crowd, there is a place known as Eternal University Badu Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Hi, I am Priyanka, research scholar in the Department of Physics, Eternal University. This university runs various courses in different streams with excellent teaching facilities.
I am Nim Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations. This university campus fulfills all those expectations. It offers well-installed polyhouses, scientific labs, agriculture fields, and much more for student use.
और बात करें यहाँ पे हम पोली हाउस में, तो हमने यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई हुई है।
रिसेंटली हमारी इस यूनिवर्सिटी को ICR की ओर से मान्यता मिली है। इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे सेलेक्ट होते हैं वो अब किसी भी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम देकर दाखिला ले सकते हैं, जो कि अन्य किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये मान्यता अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है।
There are educational small schools for the B.Ed or education purpose, as also for the training of nursing, a charitable hospital on its campus itself, which caters to at least 100 of villages all around this place.
The main motto of Akal College of Nursing is to prepare and to train professionally competent nurses embedded with the spirit of providing quality care to the patient.
Aim and mission of our college is to make this college a Makkah of education of East by establishing permanent peace in this world.
Once when you visit this place, you will realize the aura, you will realize.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Attar Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. To translate Sant Attar Singh Ji's vision into reality, his Harvard-educated devotee Sant Teja Singh Ji in 1956 revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare, and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals, and welfare centers in rural India. The Akal Academy has evolved into a network of 129 Akal Academies. where around 60,000 students are being imparted quality education. The society emphasizes on imparting moral and value-based education, blending it with modern scientific knowledge. The society is focused on rural areas, where it is difficult to find quality educational institutes. Moreover, parents can hardly support the education of their wards. So, it is the society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB school at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the national capital region Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher education, Eternal University, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health, is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls. Especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Kalgidhar Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi and Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer a bachelor with honours in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Kalgidhar Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh, to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharo, this society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Kalgidhar Society depends.
Away from the maddening crowd, there is a place known as Eternal University Badu Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Hi, I am Priyanka, research scholar in the Department of Physics, Eternal University. This university runs various courses in different streams with excellent teaching facilities.
I am Nim Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations. This university campus fulfills all those expectations. It offers well-installed polyhouses, scientific labs, agriculture fields, and much more for student use.
और बात करें यहाँ पे हम पोली हाउस में तो हमने यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई हुई है.
रिसेंटली हमारी इस यूनिवर्सिटी को ICR की ओर से मान्यता मिली है. इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे सेलेक्ट होते हैं वो अब किसी भी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम देकर दाखिला ले सकते हैं, जो कि अन्य किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये मान्यता अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है।
There are educational small schools for the B.Ed or education purpose, as also for the training of nursing, a charitable hospital on its campus itself, which caters to at least 100 of villages all around this place.
The main motto of Akal College of Nursing is to prepare and to train professionally competent nurses embedded with the spirit of providing quality care to the patient.
Aim and mission of our college is to make this college a Makkah of education of East by establishing permanent peace in this world.
Once when you visit this place, you will realize the aura, you will realize.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Attar Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. To translate Sant Attar Singh Ji's vision into reality, his Harvard-educated devotee Sant Teja Singh Ji in 1956 revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals and welfare centers in rural India. The Akal Academy has evolved into a network of 129 Akal Academies, where around 60,000 students are being imparted quality education. The society emphasizes on imparting moral and value-based education, blending it with modern scientific knowledge. The society is focused on rural areas where it is difficult to find quality educational institutes. Moreover, parents can hardly support the education of their wards. So, it is the society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal Academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB School at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the National Capital Region, Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher education, Eternal University, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health, is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls. especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Kalgidhar Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi and Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer a bachelor with honors in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Kalgidhar Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh, to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharo, this society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Kalgidhar Society depends.
Away from the maddening crowd, there is a place known as Eternal University Badu Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, welcome back. I hope you are refreshed and ready for technical sessions. So, we have a total of 3 technical sessions, each divided into 2. That is 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A and 3B. The technical session 1A will be here at Bhai Gurdas Hall, and the technical session 1B will be at University Auditorium. Yes. So we have 1 keynote and 3 invited speakers in each session. For the technical session 1A, our theme is Contemporary Management Practices and Social Responsibility of Business, Indian Perspective. Our moderator for the session is Mr. Rajiv William. We have 4 speakers in this session. Our keynotes, actually 3. Ms. Alka Tomar, she had to leave. So we have 3 speakers. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Mohit Gandhi. Our invited speakers, Mr. Neeraj Kapoor, Dr. Pranav, and Mr. Mohit and Dr. Pranav will be joining us via online mode. Our rapporteurs for this session are Ms. Deepika Negi, Ms. Kuldeep Kaur, and Ms. Simranjeet Kaur. I would like to invite our panelists, our moderator speakers, to please take their seat on the stage. Ma'am. session is on, sir. We are waiting for the students to join us. Sir, they are coming, sir. They are coming. Sir, yes, sir. Sir, we are behind our schedule and the students have gone for lunch. So they are coming. They are coming. Students, please come ahead. Come ahead. Come ahead. Move forward. Is it fine now? There are few. Now I take this opportunity to introduce our moderator for the technical session 1A. Our moderator for the technical session is Mr. Rajiv William, advisor and consultant, CSR and Sustainability, Member Advisory Board, Sir William, Subsidies, Consulting, former group head CSR, Jindal Stainless Limited. Sir, you had an illustrative career of 33 years in military. You served as a group head in CSR and sustainability for 17 years at Jindal Stainless Limited Group. You have initiated several projects on education and skill development, integrated public healthcare, women empowerment and entrepreneurial development, sustainable agriculture, clean drinking water to include solar water projects. You have been member on boards of many organizations to include the United Nations Global Compact and CSR committees of industry association and educational institutions. You have co-authored books on Siachen Glacier, the Military Academy, have written several papers on various topics from conflict prevention, security to matters related to responsible business and corporate citizenship. It is a pleasure to have you here among us. Now, I would hand over the stage to our moderator.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you. What's your name, Sabrina? Simranjit Kaur. Simranjit, thank you very much for the long introduction. And, Simranjit. Sorry if I pronounced it incorrectly. But the intent was that we have some people around to listen to us, what we want to share, on a very important topic that is being discussed. And I think it's very critical, as most of our speakers before have mentioned the fact that it is to do with your generation. If it is to do with your generation, and if it is an international conference, there is a protocol which has to be accepted. And the protocol is, we have to listen to each other. अगर हम सुनेंगे नहीं बात, तो हमारा बात करने का भी जो है मकसद गायब हो जाता है. It's not the front benchers who want to listen, or who would be happy to listen, all right. But the intent is for our participants, our younger participants. That's why I thought it is better that we just hold on a bit and then start accordingly. Because the topic, if you see, the theme of this topic is what? Is contemporary management practices and social responsibility and business in the Indian perspective. Indian and global perspective is what we are talking about. With my backdrop from the army, and after that the army, there was, the initial part is what? And I'm a hardcore infantry officer, infantry soldier who used to fight to kill. And I switched over from the development sector, where the concept has changed completely, to heal. Win hearts and minds, heal communities, because they are people. And corporate social responsibility, the middle word is social. And social means people. We take the ESG framework, which I think the backbenchers may not be aware what is the economic, social and the governance, which is today's context. The middle word is social. And in this complete drama that we take place of investments, of spend that people talk about, the government talks about a 2% spend, is not spend, it's investment. It's an investment in communities. And how that is important for business is something which you and me have to realize. How do we contribute to the environment protection is for the people. How do we invest our profits for development of people? So many of my colleagues who spoke earlier, whether we are talking about the power-driven resources required, it's something to do with the environment. Or to do with skilling, it's to make sure that you protect the environment by being skilled accordingly. And that's what we are going to be speaking in our session today. The contemporary nature of making sure that corporate social responsibility, which is the 3P bottom line approach to development, is people, profit, and planet. And all this is nothing but economy, that's the profit piece, environment, that is the planet piece, and we're talking about the people, and that is the social piece. If we have a complete understanding of corporate social responsibility, it has nothing to do with money, let me tell you that, despite the fact that government has come out with this policy of 2013 Act, which has been very clearly articulated, of anybody having a profit more than 5 CR, anybody carrying out a turnover of 1000 CR, or having an investment of 500 CR, has to put in 2% to spend on corporate social responsibility. I disagree. Not that it is not good for the environment, they have thought about it, they've come up with a very important piece. But the word spend ki jagah invest. So the corporates don't feel that, it is something that hame paisa dena hai. We've just got to give money to make sure that we do our mandatory requirement of fulfilling the mandatory requirement of the government. It is much beyond that. So history-wise, historically, when we talk about CSR in India, and we keep talking to the first country where the legislation has been made, 2008, Indonesia was the first one, where they had made it mandatory for the corporates. But not in the form in which 2013, when the Companies Act came into being. And in this journey of CSR, I was also part of the initial conversations of the National Voluntary Guidelines and how the SEBI guidelines came into being. ये National Voluntary Guidelines अगर आप लोगों को समझ में नहीं आएगा, लेकिन क्या था कि government had come out with a policy for the PSUs, public sector undertakings, to spend 5% of their money against spend, not invest. 5% वो social sector में डालना था. That converted to National Voluntary Guidelines, then came the CSR Guidelines, and finally came the Companies Act. And I'm happy that Mr. Puran Pandey and maybe some others also, but we were both part of this process. And so historically, I've been very close to CSR. I really get very, speak from the heart when I talk about corporate social responsibility. And I just feel that over the years, that 2% piece has been understood reasonably well by corporations. From a bare minimum of 8 to 10,000 crores that were invested into CSR when the mandate came into being in 2014, एक साल in act के बाद. Today, the investment is touching 75,000 crores. But what is 75,000 crores? What is 75,000 crores investment of CSR? It's reasonable. Some corporates spend much more than 2%. Tata's is one of them. Jindal was one of the company which was in red for so many years, still we invested into CSR. Because there was a realization that corporate social responsibility is a shift from the charity, welfare, philanthropy mode, which for पहले से भी चला आ रहा है कि हॉस्पिटल बना दो, स्कूल बना दो, यूनिवर्सिटी बना दो और हमारा पैसा वहां डाल देंगे and I feel very happy about it. There was no connect. CSR is all about connecting with people. It's not just charity. It is not philanthropic work. It is to do with a relationship which needs to be developed by a community with the corporate. And rightly so, a corporate does its CSR around their plant locations. Because आपने ज़मीन ले ली है, जैसे हमारे speakers ने पहले बोला था, the requirement is what? Land. If you constructing like our company was steel and power, there was a requirement of huge tracts of land. So community को बोला भैया आप जाओ ज़रा, you go away from here, because we are going to come up with a factory which is going to pollute your environment, which is going to use your water. But our responsibility is to make sure that those people who have been evicted from the area are employable. So you've got to give them employable skills. You've got to make them more realistic to the fact that it is good for their economy in due course of time and good for them. But if you're using the resources, then make sure that you recharge those resources. Water, for example. Steel is a major guzzler of water. And in a small place of Kalinga Nagar, if you all have heard of, because सामने वालों ने सुना ही होगा, Orissa में, it's not 100 square kilometers area, but all the largest corporations, steel magnates and power are all there. एक river है, Brahmani. All the water is required from that river. And therefore you have to understand that when you are using that kind of, you've got to pollute the area, you've got to pollute the water, you've got to create such kind of distress for the community that you've got to do that planet piece very affordably. And everything is very much possible too. So with that kind of an activity that you're doing, you link up to the piece of human rights. And that's why John Druggy, in his framework, if you remember, in 2010 came up with the UN Guiding Principles of Business and Human Rights. The triple P, that is to protect, respect and remedy. And those three pillars, because आज हमारी सब theme में human rights के ऊपर भी बात है, is the responsibility of the state, is protect the people. Migration में क्या हुआ था? COVID में क्या हुआ था? You found the reverse migration taking place, there was no protection. But the corporations have to respect the second pillar in John Druggy's framework and the UN Guiding Principles of Business and Human Rights is to respect your communities, respect your people, make sure that when such things take place, give them ample opportunities of movement from one place to another, give them services that are required for their survivability, and then you find solutions, you find a remedy. So in the human rights piece, corporates never spoke about human rights earlier. When I went to Geneva and when I went to New York at the United Nations, I spoke about this, that India was the first country to have come up with a CEO forum on business and human rights with Puran, part of the Global Compact Network. And it was a joy with Mr. Narayana Murthy being the convener, and I was the chair, he was the chair and I was the convener, to make this exciting journey with all the big houses participating on the rights approach. Us time par koi baat nahi karta tha, but it was some sort of an initiative that we had taken up. And today also we continue with it because your markets in Europe, your markets in the US, your markets in Australia are asking you the question around the ESG framework कि आप human rights में क्या करते हो? And things like Rana Plaza in Bangladesh, or things like what happened in Vietnam, or in China where the human rights issues are being debated hugely, the markets are shifting to India. Comes to Make in India. Skill them. Give them the opportunities. Everybody can't be absorbed in a job, but employment, entrepreneurship, development becomes the foci of corporate social responsibility. So with that as a backdrop, I think I will of course request Mohit, because he would be online. Mohit, if you are around, can I request you to throw some light on these particular issues that we are just discussing? Yes, Mohit, over to you. Is he there?
Yeah, thank you, Brigadier Williams. After your such powerful and passionate address, I was thinking, what will I speak? Because you have touched almost all the topics. My name is Mohit Gandhi. I'm here on behalf of National CSR Network as its convener. I'm also principal advisor with Wellington Education. Now the topic which was given to me, and as Brigadier Williams just now elucidated so articulately, on contemporary CSR practices and also aligning profitability with social upliftment. So I was just thinking, what is contemporary about CSR? And why this topic? And then I remembered 2015, I think in the month of May, we were sitting in Max India office, corporate office, along with Mr. Dwarkanath, who at that time was a group director HR for Max India. And later on, he also was the chairman of GSK India. With Mr. Rajendran, who was the co-founder of NIT, Mr. Gautam Mahajan, and myself. And it occurred to us, post 2013, after this new law, wherein 5% net profit, 500 crores investment, or 1,000 crore turnover, large group of companies would fall under the realm of CSR. Today, as Brigadier Williams mentioned, we are talking about 75,000 crore in the whole total kitty of CSR, and around 25,000 corporates which would fall under the realm of CSR. And all along we have been listening about companies like Tata's, Jindal's, who have been doing CSR work much before this law, Birla's, for example. So there's an interesting transition. Earlier it was more into dynastic charities. Now it has gone into more professional, more organized way of working in this space. And that is where we thought, let us set up a body like National CSR Network, which could be a platform to connect NGOs, corporates, and see how we can work together, not only in exchange of information, best practices, but also discussing the pain points and also perhaps discussing our proposals, CSR proposals. So on the ground, the CSR deliverables have not changed and will not change. It is, after all, the community development, the upliftment of the society. But what has changed is how this function has evolved in corporates. So when after the law came, you will find CSR function was mostly handled by either HR heads or CFOs also. And afterwards, it was, so it was not a function which was taken very seriously apart from few large corporates. And today, if you see, mostly CSR function is being headed by the communications person in large MNCs, particularly if I'm talking about. So what has changed? Today, when we are talking about CSR, we are talking about how we can align profitability with social upliftment. That makes sense also because all of your business students, if anything has to become sustainable, it has to be aligned with the long-term growth of the company as well. Because everyone is not Tata Birlas and every company is not run by owners or promoters. They are run by professionals, and you'll see, with the startup culture coming in and unicorns coming in and MNCs operating and now getting into CSR also, this becomes very important. So, when we are discussing about this topic, we should really understand how CSR can bring synergy between profitability and societal upliftment. What challenges business face in aligning profitability with societal upliftment? Most importantly, how technology and innovation can be leveraged to both enhance profitability and societal well-being within a corporate setup. And we also have to understand what cannot be measured, cannot be improved. So is there a measurable impact on brand reputation and customer loyalty for companies that prioritize societal upliftment alongside profitability? In India, today it has gained a lot of focus, but in Western countries, this was there because the consumer was very conscious about whom they are dealing with. And last but not the least, what strategies do this employ? And in today's context, it has become more important because we are talking about ESG, environmental, social, and governance. And today, ESG has become the buzzword for companies investing in the area of social upliftment because it helps them to mitigate the risk and also it helps them to attract investments. And herein the government policy also plays a very important role because Brigadier Williams would agree with me, since 2013 and today 2024, almost 10 years, a lot has changed within this law also. In fact, a couple of months back, I was having a discussion in Niti Aayog at the highest level. And it really, according to them, a policy is an incentive for a corporate to work in a particular area. But is that really happening in CSR in the larger context? Or a lot of companies, because of fear of compliance, are doing CSR? And how we can have a system of trust, partnership between all the stakeholders. For a company, external stakeholders become very important. I know this session is running late, so I'll not we can, in a Q&A, I can answer some of the questions which I had raised, if the thing is there. But coming back to this point, how CSR can play a role, and what are the contemporary practices, or what are the contemporary areas where a CSR head of a company is expected to work, and how CSR helps is very, very critical, because it enhances reputation, it enhances the brand image. It's a very powerful tool to engage the stakeholders, to engage the local community where we are operating. It, of course, reduces risk. And because of that, you get access for capital and investment, so on and so forth. So, in a nutshell, how we can align CSR with the overall strategy of company becomes very important. I know I'm talking a lot about how we can align CSR with the overall business strategy, because that is what is required in the larger framework of companies, not about top 100 companies.
Mohit,
and if we have to make it sustainable, then it becomes even more critical, right from baseline, identifying the gaps, and right from monitoring evaluation to impact assessment. So I think I'll stop here, and we can continue.
Mohit, can you hear me? I think I have a question for you.
Yeah.
For the audience, I'm sure. If I am audible to you, you mentioned about alignment. It's very important to have alignment of strategies. But you also mentioned about the challenges and didn't go beyond what challenges the corporates face with in aligning with such kind of strategies based on the directions, not instructions, directions of the government. So can you throw some light on the challenges that are being faced by the corporates on their investment on CSR?
So the challenge is, as I mentioned in the opportunity, how you align short-term profit orientation of the board. Because many businesses face pressure to deliver short-term financial results, and which can hinder their ability to invest in long-term initiatives that can contribute to societal upliftment. You have businesses have multiple stakeholders with diverse interests, including employees, customers, communities, suppliers, and as you mentioned, the regulators.
Thank you.
And then I just complete two more points. And then there are cost considerations. And then there are, of course, complexities of social issues. The challenges for us today, for our companies also, the ability of the CSR professionals who can execute these projects. Do we have enough CSR professionals, and do they understand the real gaps in the market? And what are the social issues? Because, sometimes it becomes operating in a local area, it can have some political ramifications as well.
Right. Thank you, Mohit. Thank you for your response. I know there will be questions around it, maybe afterwards. But before I go into that, I want to ask my colleague over here sitting, Neeraj. You're from the NTPC, a power guzzler. You were helping us out in developing, and your colleague Ujjain had also mentioned, Ujjwal had mentioned earlier. There are a lot of challenges that are being faced by corporations like yours for the environment. And yet it is very important for us, for sustainable growth, to be dependent on your supplies. So can you throw some light how you overcome this branding piece? Branding is an important area for corporate social responsibility today, which I thought was not important, but today it has become important. So can you suggest or throw some lights on how you have been able to work on this particular funda of branding NTPC as a good corporate on social responsibility?
Should I speak from here? Okay.
Thank you, Rajiv, and I'll answer to your question in a few minutes.
Since the students are there, I will just share my thoughts with them, 2 minutes, and then I will come back to your question in this query and how we are doing it, and what is my suggestion, what is based on my learning and experiences. So good afternoon to all of you, and respected all people, all dignitaries, and my dearest students. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. Sat Sri Akal. I'm thankful for Baru Sahib for giving NTPC an opportunity to be here. And NTPC, of course, is a known entity. It doesn't need an introduction. We are the largest power generators in the country. We are 50 years old. In fact, the 75 odd years of our journey after independence, NTPC, I must humbly say that 50 years we have been partnering in that journey of India's growth and contributing to India's growth, which is part of our vision and mission statements. But just for the students, before I start anything, but the topic which was earlier given to me was sharing my experiences on NTPC and of course this social branding. मैं आप लोग को सिर्फ एक गुजारिश करूंगा, बच्चों को, प्यारे बच्चों, क्या होता है कि when we rise up the social ladder, हम जब पढ़ते हैं, पढ़ लिख के कुछ बन जाते हैं, तो एक हमारे में अंदर से एक ईगो आ जाता है, and when we forget, the first casualty of that ego is that we forget that we are human beings and we are not individuals but we are part of society. तो आप लोग को मैं ये गुजारिश करूंगा, ये मेरा अपना सजेशन है, never forget that you are human beings and part of the society. And you are part of this earth and you have a responsibility. And that's how that concept of corporate social responsibility also comes to you as an individual. आप लोग, मैं उसको एक philosophical angle से आपको समझाने की कोशिश करूंगा. आप लोग बहुत fortunate हैं कि एक ऐसे परिवार में एक माँ के पेट से आपने जन्म लिया. You have come from such a mother's womb that you have been able to derive some opportunities from this world. You have, through those opportunities, you have been able to derive the resources of this world, which everybody was talking about since beginning. So as you rise up the social ladder, you have a responsibility to give back to the society. And that is the entire concept of CSR. And that's, पहले हमारे उसमें होता था, राजा था, प्रजा था. Raja was the responsibility, had the responsibility of its praja. In modern days world, it's the corporates. The Rajas have been taken over or gone into corporate era. So the bigger the company is, you have a bigger role to play. And that as an individual, you should never forget. तो ये आप लोग बच्चे हमेशा ध्यान रखो, आप लोग fortunate हो, you are fortunate that you are getting this value-based education in this university, which probably the other institutions don't talk about. They just give you education enough so that you get admissions in good engineering colleges, good other opportunities, but then you should never forget that. Coming on this journey of NTPC, as I was talking about, we have CSR, as Mr. Rajiv was talking, has only started in the government legislation era only in 2013. But it has been in our blood and DNA since inception, when we had our first flagship project at Singrauli in one of the districts in Uttar Pradesh. When we landed up there, and I must admire and I must salute my leaders of that time, that they also realized that we have to do something for the community. And that's how they talked about environment, they talked about measures to be taken for the welfare of the people who are getting affected because of the acquisition of land. There were no norms there at that time. There were no environment norms. But then NTPC on its own thought to have electrostatic precipitators having 99% efficiency so that it can extract ash and it doesn't go to the environment. There were no, in 75, there were no norms for that. Similarly, there were no norms for resettlement and rehabilitation or welfare of the people. But then our company thought that we should have some opportunity more than over and above them if we have to pay them compensation. And that's how our journey of NTPC in this CSR field started way back in 75 when we started our business. I think I will skip that. Coming to that, to social branding, which Rajiv was talking about. So now what I would suggest is, as Mohit was telling, that you have to align it with your business as a strategy. The focus of I would slightly differ with Mohit on that. You may not align it with your business, but it has to be aligned with your strategy. And a strategy is that your business has to survive and sustain over a period of time. And that CSR plays a major role. You may have a strategy which may not be directly linked with your business, but you have to go into the eyes of the community, in the eyes of the society. That's what Tata's did 100 years back. That's what NTPC also did when it started off its journey. Everybody knows that Tata makes steel. But then Tata as a corporate today is known because of its many issues pertaining to the society, welfare measures of the society. And that's how that initial philanthropic approach, which became a commitment later, has survived, has made Tata survive over a century. So CSR should be seen as a tool for survival and for a good company to become a great company. There is a book, now it's documented also, Jim Collins talks about good to great companies, and he has documented for 10 odd companies, 10 multinationals over the entire world, where he has told about the case studies. He has done case studies, these General Motors and the others, which focused on some other welfare measures which were needed by the society. And that's how they survived and sustained their business. There have been many IT companies which have a lot of profit, but then they have died down after 10 years. Nobody remembers that. But if you have to survive as an organization, if your corporate has to survive, then CSR is one of the major tools which will help you in survival of the organization as well as acceptability into the society. So that's how social branding, I would say, is a tool and why it is important. And what should be the strategy? It could be, my suggestion would be that you identify at least one or two major things which are needed, which are the need of the hour for the society. And then you implement that uniformly at all your, if you are a multi-location organization or one organization, you put all your thrust on that. Apart from doing any other measures, I'll not talk about, I am not suggesting that you should stop that. Then that will give you a lot of branding. Coming on...
So I have a question for you here, that you mentioned about investing into branding.
Yeah.
My question is it good for me as a company to speak about what I'm doing? Or is it good for the beneficiaries to speak as to what you're doing?
It is like, of course, if people talk about us as a good corporate citizen, it always helps. People speak about you. But then at the same time, you also have to showcase. And that branding, you have, as people say, that if you are doing good, you have to also show that you are doing good. So a lot of publicity or this is in your self-interest, because CSR, as I told, and branding, you also need a brand. You need branding. ITC did that. ITC is not known as a tobacco company. If it was known as a tobacco company, it changed its image within the organization, within the corporate world. It talked about, now people talked about each of their Mars program, and now nobody things that they were in the tobacco business. Similarly for Tatas. Similarly for NTPC. NTPC, of course, some of the activists say that you are polluting because you are coal generators. But then that is the need of the hour.
Thank you.
I will not go into that. But you are also, the image of NTPC within the society is not known only for generation of power through coal, but for the efforts. And as I was talking about the flagship programs, NTPC, I will mention two. One, my ex-director is sitting here. He mentioned about the girl environment program, girl empowerment program, which we call as GEM. We pick up girls from the government schools, class 5 pass outs every year, and we bring them for in our campus, ignite their hopes within 1 month, and then they go back. And that's how that flagship program is giving a lot of publicity, lot of goodwill for NTPC wherever its operation and its acceptability in the remote areas where we are located. I'll talk about, incidentally I am here, I forgot that. Let me talk about, we also have a relationship with Baru Sahib. We have entered into a partnership where we are facilitating around 22 schools in Punjab through the efforts of Baru Sahib, and we are doing renewable solar plants there. So that is one thing which we, in a humble, it's a humble contribution to the society. So the other implementing, I think I did not answer you. The other part of the question is that for implementing also you have to have a good implementation partner, and you have to be very choosy. If you are doing it on your own, you have to do a good homework and then implement it with the right procedure. But if you have to have it through an implementation partner, he or it should be also credible enough so that it doesn't give you a bad name. And that's how I'm thankful to Baru Sahib that we have engaged into this program of going through this intervention through these schools.
Thank you, Neeraj. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yep. And I think I'm running out of time, otherwise I would have told you there's a presentation for this thing. If we have time at the end of the session, I'll definitely share that. Otherwise, over to you.
So Neeraj has brought us some very important points, and of course the GEM scholarship scheme is fantastic. I've gone through that earlier also. And let me tell you, last 100 years, the top 100 corporations, only 5 are surviving today. And one of them is Tata's. IBM is the other one. Others have decimated, they've forgotten because of the social responsibility. And that's why I pose this question of branding. It was important for them to showcase, but then Tata Nagar is what Tata Nagar is all about, is talked about. So without going further into details about our discussion,
just a minute,
I would like to,
just
one. I'd like to, of course, work on the environment piece, because Dr. Pattar, who's online again, Dr. Pranab, if you are there, I would like to, of course, tickle your brain on the environment piece, you know, because you've been close to TERI, you've been close to the climate projects. So throw some light on the corporate social responsibility or the ESG format on the planet piece. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brigadier Williams and respected co-panelists and all our dignitaries. And this is indeed a great pleasure to be able to join this international conference with Eternal University. I'm eternally pleased, in fact, and also little apologies to our convener, Professor Ghosh, for not being able to join the session offline due to some unavoidable engagement. I'm traveling out of town, and hopefully I'll be able to. In fact, I was asked to prepare a little presentation and a speech, so I have few slides as well. With kind permission of our chair, Brigadier Williams, I would also like to use some slides while I respond to your question about...
I think you go ahead without slides because of the time constraints. We are running very late. And I think your thought process itself would be helpful for everybody. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. So this is a very interesting domain altogether, especially now with the increasing the vulnerability that we are facing on because of the environmental degradation, because of changing climate and all other issues. Obviously, the corporate social responsibility and the support that is coming through the businesses is extremely important. And if we look at most of our modern day interventions as we try to deal with and fight the impact of climate change, among other issues, I see we are getting immensely benefited from this provision which has India adopted a few years ago in the form of the CSR Act, the Companies Act, and allowing us to deal with the vulnerabilities in a different way altogether. In fact, today our vulnerabilities are very different. We are dealing with a multi-dimensional problem, whether we look at poverty, whether we look at the environmental issues, whether we can look at the energy demand, whether we look at our need for food. We are dealing with all these problems from a very different dimension altogether. If we look at it from a more holistic point of view, I would say we are in a situation where complexities are multi-trans, interlinked and interdependent. And thankfully, we have also been able to, thanks to the support that is coming through from the CSR, we are able to look at it from a more holistic lens altogether. I mean, when I talk about climate change, and climate change is one thing, that is, it does not differentiate anyone. When we talk about who's at risk of climate change, everyone. Whether it is the business, whether it is the communities, whether it is all other entities of our society, all the stakeholders, everybody is getting impacted by climate change impact equally. And so, when we talk about the solutions part, can we think of not covering everybody, not think of taking a more inclusive approach? So obviously we can't. And if we just look at the poverty piece, for example, although I come from the core environmental issues, but I'm also going to touch upon the issue of poverty. Reason being, today when we talk about poverty today is very different than what it was 50 years ago because of the impact of climate change, which is making things even more vulnerable. The communities which were in the fringes, they are facing the challenges in a more complex way today. And thereby, we have fortunately been able to put together a number of innovative ideas and formulations to be able to deal with problems of climate, and which are dealing with the issues in a multi-pronged way. Like, for example, when we talk about sustainable development goals, sustainable development goals, although there are very distinct 17 different goals, but if we look at them carefully, all of them are interlinked and interdependent. And so if we are focusing only on one issue and not looking at the other, so obviously we are not doing the right thing, and we're going to miss out on a lot of opportunities of addressing issues in a more holistic way. Like, for example, I was going through a little old study conducted by Satwa Consulting, and it has emerged that, although the companies, they do their best to be able to address issues in a more holistic way without being exclusive to
Pranab, Dr. Pranab, I'll request you, because of the time, to quickly wrap up, because I'm asking you a question on the environment piece. Let's work waste management maybe, or on solar.
Right.
because Baru Sahib University, the Eternal University, has demonstrated, and what you've missed out is huge alternative sources of energy being used, from waste to wealth to solar panels. And I find there's so much that is happening. So just in 2 minutes, if you can wrap up about the environment piece relating to these two alternative sources. Thank you.
So I'm extremely happy to learn that, the Baru Sahib, the Eternal University is, putting together the best of the efforts to make it a self-sustainable university in terms of energy requirement. And I'm pleased to also share that, India's effort on becoming a climate secure country in terms of the efforts that we're putting in, whether it is our commitment to become a net zero country by 2070. So we are among the front runners, we are the flag bearers of the climate action today. And with that note, I'm pleased to also share that, at the community level, in fact, some of the projects that I have been part of, the building climate resilience is very important through building an renewable energy secure environment, whether it is by providing alternatives to the communities, whether by reducing their dependency on conventional energy, or by promoting low carbon technologies which are not only helpful for the environment but also for their health and their overall well-being. And in that note, the corporations have been very, very proactive. I have been part of several initiatives, both at the grassroots level as well as at the national level. In fact, I'm very proud to share about a program that I was, when I was in the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI in short. It took up a massive exercise called the Lighting a Billion Lives, about, providing alternative and renewable energy sources for lighting to about 1 billion people across the globe. And
thank you, Dr. Pranab. Thank you very much, because the Lighting a Billion Lives was a TERI project. And the children sitting over here, the bachche baithe hain, they are the 1 billion lives which are going to light many billion lives. That's why it is important for us to really see your beautiful landscape. And when I went for my walk in the morning, I was so impressed, because I've visited many places like many of us sitting over here. But there's something different which I came across. And that is the respect for the environment, the second pillar. So with that, I will request, of course, Neeraj, in a minute, if you can wrap up by some very emerging thoughts, and then Mohit, and finally Dr. Pathar, I'll request you also in a minute, and then we'll throw it open to the audience if you have any questions. Yes, please, Neeraj.
Thank you, Rajiv. I will, of course, not take much of a time. I'll just say that CSR, as I said earlier, you should use it as a tool. And whatever you should never think that you are spending so much amount of expenditure. It's not an expenditure, it's an investment. It is investment for your own good, for the growth of your organization, for the growth of the society. And incidentally, now ESG, through these ESG credit ratings, etc., you get a lot of support, like the money which comes from the financial institutions, they see your ESG report card. So it is also, it makes business sense to also invest in such type of issues, mainly the CSR. Of course, one flagship program I'll again mention, it's one archery. We are supporting archery in a big way. And since the inception of NTPC's intervention, which started 2 years back, India has been proud enough to win 200 odd medals, and it's giving a branding to NTPC.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mohit, over to you, Mohit. Some concluding thoughts in 1 minute, please.
Yeah. I think what I would like to conclude is we should use CSR as a long-term commitment, as a tool which can better the lives of people. We should always look at how we can help do meaningful social work. The underline over here is meaningful. Because many times CSR happens either to tick a mark or to do superficial work. So therefore, we should look at beyond just a PR exercise by committing for the long term, by engaging the community, and also working with the government. And also we should remember, these students would be going and working with different industries. So we cannot paint with one brush all the industries. There are industries like factors of production. The more different factors of production which industries use, the CSR, the challenges for those industries would also change. So with this I stop.
Thank you, Mohit, thank you very much. Last concluding thoughts by Dr. Pranab. Pranab, yes, over to you quickly. Thank you.
Yes, very quickly. I would like to recall a very important study supported by Department of Science and Technology a few years ago, which was conducted by a group of a consortium of national institutes, including IIT Mandi, IIT Guwahati, Indian Institute of Sciences. IIT Mandi is, of course, it's also in Himachal and not very far from Baru Sahib. And this study focused on to highlight the climate vulnerability faced by the entire Indian Himalayan region. And we also do realize that Indian Himalayan region is considered as the water tower of Asia. So obviously, the need of the hour is to focus more on securing this entire region. And also it is an appeal to our business communities that, it might be also wiser to look at be a little more inclusive and go beyond the catchment areas of their businesses to support states and regions of the state in building the climate resilience at the local level. For example, states like Manipur, Nagaland, Ladakh, Mizoram or Tripura, as per a report, they receive just about 1% of the total CSR spending in the country, whereas these states are also part of this the vulnerable region, and they have not been doing well in terms of the multi-dimensional poverty index or SDG index of the Niti Aayog. So it is important that, while we want to grow as a country and we aspire to become the top economies in the world, it is important that we also focus on these vulnerable areas, thereby building the climate resilience, environmental resilience. We become a complete, a wholesome country by becoming a true sustainably developed country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So it's all about sustainability. It's all about whatever we have spoken today, and many else before and after will be speaking on. But to wrap up the session, as Mohit had mentioned about the importance of the opportunities, the challenges that are faced by the corporations, by the government also, and also about the facts that whatever is not measured does not have any impact. So you've got to have correct reporting, you've got to have correct measurement tools, and ESG is the buzzword, as I mentioned right at the beginning, the economic, social and the governance factor. And there are opportunities with Deloitte or with the KPMGs, everybody is making money because of this kind of diktats which have come into being, and hope some finance guys will take this forward. And of course, Neeraj, good to great is something which I think earlier speakers had also spoken about, that you want to live happy, but it's not only the question of living, it is the question of giving. And as our Chancellor had mentioned, in fact your Chancellor had mentioned. And Pranab, thank you very much for the environment with your expertise, and on poverty alleviation and the SDGs, and the 17 SDGs, don't forget. The number 17 is what? Partnerships. It's only with partnerships that we can move ahead. So with that, we conclude our session. And if there are any very burning questions which you want me to respond to, or one of our panelists, then I'll just give you...
Sir, only one question.
Only one question, ki band karna hai. But I think Udal has got a question. Can I take one? One question. Yep, go ahead, please. Mic. Mic here. ये ले लो।
Hello. Yep. Should CSR be legalized? That's all.
Thank you. So the question that is put forward is, should CSR be legalized, which means should Act 2013 have come into being? And I just recall, I'll just wrap up with the session because I recall in 2007 when we were on a panel and Mr. Irani, Tata's sons, he was also on the panel. There were 4 of us with Shankar, and he challenged the government even at that time. He said Tata's is doing over 8% at that stage. Should we do only 2%? Should it be legalized? But then it's not the question of big corporates. It's the question of the MSME sector who don't even know where to invest. And the best thing is to park it in the Prime Minister's Relief Fund. You park it in some of those mandated requirements of the state governments, and you washed your hands off. That's why it is important, I think, that CSR has to, if it works from the head to the heart, you win the hearts over. And with that, I think we'll conclude our session. And thank you very much.
What an enlightening session. Thank you, our moderator and our speakers. So we would like to felicitate our moderator and speakers with a little token of appreciation, for which I would like to invite Mr. Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya and our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor A.S. Aluwalia, to please honor our moderator. Thank you, sir. Sir, please wait. Sir, please wait. Sir, now, our speaker, Mr. Neeraj Kapoor. Thank you so much, sir. We are extremely grateful to our Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We are extremely grateful for our keynote speaker, Mr. Mohit Gandhi, and our invited speaker, Mr. Pranab, for joining us for this technical session via online mode. With this, our first technical session comes to an end. Hope you had a fruitful session. Without any further ado, I would like to invite all of you for lunch.
Though quite late.
Though we are very behind, so I would request you to please join us back after half an hour for next technical session. Yes, the lunch will be at VIP guest house. And for students, it would be CR4 mess. Thank you so much.
Swinder Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations. This university campus fulfills all those expectations. It offers well-installed polyhouses, scientific labs, agriculture fields, and much more for student use.
और बात करें यहाँ पे हम पोली हाउस में, तो हमने यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई हुई है।
रिसेंटली हमारी इस यूनिवर्सिटी को ICR की ओर से मान्यता मिली है। इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे सेलेक्ट होते हैं वो अब किसी भी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में एंट्रेंस एग्जाम देकर दाखिला ले सकते हैं, जो कि अन्य किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये मान्यता अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है।
There are educational small schools for the B.Ed or education purpose, as also for the training of nursing, a charitable hospital on its campus itself, which caters to at least 100 of villages all around this place.
The main motto of Akal College of Nursing is to prepare and to train professionally competent nurses embedded with the spirit of providing quality care to the patient.
Aim and mission of our college is to make this college a Makkah of education of East by establishing permanent peace in this world.
Once when you visit this place, you will realize the aura, you will realize.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Attar Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. To translate Sant Attar Singh Ji's vision into reality, his Harvard-educated devotee Sant Teja Singh Ji in 1956 revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals and welfare centers in rural India. The Akal Academy has evolved into a network of 129 Akal Academies, where around 60,000 students are being imparted quality education. The society emphasizes on imparting moral and value-based education, blending it with modern scientific knowledge. The society is focused on rural areas, where it is difficult to find quality educational institutes. Moreover, parents can hardly support the education of their wards. So, it is the society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal Academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB School at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the National Capital Region, Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher education, Eternal University, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health, is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls. Especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Garg Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi and Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer bachelor with honors in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Garg Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharo, this society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Garg Society depends.
Away from the maddening crowd, there is a place known as Eternal University Badu Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Hi, I am Priyanka, research scholar in the Department of Physics, Eternal University. This university runs various courses in different streams with excellent teaching facilities.
I am Jaswinder Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations. This university campus fulfills all those expectations. It offers well-installed polyhouses, scientific labs, agriculture fields, and much more for student use.
और बात करें यहाँ पे हम पोली हाउस में, तो हमने यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई हुई है.
रिसेंटली हमारी इस यूनिवर्सिटी को ICR की ओर से मान्यता मिली है. इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे सेलेक्ट होते हैं वो अब किसी भी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम देकर दाखिला ले सकते हैं, जो कि अन्य किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये मान्यता अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है.
There are educational small schools for the B.Ed or education purpose, as also for the training of nursing, a charitable hospital on its campus itself, which caters to at least 100 of villages all around this place.
The main motto of Akal College of Nursing is to prepare and to train professionally competent nurses embedded with the spirit of providing quality care to the patient.
Aim and mission of our college is to make this college a Makkah of education of East by establishing permanent peace in this world.
Once when you visit this place, you will realize the aura, you will realize.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Aditya Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. To translate Sant Attar Singh Ji's vision into reality, his Harvard-educated devotee Sant Teja Singh Ji in 1956 revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals and welfare centers in rural India. The Akal Academy has evolved into a network of 129 Akal Academies, where around 60,000 students are being imparted quality education. The society emphasizes on imparting moral and value-based education, blending it with modern scientific knowledge. The society is focused on rural areas, where it is difficult to find quality educational institutes. Moreover, parents can hardly support the education of their wards. So, it is the society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal Academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB School at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the National Capital Region, Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher education, Eternal University, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health, is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls. Especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Kalgidhar Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi at Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer a bachelor with honors in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Kalgidhar Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh, to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharo, the society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Kalgidhar Society depends.
Away from the maddening crowd, there is a place known as Eternal University Badu Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Hi, I am Priyanka, research scholar in the Department of Physics, Eternal University. This university runs various courses in different streams with excellent teaching facilities.
I am Jaswinder Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations. This university campus fulfills all those expectations. It offers well-installed polyhouses, scientific labs, agriculture fields, and much more for student use.
और बात करें यहाँ पे हम पोली हाउस में, तो हमने यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई हुई है।
रिसेंटली हमारी इस यूनिवर्सिटी को ICR की ओर से मान्यता मिली है। इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे सेलेक्ट होते हैं वो अब किसी भी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम देकर दाखिला ले सकते हैं, जो कि अन्य किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये मान्यता अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है।
There are educational small schools for the B.Ed or education purpose, as also for the training of nursing, a charitable hospital on its campus itself, which caters to at least 100 of villages all around this place.
The main motto of Akal College of Nursing is to prepare and to train professionally competent nurses embedded with the spirit of providing quality care to the patient.
Aim and mission of our college is to make this college a Makkah of education of East by establishing permanent peace in this world.
Once when you visit this place, you will realize the aura, you will realize.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Attar Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. To translate Sant Attar Singh Ji's vision into reality, his Harvard-educated devotee Sant Teja Singh Ji in 1956 revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals and welfare centers in rural India. The Akal Academy has evolved into a network of 129 Akal Academies, where around 60,000 students are being imparted quality education. The society emphasizes on imparting moral and value-based education, blending it with modern scientific knowledge. The society is focused on rural areas, where it is difficult to find quality educational institutes. Moreover, parents can hardly support the education of their wards. So, it is the society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal Academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB School at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the National Capital Region, Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher education, Eternal University, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health, is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls. Especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Kalgidhar Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi at Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer a bachelor with honors in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Kalgidhar Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharo, this society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Kalgidhar Society depends.
Away from the maddening crowd, there is a place known as Eternal University Badu Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Hi, I am Priyanka, research scholar in the Department of Physics, Eternal University. This university runs various courses in different streams with excellent teaching facilities.
I am Jaswinder Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations. This university campus fulfills all those expectations. It offers well-installed polyhouses, scientific labs, agriculture fields, and much more for student use.
और बात करें यहाँ पे हम पोली हाउस में, तो हमने यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई हुई है.
रिसेंटली हमारी इस यूनिवर्सिटी को आईसीआर की ओर से मान्यता मिली है. इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे सेलेक्ट होते हैं वो अब किसी भी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम देकर दाखिला ले सकते हैं, जो कि अन्य किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये मान्यता अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है.
There are educational small schools for the B.Ed or education purpose, as also for the training of nursing, a charitable hospital on its campus itself, which caters to at least 100 of villages all around this place.
The main motto of Akal College of Nursing is to prepare and to train professionally competent nurses embedded with the spirit of providing quality care to the patient.
and mission of our college is to make this college a Makkah of education of East by establishing permanent peace in this world.
Once when you visit this place, you will realize the aura, you will realize.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Attar Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. To translate Sant Attar Singh Ji's vision into reality, his Harvard-educated devotee Sant Teja Singh Ji in 1956 revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals and welfare centers in rural India. The Akal Academy has evolved into a network of 129 Akal Academies, where around 60,000 students are being imparted quality education. The society emphasizes on imparting moral and value-based education, blending it with modern scientific knowledge. The society is focused on rural areas where it is difficult to find quality educational institutes. Moreover, parents can hardly support the education of their wards. So, it is the society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal Academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB School at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the National Capital Region, Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher education, Eternal University, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health, is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls. Especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Kalgidhar Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi and Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer a bachelor with honors in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Kalgidhar Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharo, this society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Kalgidhar Society depends.
Away from the maddening crowd, there is a place known as Eternal University Badu Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Hi, I am Priyanka, research scholar in the Department of Physics, Eternal University. This university runs various courses in different streams with excellent teaching facilities.
I am Jaswinder Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations. This university campus fulfills all those expectations. It offers well-installed polyhouses, scientific labs, agriculture fields, and much more for student use.
और बात करें यहाँ पे हम पोली हाउस में तो हमने यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई हुई है.
रिसेंटली हमारी इस यूनिवर्सिटी को ICR की ओर से मान्यता मिली है. इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे सेलेक्ट होते हैं वो अब किसी भी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम देकर दाखिला ले सकते हैं, जो कि अन्य किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये मान्यता अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है.
There are educational small schools for the B.Ed or education purpose, as also for the training of nursing, a charitable hospital on its campus itself, which caters to at least 100 of villages all around this place.
The main motto of Akal College of Nursing is to prepare and to train professionally competent nurses embedded with the spirit of providing quality care to the patient.
Aim and mission of our college is to make this college a Makkah of education of East by establishing permanent peace in this world.
Once when you visit this place, you will realize the aura, you will realize.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Attar Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. To translate Sant Attar Singh Ji's vision into reality, his Harvard-educated devotee Sant Teja Singh Ji in 1956 revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare, and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals, and welfare centers in rural India. The Akal Academy has evolved into a network of 129 Akal Academies, where around 60,000 students are being imparted quality education. The society emphasizes on imparting moral and value-based education, blending it with modern scientific knowledge. The society is focused on rural areas, where it is difficult to find quality educational institutes. Moreover, parents can hardly support the education of their wards. So, it is the society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal Academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB School at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the National Capital Region, Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher education, Eternal University, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health, is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls. Especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Kalgidhar Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi at Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer a bachelor with honors in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Kalgidhar Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh, to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharo, this society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Kalgidhar Society depends.
Away from the maddening crowd, there is a place known as Eternal University Badu Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Hi, I am Priyanka, research scholar in the Department of Physics, Eternal University. This university runs various courses in different streams with excellent teaching facilities.
I am Jaswinder Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations. This university campus fulfills all those expectations. It offers well-installed polyhouses, scientific labs, agriculture fields, and much more for student use.
और बात करें यहाँ पे हम पोली हाउस में, तो हमने यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई हुई है.
रिसेंटली हमारी इस यूनिवर्सिटी को ICR की ओर से मान्यता मिली है। इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे सेलेक्ट होते हैं वो अब किसी भी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम देकर दाखिला ले सकते हैं, जो कि अन्य किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये मान्यता अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है।
There are educational small schools for the B.Ed or education purpose, as also for the training of nursing, a charitable hospital on its campus itself, which caters to at least 100 of villages all around this place.
The main motto of Akal College of Nursing is to prepare and to train professionally competent nurses embedded with the spirit of providing quality care to the patient.
Aim and mission of our college is to make this college a Makkah of education of East by establishing permanent peace in this world.
Once when you visit this place, you will realize the aura, you will realize.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Attar Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. To translate Sant Attar Singh Ji's vision into reality, his Harvard-educated devotee Sant Teja Singh Ji in 1956 revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals and welfare centers in rural India. The Akal Academy has evolved into a network of 129 Akal Academies, where around 60,000 students are being imparted quality education. The society emphasizes on imparting moral and value-based education, blending it with modern scientific knowledge. The society is focused on rural areas, where it is difficult to find quality educational institutes. Moreover, parents can hardly support the education of their wards. So, it is the society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal Academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB School at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the National Capital Region, Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher education, Eternal University, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health. is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls, especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Garg Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi and Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer a bachelor with honors in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Garg Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharo, this society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Garg Society depends.
Away from the maddening crowd, there is a place known as Eternal University Badu Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Hi, I am Priyanka, research scholar in the Department of Physics, Eternal University. This university runs various courses in different streams with excellent teaching facilities.
I am Jaswinder Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations. This university campus fulfills all those expectations. It offers well-installed polyhouses, scientific labs, agriculture fields, and much more for student use.
और बात करें यहाँ पे हम पोली हाउस में, तो हमने यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई हुई है।
रिसेंटली हमारी इस यूनिवर्सिटी को ICR की ओर से मान्यता मिली है। इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे सेलेक्ट होते हैं वो अब किसी भी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम देकर दाखिला ले सकते हैं, जो कि अन्य किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये मान्यता अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है।
There are educational small schools for the B.Ed or education purpose, as also for the training of nursing, a charitable hospital on its campus itself, which caters to at least 100 of villages all around this place.
The main motto of Akal College of Nursing is to prepare and to train professionally competent nurses embedded with the spirit of providing quality care to the patient.
Aim and mission of our college is to make this college a Makkah of education of East by establishing permanent peace in this world.
Once when you visit this place, you will realize the aura, you will realize.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Attar Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. to translate Sant Attar Singh Ji's vision into reality. His Harvard-educated devotee, Sant Teja Singh Ji, in 1956, revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals and welfare centers in rural India. The Akal Academy has evolved into a network of 129 Akal Academies, where around 60,000 students are being imparted quality education. The society emphasizes on imparting moral and value-based education, blending it with modern scientific knowledge. The society is focused on rural areas, where it is difficult to find quality educational institutes. Moreover, parents can hardly support the education of their wards. So, it is the society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal Academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB School at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the National Capital Region, Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher education, Eternal University, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health, is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls. Especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Kalgidhar Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi at Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer a bachelor with honors in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Kalgidhar Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh, to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharo, this society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Kalgidhar Society depends.
Away from the maddening crowd, there is a place known as Eternal University Badu Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Hi, I am Priyanka, research scholar in the Department of Physics, Eternal University. This university runs various courses in different streams with excellent teaching facilities.
I am Jaswinder Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations. This university campus fulfills all those expectations. It offers well-installed polyhouses, scientific labs, agriculture fields, and much more for student use.
और बात करें यहाँ पे हम पोली हाउस में, तो हमने यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉबेरी लगाई हुई है।
रिसेंटली हमारी इस यूनिवर्सिटी को ICR की ओर से मान्यता मिली है। इसका मतलब ये है कि जो हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे सेलेक्ट होते हैं वो अब किसी भी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में एंट्रेंस एग्ज़ाम देकर दाखिला ले सकते हैं, जो कि अन्य किसी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के पास ये मान्यता अभी तक हिमाचल प्रदेश में नहीं है।
There are educational small schools for the B.Ed or education purpose, as also for the training of nursing, a charitable hospital on its campus itself, which caters to at least 100 of villages all around this place.
The main motto of Akal College of Nursing is to prepare and to train professionally competent nurses embedded with the spirit of providing quality care to the patient.
Aim and mission of our college is to make this college a Makkah of education of East by establishing permanent peace in this world.
Once when you visit this place, you will realize the aura, you will realize.
In the year 1906, the legendary saint of his time, Sant Attar Singh Ji, envisioned the creation of a higher humanity through the blend of moral and modern scientific education. He conceptualized this mission statement: to establish permanent peace in the world through value-based education and spiritual rejuvenation, creating good global citizens. To translate Sant Attar Singh Ji's vision into reality, his Harvard-educated devotee Sant Teja Singh Ji in 1956 revealed the hitherto unknown Tapobhumi. This was Badu Sahib, the Valley of Divine Peace. Taking the lead further, Baba Iqbal Singh Ji in 1986 settled down in Badu Sahib after completing a distinguished innings as the Director of Agriculture of Himachal Pradesh. Thus began the brick-by-brick building of this glorious organization. Today, the Kalgidhar Society is a charitable organization that supports education, healthcare, social welfare and relief and rehabilitation by building schools, hospitals and welfare centers in rural India. The Akal Academy has evolved into a network of 129 Akal Academies, where around 60,000 students are being imparted quality education. The society emphasizes on imparting moral and value-based education, blending it with modern scientific knowledge. The society is focused on rural areas, where it is difficult to find quality educational institutes. Moreover, parents can hardly support the education of their wards. So, it is the society that has to motivate and even sponsor the child's learning. All the Akal Academies are run on subsidies provided by the Kalgidhar Society, where the facilities of e-classrooms have been provided in the rural areas. The recent establishment of IB School at Badu Sahib is the first IB school in northern India, apart from the National Capital Region, Delhi. Our alumni from villages have gone to CASA to become astronaut, cleared IIT with all India ranks of even 67 and placed in MNCs. Each student of Akal Academy is a role model who influences the life of 35 to 40 people around him. More than 8,150 alumni of Akal Academies studying in various countries are today messengers of peace. Music, culture and tradition have always been a part of eternal play. The society started the Divine College of Music, resurrecting ancient musical instruments. The Kalgidhar Society's initiative for higher eternal university, established at Badu Sahib in 2008 to impart value-based education in arts, sciences, nursing, engineering and technology, divine music, spiritualism and public health, is a world-class multi-faculty university proven itself as the safest campus for girls. Especially College of Nursing, where international conferences are organized annually. The Kalgidhar Society's second university, Akal University, Guru Ki Kashi and Damdama Sahib in Bathinda district of Punjab. Akal University offers bachelor's as well as master's degrees in economics, commerce, mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, English, Punjabi and music. In a first, Akal University would also offer a bachelor with honors in Sri Guru Granth Sahib studies. They help in building a drug-free society by organizing anti-drug rallies and influencing their families. The Kalgidhar Society has established Akal Charitable Hospital, a 280-bed hospital in the remote rural hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh to provide integrated health services to neglected communities. Baba Iqbal Singh Ji and his team are well aware of the growing epidemic of drug abuse in Punjab. Through de-addiction centers at Chima and Jharo, this society is trying its best to counter it. These centers have a success rate of 70%. The sustenance of all philanthropic projects of the Kalgidhar Society depends.
Away from the maddening crowd, there is a place known as Eternal University Badu Sahib in Himachal Pradesh. It is perhaps one of the most secure places for girls.
Hi, I am Priyanka, research scholar in the Department of Physics, Eternal University. This university runs various courses in different streams with excellent teaching facilities.
I am Nim Kaur from Uttar Pradesh. My aim is to become an analytical chemist. That's why I have joined Eternal University.
When students search for a university, they have specific expectations.
Promote, sir. Ram, sir.
presentation है उसको note करना पड़ेगा.
Sure, sir. I'll just ask them.
तो बच्चे कहाँ गए? I am here for both these.
वाला है क्या? हाँ नहीं क्या लिखा है उसमें? नहीं ये वाला बाड़ू साहब बस इसको
डेस्कटॉप पे है
कॉपी पेस्ट जब होगा हमारा तो प्रेजेंट कर दीजिए 15 मिनट में खत्म करूँगा है तो स्लाइड्स बहुत स्किप करेंगे बहुत इसलिए तो गाना वाना गाना बीच में थोड़ा एंटरटेनर्स चाहिए because हम लोग तो सीरियस स्पीकर्स हैं कुछ होना चाहिए बीच बीच में बीच में रहे तो गाना बना गाना नहीं गाना एक्टिविटी नहीं 2 मिनट्स थोड़ी यहाँ का कल्चर को चैलेंज मत करिए नहीं अभी तो ऐसे लोड कर रहे हैं बस हो गया हमारा तो बाद में नहीं ये कह रहे हैं लोगों को डाइजेस्ट है ना कोई बात छोड़िए हो जाए ना नहीं आप सेशन आप स्टार्ट करें
जी सर
उसकी प्रोमोशन है
जी सर जी सर
कहाँ
ये रहे सर सामने
हाँ बोलो बुला दीजिए
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? Good evening, everybody. Welcome back. I hope all of you are ready for the next technical session. Like the previous session, we again have 4 speakers. And this technical session is again a panel cum presentation cum interaction mode. For this session, the theme is corporate issues and challenges, cross-functional management issues. I would like to introduce our moderator for the session, Dr. Pramod Joshi, founder, member, Winning Mantra, serving Industry Academia Interface. He is also an alumnus of IIT BHU and IIT Kanpur as well as IIM Bangalore. He has nearly 40 years of in-depth experience in various positions and has groomed over 30,000 students over 50 plus campuses. I really hope you listen to him and take some advice from him. Sir, I'd like you to come on the stage. We have 4 other speakers. The speakers are Mr. Ram Bhuj, Ms. Geeta Malhotra, Mr. Ranjan Chaudhary, who will be joining us online. Over to you, sir. I am absolutely.
A very good afternoon to all of you and welcome to this post-lunch session. It is starting a little late, almost about 30 minutes late. As a moderator, I'll use my prerogative to cut down the time a little bit so that we can catch up. Oh, Dr. Ghosh is telling me go on. We can go till midnight. Midnight? Okay, by 5:15. So in 45 minutes, we have to get this wrapped up. We have 3 speakers apart from the moderator. One of them is online. Welcome Ranjan ji. He is, I guess, logged in from Delhi, NCR. Can you hear us, Ranjan ji?
Loud and clear, sir.
Fantastic.
Thank you, and happy to be part of this panel.
All right, great. So what we'll do is, I will spend less than about 3 minutes talking about the theme and also introducing each of the panelists as they come. Since it is a combined format of physical and digital, I guess we'll take one physical first, then the digital, and then another physical speaker. Is that okay? All right. So the theme, as was spelled out just now, it involves actually all the stakeholders in society. We are talking of industry, we are talking of NGOs, we are talking of people who have done cross-border work in all sectors. As I introduce the speakers, you will realize that they have already interconnected many disciplines, and we are talking about interdisciplinary, interfunctional, cross-functional management issues. So with the rich depth of their experience, I think you will be able to understand some of the wisdom that they bring to the table. My particular request to the few students who are present here, try to listen carefully. Such opportunities don't come very often, and certainly not in a very remote place like Eternal University. However beautiful it is, it takes a lot of effort to get such speakers onto this campus. And I think Dr. Ghosh deserves all accolades for doing this. The list of people who were present this morning at the inauguration could have made even an IIT or IIM jealous. So let's give him a round of applause for what he did in getting them together. I think this was in planning for almost a year, because I remember when you approached me, it was last year, and I said it's too early. I'm not putting my dates down now for March, but I'm sure many speakers here were happy that they got enough notice. So when we talk about issues and challenges and cross-functional management issues, as a student, you must try to imagine yourself about 10, 15, 20 years from now. Because when you are at the age of 30, 35, you will possibly face those issues that these speakers will be talking about. You don't get wisdom in a hurry. It takes a lot of effort, failures. You try many things, you take risks. In the morning session, if you were here, students, you would have realized that many of the speakers spoke about the risks that they took. We had Mr. Chima talk about how he took entrepreneurship by the horns and created such a company. There are many other speakers who I'm sure if you listen to them and speak to them, you will realize that they have done a lot by taking risks in their lives. So we are talking to you maybe at an early age. You are in your 20s, early 20s maybe, but try to imagine yourself at the age of 30, 35, and a lot of this will start making sense. Maybe you can keep the recording and play it back after 15 years. Let's start on this topic with our first speaker. I'm going to invite Mr. Rambuj, CEO of Mobius Foundation, who has been a former UNESCO UNEP environmental specialist. He has written about 15 books and authored more than 100 papers. He has worked in so many spaces that I can't even begin to narrate all of them. I will leave it to him to fill any gaps in my introduction, and I invite him now to share his thoughts in about 12 to 15 minutes. And the mic is now his. Please pay attention. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, and thank you very much, Chair, for inviting me and briefly introducing me. I think it's wonderful to be here, and thanks to our esteemed dignitaries sitting in the front, Professor Ghosh, and many dear students. I think it's an eye-opener being at least 2 days part of this wonderful university. I have worked for a very large period of my time with the United Nations system, and particularly UNESCO, whose mandate is education. E of UNESCO stands for education, science and culture. So all three are so interconnected, and I can see here some of those dreams being realized by its founders and everyone who is involved here. So that's a great privilege for me to be here. Whole United Nations system, which is called as, like we call ourselves as laboratory of ideas. New ideas are nurtured here. They are generated, this laboratory, then nurtured, and there are standards which are set to be followed globally. So we are standard or trendsetters. The other one, the important thing is building the knowledge and capacity. As our chairperson just said, wisdom doesn't come in a hurry, but he has given me very little time, I think till 5-6 minutes, that doesn't matter. I have a few slides that I think I will straightway go and try to do as quickly as possible. Can someone help me? Where are those slides? Meanwhile, in fact, today there is a world report which is called as Sapien Labs 4th Annual Mental State of the World Report. Audio is okay? Can you all hear me? will come. So that report is very eye-opener because it says younger generations, particularly those under age 35, have the steepest decline in mental well-being. That's very worrisome. And the other finding is that younger age of first smartphone users or owners and ultra-processed food consumers. So that were identified as two main reasons for the mental, this steep down ranking. Similarly, there have been several reports, and I'm happy that you all are getting such an education. I asked some of the girls here what one key lesson you learned during this, and one of them, rather two of them, unanimously they said it's the peace of mind and how we can value the peace. So similarly, but I am going to begin with the planetary crisis. Our planet Earth is facing a huge crisis, and can you, and straight way, where this one will go? This one. Okay. So triple planetary crisis, you might have heard this word. World is facing this triple planetary crisis. Number one is climate. I think you have heard a lot about it in previous sessions. Then nature, that is the loss of biodiversity. We are rather plundering. It's called as war with nature. We are fighting, it's a war situation. The third one is pollution, which is everywhere. You heard in the morning session, deep oceans. Even we have, the oceans are in such a perilous stage, we had outstripped their capacity to absorb any more carbon. I think how to navigate it, this one is not working. No, there is issues. Only he knows.
Yeah, page down.
It's not there. I think some method that it can go quickly. Okay, this one.
This one.
Okay. Not going, not pressing. Or I can put here.
Yeah, you can press enter now, sir.
Enter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. It's okay, I will do that. I won't go back. Whatever comes.
Now it's working, sir.
Okay.
Now arrows are.
Arrows are working?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let's hope they continue
Good.
to work.
Okay. So this is very important. I think global risk report you must have. In January every year, World Economic Forum, they meet in Davos, Switzerland, and they produce a report, global risk report. There are two scenarios. You can see 2 years report, and you can see the green ones. I am talking about the planetary crisis. They are also, but other crisis has overtaken them. The other one, if you see a long-term vision, then most of the, almost 5 of those risks are all related to environment. Then there is another concept of planetary boundaries. We are living within this biosphere, within this planet, where everything is finite. You cannot over-exploit anything. The 9 boundaries have been set up. This was done in 2009, and 2015 we had breached some 4 boundaries. In 2023 we have breached 6 of 9 boundaries. So almost we have outstripped nature. you all know the climate action. There is race to net zero. I'm not going to go into detail. The only thing is that we don't have time. Already we have reached the 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is fixed under the Paris climate deal. All countries have agreed to limit the temperature rise to that level, but we are already reaching there. By 2027, we will almost reach there. And that is why when India says that it will reach net zero by 2070, China by 2060, rest of the world by 2050, where is the time? There is no time to wait for that much time. That is where this whole Conference of Parties, COP27, that happened in Sharm el-Sheikh. I was there. I have been in previous COPs as well. Almost every country of the world is present in these meetings. Some, like latest was in Dubai, where there were 70,000 participants. Here, maybe 400-500 we cannot manage. Managing 70,000 is a stupendous task. But nothing is happening. Dubai, it happened very recently. And of course, there was a deal about contributing, but like there is a principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, so that rich countries, they have to contribute something to the tune of $100 billion a year. So that some amount has not fully, but to some extent that has been fulfilled. I'm skipping this. This is another one, but main is this key takeaways. Loss and damage fund was created because rich countries or rich people all over the world, they can afford to adapt to like build structures to cope with rising temperatures. You can have nice buildings, nice environment, you can create, rich country, rich can. But it is poor who has no role in global warming, they are the most sufferers. That is why this loss and damage fund was there. There has been some 800 million have been mobilized. And the other takeaway was the language, which was because the rich countries, particularly petroleum exporting countries, OPEC, coal and petroleum, they have been considered as the dirtiest fuel. Of course, NTPC people were there, and there is a news today that the renewables their popularity are falling because of the governmental policies, and they are again gaining ground in India. So that's good news for NTPC, but bad news for the renewables. For the first time, the deal says that transitioning away from fossil fuels in energy systems in a just, orderly and equitable manner, these are very important words, just, orderly and equitable manner, accelerating action in this critical decade so as to achieve net zero by 2050. So first time countries have agreed that they will transition from fossil fuel towards renewables. So that's very important after so many years of dragging behind. And then tripling renewable energy capacity and doubling energy efficiency by 2030. Tripling renewables. India set a target to achieve 175 gigawatt of renewables, wind and solar, by 2022. We have hardly achieved 40%. There is a target of 500 gigawatt by 2030. And every year we have to install at 50 gigawatt capacity. That is nowhere, like we are, of course, some of our delegates in the morning session, they said that we are the trendsetter, we are very much walking the talk, but nothing is like our target, which has been set by the country in international forum, is not being met. So, but anyway, there are good news. I'm just going I think this is all, climate change is real. We all are facing floods, drought. These are 9 countries we are going to be wiped out from the world map. That is one scenario. There are a lot of very good films you can watch. This one, and Inconvenient Truth, I think this is a award-winning documentary by Al Gore, Climate Reality Project. You heard Aditya Pundir in the morning session. His chairperson, Al Gore, he has shared Nobel Prize with India's Rajendra Pachauri, and his Inconvenient Truth is a must-watch documentary. And I was with Al Gore, worked like training climate leaders, around 600 all over the world. So had very closely such a passionate leader who lost presidential election of US, but that was maybe lost to the politics, but gained to all environmentalists, because he is one of the few leaders who are spearheading climate movement. IPCC, you all know, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, their last report came last year, and which is basically a code red for humanity. Warns that how we have breached every climate indicator, and how the species are going to be eliminated. India, these 12 cities, they will be inundated. Some part of them, there will be flooding if the sea level rises. There will be havoc in these, particularly aquaculture, habitations, and you don't have that means to like protect some of the big cities like Chennai, Mumbai, Kolkata, and many others which are going to face this brunt. Climate emergency is the Oxford Dictionary word, it's being used very widely. Lot of species, biodiversity is losing at a very fast pace. This is Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity. It predicts that 1 million species stay at extinction. 1 million species will be no more. Sustainable Development Goals. This is very important. Paris Agreement. When this was signed by the American envoy there, John Kerry, his granddaughter is in his lap. He said, this agreement, Paris Agreement, I am signing for the sake of our grandchildren. And I think this is where every one of us must think about that. We have to do something, contribute something for our India's, then Prakash Javadekar also signed it. Kitne hai? 2 minutes. Anyway, plastic, I'm just leaving. Last time, this one, iPhone everybody uses, and its real cost, if you assess, it's more than some of the country's budget. The iPhone, the giant, and 23 million tons of CO2 equivalent they produce, and they always encourage that you change from one, if it's iPhone 13 to 14, 15 or so on. It's never in a modular fashion, and that's why they have come up with a Fairphone. Many European countries are promoting it, which is a modular. You need not like replace parts every year or replace the whole set, but you can upgrade it whenever you want. We have some of these actions which is going on in India. Finally, I think there was sustainable lifestyle, which is, I think, bane of this institution, is being promoted all over the world. And lifestyle for environment is the mool mantra मोदी जी का, जो पंचामृत जिसको कहते हैं, India's climate ambition. Population is another area where I think we must be concerned, and just if time permits, there is just one.
Sir, time is already running out.
Okay, so finally I am going to, every year we organize an international conference on sustainability education. This year it is on 1920. It's open to all. We have a full session on Youth for Earth. There are youth from all over the world coming there. And of course others also. There were close to 1,000 participants every year. And youth who have good projects, they are awarded there. There are several youth. We have a huge youth program. And this is the last slide. Like making peace with nature is a defining task of 21st century. It must be the top priority for everyone, everywhere. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rambuj. Clearly he has outlined the challenges before planet Earth. So in this case, global and Indian dimensions are almost the same. It's the same problem that we all will have to face. I hope some of you students did not go off to sleep thinking that we are so far from the ocean that we will never get, underwater. But that's not the way to think. You have to think about all people on the planet. So thank you, sir, for telling us about this very important challenge facing humanity. We move on to Mr. Ranjan Chaudhary, and let me quickly introduce him. He is going to be an online speaker. He has over 4 decades of experience across private and public sector. He was with the KK Modi Group, with TCS, with National Skill Development Corporation, and he has he has done enough work in the past to make him an expert on governance issues. He will now be talking to us on the very important topic of Indian business houses and their practices in skill development and human resource development. Ranjan, over to you, and if I missed out anything in your introduction, please fill the gap.
Not at all, sir. Thank you. Before I begin, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Clear.
Sure. And I will also share my screen. Could you also, because I have a presentation, can I request for screen sharing to be enabled?
Screen sharing.
And while that is being done, in the meantime, let me use this time to thank the university and Professor Ghosh in particular for inviting me. It's my misfortune that I could not come last minute. There were some issues. However, I had the privilege of seeing the inaugural sessions live. And what struck me was the fact, the ethos of the founding fathers, the university. Very rarely does one come across deliberations where the bedrock is not just an issue at hand, but larger thought on how it will impact not only the stakeholders, but the community, humanity, and the environment or the world at large. That is greatly appreciated, and I wish I could be there in person to be able to discuss this more in detail. Once again, may I request for the screen to be shared?
Can you make him a host?
No, he can share the screen. He can. आप कर सकते हो. There is this down there.
It says host disabled attendee.
Now you can. Now you can.
Okay. Visible?
Yes.
Okay. I'm very cognizant of the fact that we're running short of time. So I'll quickly delve into it. This is the outline, a bit of overview. Then I'll take you all through 4 different industries and how they look at skill development and human capital development, and some reflections and what could be the way forward. So we are all aware of India's demographics, and I think the audience largely we are interested to look at is the youth population, which also includes the student of the university. Now, whether we like it or not, most youth will need to acquire the knowledge or skills and competencies to be effectively productive in the workplace. With industry being the main employer, they are interested in training and skill development, not only for entry level, but also for upskilling and reskilling of their existing employees because of the rapid change in technology. The other part, Mr. Rambuj also mentioned very briefly about the World Economic Forum. I would like all the students to just reiterate that the World Economic Forum stresses that going forward for the youngsters, lifelong learning is an imperative. It wasn't for us, but for the younger generation, lifelong learning is important. And they also talked about 10 different 21st century skills. To me, of all the skills, the 4 C's are what is most critical to be successful in the workplace. Finally, whenever industry looks at engagement in skill development, it's either to address business needs or as a part of CSR. And I will concentrate more on CSR because that really impacts the community at large. Some of you may be aware of Bosch. It's a German major. They have been working in India since the 1960s, and their success primarily has been in the very strong training that they provide to their entry-level candidates, as well as ongoing human capital training that they provide to their employees. I will not go through each and every line item, but they have a 3-year apprenticeship model, which is merit-based and paid for. They have a bridge program, which is a CSR program, and with that, they have trained 50,000 plus people in short-term jobs, essentially to provide avenues for the underprivileged. This is across the country. And they also look at artisans, which is equally important because artisans also contribute, and our lives would not be complete without their efforts. They also have something called graduate apprenticeship, which is a 1-year program for graduate engineers as well, but these are for students who've already acquired their engineering degree. Very briefly, visuals are always good. So the top left hand, we have the woodworking. On right, we have a bridge center at Christ University in Bangalore. Left bottom, we have the apprenticeship training ground. So that's a brief overview. I'll go on to Bajaj Auto. Here I have a disclosure to make that the 3 majors that I'm going to be talking about are essentially in the automotive space. And the reason is that the automotive sector and automotive ancillary covers more than 50% of the manufacturing industry in India. Also, they are some of the most advanced in terms of manufacturing and engineering needs. I could have also talked about IT majors like Infosys, but they have their set pattern and templates. For example, Infosys has its Mysore campus where they can train 10,000 people at a time. But that is exclusively for their own needs, and I will not delve into that. The Bajaj Automotive, their goal is to promote youngsters to get into core engineering, which is not very fashionable today. They work with tier 2, tier 3 colleges. These are again short-term programs. And like all industry players who look at working with academia, they provide significant inputs in terms of curriculum, training of trainers, and also in terms of training infrastructure, as well as certification. They look at only hardcore engineering, and they also actively promote women to take up engineering. The Toyota Technical Training Institute, to my mind, is possibly the most iconic training institute. And I will say why I say that. Their objective is to help the underprivileged rural youth to become world-class technicians, and they do it consistently year after year, but their beneficiaries are typically youth from underprivileged background in the state of Karnataka, where they have their factory. They have 2-year and 3-year rigorous programs. And what is unique about them is that 50% of their time is spent on training them on body and mind. The rest of it goes to theory and skills for competencies, but they recognize the importance, and hence they have a schedule which starts at 6 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock in the night, which has meditation, yoga, physical activity, sports, and they also actively encourage youth to take up community, to go and serve the community in and around the factories. So these are some of the technical. You can see for the 3-year course, it's a very small intake. And the recent 2-year course that they've started with 500 students, both for boys and girls, is also what is unique about them is that it is totally residential and fully paid for by Toyota. These are some of the visuals of the institute, their training, and some of the activities that they do while they are at the academy. Maruti, again, has a model whereby they adopt government ITIs. They also work with universities for their dealership needs. They have a flexi MOU with the DGT, the Director General of Training for Technical Courses, and they've also set up an automotive center of excellence in Gandhinagar. I'll finally move on to the last bit, which I think is possibly important. The NEP 2020, as all of you know, very strongly emphasizes the need for industry-academia connect. I think it is for the faculty and the students and the management at large to reflect the need and the importance of industry-academia connect. Also, can there be an ideal model? To my mind, there is no cookie cutter, and it depends on the industry, the academic institution, the objectives of both industry, academia, and students to come up with a template which will be suitable to that particular industry and institution. All I can say that all the institutions that I have mentioned prior to this, they work with in academia, because that is the only way to improve the students' knowledge and competency so they are successful at work. So that's it from my side. Happy to take any questions if there are at a later point of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranjan. Please stay on. The questions we will take at the end. We have one more speaker, and let me introduce her to you. This is Dr. Geeta Malhotra, Country Director of Read India, and she's been doing excellent work for the last 30 years in the NGO space, if I may say so. And she will be taking us through some of the projects she's involved in, how she is helping Grameen India read more, and how the kids who can't afford to buy books are getting access to some excellent resources thanks to her organization. Over to Dr. Malhotra. You have a presentation too? Okay. Okay, yeah, so you have about 12 minutes.
Good evening. Namaste, Sat Sri Akal. मैं यहाँ पे आज आई हूँ, ये मेरा सौभाग्य है। मैंने बड़ू साहिब के बारे में बहुत सुना था, पर मुझे आने का मौका नहीं मिला था. Thanks to Professor Ghosh, he searched me on LinkedIn and told me to come. That's why I'm here. Thank you very much for the leaders who have organized this program and invited me to speak here. I have been working with stalwarts from 1981. I started my career with the late Mr. J.R.D. Tata in Population Foundation of India, and he encouraged me to continue my higher education. I was simply graduate when I joined Population Foundation of India, and during my 24 years of association with that organization, I completed my double masters and PhD. Along with the work assignment, I used to edit the annual lectures of the late Mr. J.R.D. Tata. From that side, then I moved on. When the technology entered in 2005, I joined an international organization called One World South Asia and took technology, opened the knowledge centers in Sri Lanka, Nepal, India and Bhutan. Because technology was new, but I always thought that people first is the agenda for me, and I have to work in that sphere where I'm dealing directly with the communities and the people. Then in 2008, I joined Rural Education and Development, and still I am heading that organization, working directly with the communities, going to the villages, telling them, हम आपको किताबें देंगे, आप हमें क्या देंगे? Let it be a barter system. When I say I am bringing books for your children in your village, they say, मैम हमारा घर खाली पड़ा, आप इसमें library बना दीजिए. That is the model I am spearheading, sir. And I got the land, I got the buildings, and I raised funds for construction of the libraries before CSR. And then I am now opening the libraries in the houses which are empty in the villages and providing access to 5,000 books, 10 to 15 computers, free access to internet, early learning centers for children, because in the morning someone spoke that till 8 years, if we give values, the children take throughout the life. So we do Montessori training for the local young girls to teach the children of their villages. This is how the journey started, and through the whole process, I have touched the lives of more than 6,05,000 people in rural India, and then trained about 1,00,000 women on the skills which we think are supporting to the green economy in the villages. Why? Because if woman doesn't have money in her hand, she will not continue the education of their children. So we strongly believe in that and then started the skilling program for the women in the rural areas. So I'll just quickly say that we address to the Sustainable Development Goals, and I strongly believe we cannot resolve this unless we educate people to understand Sustainable Development Goals. Sir, here SDGs are only in the workshops and the conferences. We have to take them to the rural areas, make people understand कि प्लास्टिक आपको पानी में नहीं फेंकना है, प्लास्टिक आपको यूज नहीं करना है. And sir, in 2014, Walmart gave me the funding with 150 machines in one of the villages named Garg in Rajasthan, and I was supplying 50,000 cloth bags to the Walmart stores and giving back the money to the women for their livelihood. Later, when the success came, and then we integrated the skilling center with the libraries, and I will show the slides how we made progress on that, sir. These are the challenges which women face in rural areas. Everybody knows about that. I'm not going to talk about. See what we did. Language was the problem. Conversation skills were not there because they feel shy in talking. Safety, security was the reason. Working hours, family problems, competition, and early marriage. And sir, we work with the minority community, and 50 girls have not yet married. They are 25 years of age. They say, no, Read India has shown us the way, now we want to progress. So I'm talking about the Rampur, where the Muslim community is there, Maharashtra, in Aurangabad, and the tribal community in Baran and Lakhimpur in UP. So what we did, English communication, we taught them, marketing skills in their own language, we created the modules, then business communication, computer skills, craft design, stitching and sewing, vocational centers we opened, and then we trained them on financial management. So this is how we completely carved the path for them. Then how this worked, trustees advisory board guided us, libraries, we partner with communities. There is no non-for-profit organization in between, sir. We engage with the community, search for the qualified people, those who don't get jobs, especially women, and then we hire them, we build their capacity, teach them, guide them, then we tell them how you have to monitor your program on day-to-day basis. And my team from head office is constantly in the rural areas talking to them, making them learn. And then we partner with universities like this as our knowledge partners. We design the curriculum, sit with them in the workshops, get their knowledge, improve on the curriculum, and then take to the people for that curriculum. And we have 10 universities on board, sir. This is the trainings which we started in 2015 for skilling, experimented before for 2 years with Walmart, and then you can see the whole slide full of the curriculum which we developed for them. See the coverage of project year by year, state, districts, and villages. So we made the graph, and in the CSR now the corporates say if you are working in one village with one donor, we don't want to enter that village. So for us, it's a task to segregate the villages, to select the district and the state for particular corporates, and I have 15 corporates on board, sir. That is, I am so thankful to corporate social responsibility because they gave us the way forward. आज मेरी organization अगर strengthen है तो सिर्फ corporate funding पे strengthen है because we build the trust, we were giving them the impact reports, we were giving them the mapping of the villages, where they are working and how they are getting return on investment by building communities. That was the agenda. So you can see the variety of skilling programs which we do and how we add on the population from the rural communities, and the transformed and skilled the graph is showing, and employability, business started, re-entered education, earning income, and grew existing businesses. We do mapping of each individual. And sir, we believe on primary data. We collect the data from the sources. My team goes and get the primary data from the persons whom we are training. And total number of women beneficiaries skilled from 2015 to 2023 is given year by year, the data in the slide. The slides are with Professor Ghosh, and my detailed paper is also with him. Changes experienced by women in their personality after completing the training. We also work on this 10-scale formula has been designed by me. I am basically a demographer. So we measure all these changes in the woman's personality, in the young adult's personality, and then we see the transformation in them. This is what I just wanted to present in a nutshell. The purpose is, sir, it's not that we are working, it's a mission. Social development sector can never be worked by thought process of employability or working in the non-for-profit sector. We must have to transform ourselves first, that it's a mission which I am taking, and I build my team on that mission, and they are working with me day and night to change the people, to transform the people in the rural areas. And we are present in 16 states, in more than 35 districts, and we have covered more than 500 villages pan-India. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, so much. I'm sure there is some opportunity for you to do something with Eternal and set up some libraries in rural Himachal Pradesh as well. I
have to thank all my speakers for sticking to the time limit. I didn't have to be brutal with them. They cooperated very well. So let's give them a big round of applause, please. Actually, one inside secret is that I also sacrificed my own time, because I was given 15 minutes in the beginning, but I decided to sacrifice my speech time and just stick to moderation. Let's have more Q&A, because ज्ञान की धारा बहती रहती है, लेकिन हम जब आपसे सवाल सुनेंगे और जवाब यहाँ से आएंगे तो सबके लिए अच्छा होगा. तो अब मैं स्टूडेंट से गुजारिश करता हूँ, और जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनसे भी कुछ सवाल हो आपके तो आप पूछिए. और 3 स्पीकर्स हैं, सबके अलग अलग एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, सब ने इंडस्ट्री, एकेडमिया और कोऑपरेशन की बात की है. So let's hear it from the students. I won't let you go till at least 3 questions have come from the students. I was granted these powers by the authorities. As a moderator, I can hold you here till midnight. Constitution dekh leena. Okay, questions? BBA final year, questions? There are 3 students from BBA final year at least. खुशी आपको पूछना पड़ेगा. माइक दीजिए. सर माइक. BBA कर रहे हैं फाइनल ईयर में, सवाल कैसे नहीं पूछे? Don't ask what's for dinner. हिंदी में भी पूछ सकते हैं आप. गीता मैम से पूछ सकते हैं, पंजाबी में भी.
जैसे मैम ने बात की थी वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट पे, तो क्या क्या वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट करने क्या क्या मेथड्स हो सकते हैं? क्या क्या मेथड्स हो सकते हैं? अच्छा, मतलब लाइब्रेरी खोलने के अलावा या लाइब्रेरी वाला भी? कैसे भी? ओके. व्हाट आर, आप इधर आ जाइए. हर क्वेश्चन इज वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के क्या क्या मेथड्स हो सकते हैं. गुड क्वेश्चन खुशी.
हम जब कहते हैं महिला सशक्तिकरण, तो ये एक दो वर्ड्स हैं जिसकी डायमेंशंस बहुत है, पर इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम होम कि क्या हम अपने घर में बच्चियों को भी उतना हक देते हैं जितना हम बच्चों को देते हैं। सेकंड, जब हम सोसाइटी में जाते हैं तो क्या हमारी बेटियां भी गर्व से कह रही हैं कि हमने पीएचडी कर ली, ना कि मेरे भाई ने पीएचडी करे। दैट इज द सेकंड थिंग। थर्ड, मैं ये कहूँगी कि हम जब समुदाय में बैठते हैं तो हम ये कहते हैं कि हम जो हमारे बुजुर्ग हैं, मैं बहुत रिस्पेक्ट करती हूँ उनकी, और मैं पहले जब भी गांव में जाती हूँ मैं जितने भी बुजुर्ग हैं उनके साथ 1 घंटा बिताती हूँ, उनसे बात करती हूँ, उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स लेके फिर मैं आगे बढ़ती हूँ और मैं बात करती हूँ कि क्या आप मुझे परमिशन दे रहे हैं मैं आपके गांव में जाके आपके जो कम्युनिटी है उनसे बात कर सकूं। और जब मैं बात करती हूँ उनसे और जब मैं देखती हूँ कि उनको किस चीज़ की ज़रूरत है, उसी पे हम प्रोग्राम डिज़ाइन करते हैं। और वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट का जब कॉन्सेप्ट आता है तो मैंने एक स्लाइड यहाँ पे दिखाई थी, इंक्रीज्ड एबिलिटी टू टेक डिसीजंस, देन इंक्रीज्ड सेल्फ लर्निंग, क्या वो अपने बारे में सोचती है, क्या वो अपने बारे में टाइम निकालती है, increased identity with respect to self, then better understanding of oneself, became more inquisitive, clearer understanding of the new concepts कि दुनिया में हो क्या रहा है, दुनिया के बारे में भी तो जानना है ना, then increased attentiveness, increased level of participation and then confidence in speaking। बहुत सारी औरतें जब हम ये मेजर करते हैं और इसके ऊपर हम डिज़ाइन करते हैं, और मेरा लास्ट मैसेज होता है, बी अ पार्ट ऑफ द फैमिली, बी अ पिलर ऑफ द फैमिली, बिकॉज वुमेनहुड इज़ अ वेरी बिग थिंग, वी ऑल हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड। सो फैमिली को कैसे ज्वाइन करके रखना है, फैमिली में कैसे वैल्यूज ऐड करनी है और कैसे अपने बच्चों को ग्रो करना है, दैट इज़ द मैसेज वी गिव। थैंक यू सो मच।
Ranjan, are you there online? Ranjan?
Very much, sir.
Yeah, so would you like to add something in your examples? You gave 5 very live, dynamic examples of industry training people across the automotive sectors. Were there women also getting trained in any of the examples from your experience? Women empowerment through training?
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at most of them, whether it is Bajaj, they are actively encouraging more women to get into what was previously male dominated, the manufacturing sector. If I were to talk about my former employer TCS, they actually are working towards a 50-50 balance in terms of gender diversity. So I think increasingly employers, whether it is industry or services, they are looking at hiring more and more women, and not just as an exercise, because they actually believe that girls, women can be equal or even better than their male counterparts at the workplace when it comes to productivity or delivering what is expected of them. So it's a conscious decision and it's an upward trend and graph, if I may say so.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So Khushi, did you get your answer from 2 sources, right? Okay. Also, I'm going to mention, I might touch base with you, Ranjan, and with Geeta ma'am. I have convinced the Chancellor of a university in Mathura to set up a skill development center on the campus using expertise from Ambuja Cements Foundation, and we are looking for some CSR donors so that we can help the rural kids surrounding the university get skilled like mobile repairmen, electricians, plumbers, etc., and get employed. So I can imagine a future where Geeta ma'am's libraries are set up in the schools surrounding the university. those kids, girls and boys, learn and then they become curious enough to get skills. And then maybe using your contacts with some of the automotive giants or other companies, or NTPC was here, I saw NTPC also does a lot of CSR. Maybe we can get them to provide some funding for the trainer fees, etc., and then create jobs in that vicinity. I think in about 10 years we should be able to create at least 5,000 trained youth who can get self-employed using the skills that we put them through. So thank you very much, Khushi. Next question will come from the NCC girls, because you can't wear uniform and lose confidence. So I see 5 NCC girls. Any questions you want to ask? I have done NCC all the 3 certificates, so I know you don't need notice to ask questions. Come on. Meanwhile, while we are waiting, if there's any other question. Yeah, ask. I hope you were listening. Yes, go ahead, go ahead. There's no stupid question in this world.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you name yourself and what course you are doing here apart from NCC?
My name is Avantika Pathania and I am from BSc Honours Agriculture first year.
Fantastic.
And I would like to ask regarding NCC only. As you said that you have all 3 certificates. So, like, for the exam of, would like few guidelines from you, like how we can prepare it well before, like how we can't get pressure.
So Avantika, right?
Yes,
Avantika
sir.
is very focused. She doesn't want to ask any other questions except how can I clear this next certificate exam. You know, I possibly did my exam about 3 centuries ago. So I'm really old. I don't know what has changed since then. But if you are a cadet who does her duty with discipline, you will clear the exam. I'm sure you're doing all the required things to maintain yourself as a cadet. So, little bit of knowledge that you have gained. Have they taught you firing and all that? Have you gone to the range? Have you fired?
No, sir.
Not yet.
It's our only first year, so we are
Oh, you're in the
yet
first.
to train.
Okay. So, the fact that you asked this question itself shows that you're getting ready. There are so many people who are scared of asking. But you took the mic, you introduced yourself, you asked those questions. So I think you are on the right track. I cannot answer specific questions about what will be asked in that certificate exam. In fact, the Brigadier sir was here, he would have been better to answer that, but he just walked out. So catch him outside, 1-to-1, and get your answer. Okay?
Yes,
Any other question from the senior, the young, the older kids here? There are some older kids sitting here. Yes, sir. Mike.
My name is Garg, and I have a strange question. I don't know whether it's relevant here or not.
Every question is relevant, sir.
My question is, how the private sector, for example, Starbucks, McDonald's, Costco, Walmart, they set up a system, then they multiply it, right? They are word over, all the word over. Can we do something like that? Have a, like maybe big company like Toyota or anything else, any other company? Set up the same thing, standard, which has very good training program for the trainees, for the youth, and to create a skilled youth, right? So that they get employment, and at the same time, public gets very good service. And it should be regulated. The employment process should be regulated, and their functioning should be regulated. So the customer is not cheated, or the customer gets the best service. Is there any limitation to that? How practical can it be? I mean, why it's limited only to a certain number of trainees, that they train only 5,000 trainees? Why not hundreds of thousands? And
Thank you, sir. It's a very deep question, and I'll take the first crack at it. Ideally, what you're asking to be done is something that the governments have to do. Unfortunately, in all the examples we saw, governments have abdicated their responsibility. Ideally, we pay taxes, and a McDonald's or they are all private enterprises. They do it for profit. The government collects taxes, and ideally for them to scale to 10 crore would be very easy. Now NSDC does it, so Ranjan will talk about it, but there are lots of gaps and loopholes. I was advisor strategy to NSDC last year for 5 months, and I saw things up close. So I think somewhere the government has not been, when I say government, I don't mean this government or a state government or any other government. The whole system of governance, I think in India, is broken, and that's why we are looking to people like Dr. Geeta Malhotra and Ramboj sir and Ranjan and so many others. So that is my first attempt at answering your question. Over to Ramboj ji. आप कुछ बताएंगे इस बारे में?
I think scaling up is what is needed on a larger scale. There have been small experiments. Last week I was in a this is Skilling Council, Green Skilling Council of India meeting, and there was a Tamil Nadu IT minister, and he was telling like there are two issues. One is there are almost every government, union and state, most of them, on an average 40% posts are unfilled because of several reasons. The other issue is the most of the budget which is allocated for various ministries is that's totally inadequate to fill up to pay the salary and pension. So in this scenario, what he was telling that they are setting up, first thing is identifying the youth, training them, and having MOUs. They have so far MOU with some 80 countries and around 100 businesses, that you tell us what you need. We will train people from Tamil Nadu, from the villages, from everywhere, wherever possible, identify youth, and within next 5 years, almost 1 million youth, they will provide employment. And with proper training, they will, like, say Canada wants IT skills, they will employ best of the trainers, train around, say, 100,000 people over 5 years in that. Similarly, Tatas, they have set up a skilling center in Tamil Nadu, artificial intelligence, because this is the new lot of jobs, and where they are identifying people from all over the country, training them into the artificial intelligence, the new domains, whatever, generative AI and several other Internet of Things. So that is the other thing which is happening at a certain level, and I think these are the very good signs. UN system is trying to help the governments, state governments. We have a UNESCO's Category 1 center in Europe, of course, UNEVOC, UNESCO Center for Vocational Education, and they are setting up, along with several of the industries, such as centers of excellence for training. I think universities also, many universities, we have UNESCO chairs in various disciplines, which are providing these kind of skilling capabilities in those institutions. So there are several initiatives all over the country which are happening, and hopefully, of course, we have a huge manpower which needs skilling, training, and gainful employment. I think this is one of the SDG goals as well. I think goal 8 is what that is.
Ranjan, anything to add from your side?
No, sir. The only thing I would like to say that the question that was asked is very valid and pertinent. But unfortunately, I don't see an immediate solution, and I would like to be politically correct by not going into where and how the system has failed. But had the system worked, what we are doing today is providing Band-Aid. That is, if you look at Germany, they have an established system where every talent that gets into the workforce, it's like cookie cutter. You know, the same standards, they pass the same exams, and have the same proficiencies. But I'm sorry, I won't even try to make an attempt.
Okay.
What could
Yeah, so I think that's why I said it's a very deep question. We may have to work on the answer, sir, but we should not give up.
My point is this: how much we can do without influence of the government? Can we do something on our own to set up a system like that, where government cannot interfere?
I'm sure, sir. I'm sure it can be done.
Absolutely.
So I think if we can have a discussion about something like that, that'll be more practical.
Absolutely.
Then the implementation will be right away.
Absolutely, sir. I think if the right meaning people get together, and there are enough in this conference itself, and we can reach out to others in our network. I think with people like Ranjan, I have many people, Geeta ma'am, you can come here and also speak. We can, I think, put this in motion. It may take time, but I think one can make a start. And this would be, I think, the best contribution of this conference if we can get something like that going, sir.
My point is they'll give encouragement to other people that something like that can be done. It's not only in theory, it can be practical.
Yes. Thank you so much for asking that question.
So just 2 points I just wanted to add. The question is very pertinent and we have been trying to get into that. Sir, India is a vast country and language is the barrier. When you see that hame English bolne wale bache chahiye, those English conversant in these Starbucks and all, they want the children should speak in English, and Tamil Nadu children can speak in English, and when I compare to Haryana and Rajasthan, we have to teach them to speak in English. So that is the difference, one. The second is after COVID, people have migrated to their villages. Now, when I go to the villages, they say, please bring something here for our children. We don't want to send our children again to the cities. That is the second threat which I experienced when I went to the villages. Third is that skilling, no company, the corporate, gives funding. All what Ranjan has presented, Ranjan, correct me if I am wrong, they are the foundations. But when we get the funding for skilling, they give the funds for skilling not for 1 year or 2 years, they give us for short duration of 3 months or 6 months. So one person, the boy, the youth who is sitting in the village, and we go there and train him, 6 months minimum is required for that skilling, and the first we have to check whether he is ready to migrate to the cities for the job, otherwise our efforts are not fruitful. This is my practical experience. I just wanted to share on this platform, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more question from the older kids, but I want one question from this side also later. So think about it. I said 3 questions from the kids. Older, हाँ वो but अभी मुझे बताया गया ये last session है तो थोड़ा extend कर. Yes.
My point is, how many?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
How many questions can we ask? I mean, there's a limitation because some other questions also maybe later on or something like that.
Okay, sir. There is one question behind you.
Ma'am, my name is Hardeep. I'm a professor of organizational behavior. My question to you is, getting employment in the rural areas is a problem. Does your organization try to upskill children or students on how to start businesses using the internet? Because these days there's a lot of e-commerce ventures that kids can run from anywhere in the world and having access to the same global market where 4 billion buyers are available, right? So are we working in creating?
Ma'am.
Very pertinent question, and we have trained many youth, girls and boys, on technology in the rural areas at 60 hubs, I'm saying, and we have provided them the jobs, and e-jobs, some of them got on their own, and some we also approached. This is the need of the youth while sitting at home, how they can work. Thank you.
Okay, one last question because Dr. Ghosh is cracking the whip. So, and I told you, I won't let you go till 3 kids have asked questions. Okay? Okay, anybody whose birthday is today? This week? This month? This year? Anybody? Anybody whose birthday is this month? Raise your hand. Okay, you have to ask. I had to catch you somewhere. Yes, give her the mic. Mic. कब है आपका बर्थडे? 24 मार्च आने वाला है, मतलब अब सबको पता लग गया, अब ट्रीट पक्की है.
Sir, why CSR?
पहले नाम और कोर्स.
Sir, my name is Nim Kaur. I am from BBA first year.
Okay. Question.
So my question is why CSR is important for companies?
Oh, very deep question. Why CSR is important for companies? Ranjan, I am going to put you on the line.
Me, given a choice. Sorry, again, maybe I should be...
Can you be louder, please? Can you, Ranjan, can you be louder?
Sorry, am I audible now?
Little louder, please.
Okay, it's the government mandate which, if I may say so, requires government to spend 2% of their profits annually on different projects which include skill development. So it's a government mandate. It's not voluntary, if I may say so.
Okay, other panelists? Okay, you'll have to come here. We are making you go up and down.
कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लंच के पहले का जो सेशन था उसमें बोला गया था कि ये इन्वेस्टमेंट है. इट्स फ्रॉम कंपनी के प्रॉफिट से कैसे हम समुदाय को ऊपर उठा सकते हैं, और ये रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट है बाय बिल्डिंग द सोशल कैपिटल विद द प्रॉफिट दे आर ब्रिंगिंग. राइट, इसीलिए बहुत ज़रूरी है. फिलेंथ्रॉपी में क्या होता है, मैं एनजीओ में काम करती हूँ, कि आपको बताना नहीं है. आपको अगर करोड़ रुपया मिल गया तो आपने कह दिया हाँ हमने खर्च कर लिया, बट इसमें आपको एक एक पैसे का हिसाब देना है. आपने किस पे खर्च करा, क्यों करा, और उसकी ज़िंदगी में क्या बदलाव आया, ये फ़र्क है. ठीक है.
और लास्ट में मैं ये कहूँगा कि गवर्नमेंट अगर नहीं भी कहती है तो कुछ कंपनीज होती हैं जिनमें दूरदृष्टि होती है, वो आगे की देखते हैं. उनको पता है कि समुदाय से ही मुझे वर्कर्स मिलेंगे, समुदाय से ही सपोर्ट मिलेगा, समुदाय से ही हम आगे बढ़ेंगे. सो CSR actually becomes a necessity, and before the act many companies have done it. The Birlas have done it, the Tatas have done it. Jamshedpur is a prime example of how the entire community is served by a company. तो आप थोड़ा और डीप जाके गूगल करिए और पढ़िए कि इंडिया में और बाहर भी कैसे कंपनीज ने आगे की सोचते हुए अपने पूरी कम्युनिटी को सर्व किया है. स्कूल्स के हो या अस्पताल हो, कैसे भी बहुत ज़रूरी है, और बिजनेस भी इससे बढ़ती है. आपने रंजन जी का अगर देखा था तो उसमें 2 कारण बताए थे, बिजनेस नीड और CSR. कई बार कंपनी बिजनेस नीड इमीडिएट वाले को देख के स्किलिंग चालू कर देती है कि मुझे तो लोग चाहिए और मुझे मिल नहीं रहे हैं, तो बिजनेस नीड है तो इसलिए करते हैं. कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से दायरा थोड़ा बढ़ जाता है और आप उसको थोड़ा और अपने अलावा औरों के फायदे के लिए भी करने लगते हो, लेकिन उसमें भी आपका हित निहित है. ठीक है, आपको जवाब मिला. Thank you for asking that third question. Now we can all go over to the anchor. I am done with my role of moderator. Thank you very much, and thank you Ranjan, thank you Geeta ji, thank you Ram ji for being such great supportive panelists. Thanks a lot. Over to you, ma'am.
जी सर. जी सर, सर ही है सर. आप कह रहे थे सर, आई कंप्लीटली मिस. गुड सर, किसको बुलाने को बोला आपने? PVC सर एंड बेनीपाल सर एंड धालीवाल सर. जी सर. A sincere and heartfelt thank you to all our esteemed guests. It's been an absolute delight to learn from you. I'm sure your wisdom will become a beacon of intellectualism we all shall look forward to. I humbly request our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. A.S. Ahluwalia, our Dean Academic Affairs, Dr. Benipal, Sir, to kindly grace the stage and felicitate our eminent guests. Ji, sir. Ji, sir. Sir.
Me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, I'm also supposed to get it. Thank you. I think we have to face some camera or something, or we are okay? You did a good job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think there's the camera. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request to please felicitate our next speaker, Mr. Pramod Joshi. Sorry, Mr. Rambut, sir.
It's not pretty.
So I would request our Honorable former Vice Chancellor, Professor H.S. Dhaliwal, to please felicitate our Honorable Speaker, Mr. Rambuj. I would also like to request our
BBC, sir,
to please felicitate our speaker, Dr. Geeta Malhotra, by our Dean Academic Affairs, Professor T.S. Benipal, and our Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor A.S. Ahluwalia. We are thankful to our speaker, Mr. Ranjan Chaudhary, who have joined us via online mode. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So, Professor Ghosh will meet you.
Sure.
Yes.
Mr. Chaudhary, I'll come and see you in person in Delhi. I'm
sure, sir.
Ghosh. Okay.
Thank you. I'll take your leave.
Thank you, everybody. I'd now like to invite all of you for a beautiful cultural fiesta ahead. Kindly grace us with your presence and make this evening even more mesmerizing. Please proceed to the venue, that is the amphitheatre at IB School. The event shall be followed by high tea.
Yes, also the session which was scheduled for next session that was scheduled, that will be in the morning tomorrow.